kicking
Anybody confirmed joining us?
No, not yet. I have I sent the messages out like maybe about an hour ago. I don't know exactly how many, but nobody's really confirmed on if they're going to come in or not. Dan said that he was going to come in. I just don't know exactly when. So I don't know exactly.
Maybe the second half.
Everything sounds good on Twitch. Got to hit refresh on Rumble. Now I'll go to D Live and check that out too.
Yeah, I thought Peter Mandelson because that's something in the news at this present moment, Epstein, and this entire backlash going towards Keir Starmer. And also, he has got a long, interesting history, dating all the way back to 1979. Political history.
Yeah, you're talking about Keir Starmer or
Mandelson.
Mandelson. Oh yeah.
Number of cancelled by-elections in 1979.
No, I knew you wasn't going to be there last night, so I did mention him in Nancy's show, so that because I knew you.
Yeah, I noticed you mentioned. Yeah,
I didn't mention him. Didn't mention him by name.
Or you noted you didn't actually call him by name, but you did say UK politician does resigned.
Yeah. I didn't mention. Figured I'd let you mention him by name because that'd bring you pleasure to say this. Look at this bastard. He's outed.
That lovely, amazing person.
You did actually bring up a good topic though in the conversation we had, like with the whole House of Nobles and shit, like the whole thing about resigning from the House of Lords. You know, that's interesting right there. That's something I think I'm going to check out. I forgot to do that. I got caught up in editing and everything today, but I told myself I wanted to check that out, find out what's going on there. So, okay, so I got everything set up. It looks like everything's going, and the audio sounds pretty good. So, the whole thing about I checked it on Kick, Rumble. Sounds good too. Like everything's going in the audio. So we're good to go. All right. We are here. This is Mind's Roundtable weekend event. After this, I'll be doing an episode of the Quantum Gathering. Mind's Roundtable usually takes us about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, however long. And
have we got any major subjects?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've never had a problem with coming up with subjects on this one.
Fair enough.
You know?
Because he said Tan wanted to presume there was some actual talking point.
Yeah, he said that he found some stuff out about Minds that he wanted to fill everybody up in on, so we should have that set up. I've got to say, man, I just finished doing that edit that on that Quantum Gathering that we did with Willie.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna tell you, man, that was so fun doing that. And it's not very many times I can actually say that something's fun. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Everything that we do is fun.
Well, not with the editing.
Maybe.
The editing part sometimes gets a little hectic, but I actually enjoyed it. I did that, man, and it was like, my goodness, that was a good show. That really was a good show. I'm amazed with how good that show was, to be honest with you. So
can remember most of it. Yeah.
I ended up getting 2 episodes of it with Willie. Finished up the first one yesterday or last night, and then today I've got halfway through with the conversation that we had with Willie and Willie Lee, and
Mm.
I was able to get the part where Bob Dub started busting up laughing and everything on there, man. I was like, oh my god, that was so great. So I did that. And then finally, I was able to go through and incorporate Rapid's voice into the script that we had
Oh,
for.
that must have been nightmare. All scripts because of all of our starting and stopping and
Mhm. It was
uh,
interesting. It was interesting, but like this last one, I had the the one that we did with Rapid where he was well, I forgot the name of what the thing was. It was the controller or something like that, control room or something. I was finally able to wait. No, it was a case file. I had an issue finding the one the file with the case file on it where Bob Dub did the narration because I wanted to do Bob Dub and Rapid's voice on it with your
mm,
voice and Otto and V's voice all on there together. And I finally was able to get all the files together because I did them all separately and incorporated them all together. So it came to get together good. And that one was actually the shortest one, but it was the most complicated to find because of all the files that were spread out.
mhm.
So, but I got it together, and that one's coming out next. And I did it because like I did it in the order that it was supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like that it all actually came out like the way that we were going because that was one big concern because we did some of the readings out of order.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Of course, yeah. We didn't we me you and Muppet do one, and then we repeated that one later on that evening.
hmm but it came out
Yeah.
all right. Hey Otto, you doing all right with your audio?
Yeah, I guess as long as you can hear me, I can hear you guys.
Okay.
Now, I'm really, excuse me. Didn't we say something last week that Tan wanted to do something about the Book of Enoch this week?
Yeah, he's supposed to be in here before long. We just don't know exactly when. So.
So I was going to try to take part in that. I'm at work right now,
Oh,
dog sitting,
okay.
and it's going to be a hectic evening for me because, well, we got a new dog, and he's been a little under the weather. For various and sundry reasons, he's on medication, so I think that's affecting his appetite. And I got to give him the medication, even though he doesn't want to eat anything, which is itself kind of an interesting challenge. But anyway, the dog's owner is returning this evening, so I'm kind of getting the place ready for that. And the owner should be returning, I'm figuring around 11 o'clock. So I should be able to do the quantum gathering, but not going to be able to keep it going late.
Okay.
I'm
The deal?
thinking. I'm thinking because Vicky wants to join us on Quantum Gathering, yeah, and probably won't be tonight, I say,
No.
because
Uh-huh.
you've not given her enough notice. It may not be a good idea to do the knock thing tonight
Well,
because they want to have a
the
yeah.
the
It
the
makes more sense to have both of them.
the Enoch thing was more on a Minds Roundtable with Tan. So like with the with that, I was saying it before where I think we should probably move his show for this like to the one
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Wow
yeah, yeah,
Talk, you
yeah.
know, because like
Yeah,
it was really weird for him. He felt like
yeah, I saw his message. I sort of understood sort of agreed with him.
Because see, I'm a little bit fringe for him. He's a devout Catholic, you know what I mean? And like he's trying to actually do a presentation, make it all nice and official and stuff. And I'm talking to him about freaking esoteric stuff, and it just kind of
Because Vicky's also quite devout as well.
yeah, that's what I was
It
thinking.
makes sense to have both of them at the same time.
I think Vicky, Otto, and Tan would do a really good job because
Yeah,
they stay
indeed.
focused to a lot of things. And whereas I need to just shut my mouth and let those guys talk, you know what I mean? And I really don't think Mr. Robot would be a good idea, to be honest with you, because he's just like I am.
Have you kissed and made up with him yet?
Well, we made up. It's just he just
Okay.
it's just it's like I told him I don't want any more of that stuff put in my chat room anymore. And if he can't abide by it, then that's on him. He doesn't have to come into the chat room anymore, you know. But I don't want any of that posted in my chat no more. You know,
He's yet to return.
so I mean,
Your house, your rules. Your house, your rules.
right? And he just doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand, you know, like you need to respect people's wishes if it's their chat. You know what I mean? Like don't.
Yeah.
Time for you to create an entire terms of service policy.
Oh, God.
Sorry, Mr. Robot. You agreed to this when you came onto the chat.
Yeah.
And there are consequences.
Actually, I
Is
did
there
that.
not at the door?
I did that. I think it was on the MCR. No, it wasn't the Element Minds Help and Support community thing. I did that year before last. Stated that because we were having the spam and problems and people going off topic, so I put up a statement saying, if you disagree with this statement, please leave now. And I went through a load of policies.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, the thing of it is I know even with me, I get way out of hand on a lot of stuff, but there's just some things that freaking needs to come to an end. Like I can't be having people coming in and, you know, talking that crap about there's a Jew behind every bush kind of crap, you know what I mean? I'm sick of it, and I'm pretty sure that most of the people who freaking
Well, yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's such old hat, and it's like, yeah, JQ, yeah. You know, it's the same story again and again and again, and it's the same culprits, and it's the same thing, and it gets kind of boring after a while. I don't know. It's just, I mean, I like a good conspiracy theory, but I mean,
yeah,
and it's so old. I mean, it's ancient. I want new, interesting conspiracy theories that, you know, actually take brain power. Not like, you know, you're warming over stuff from the Middle Ages. Okay, it's like, and I like what one guy pointed out. It's like, you know, if you're saying that, you know, such and such group of people is, you know, introducing pornography and introducing this sort of like social this and those other, well, why are you doing it? Why are you consuming it? You know, it's sort of like the end user agreement. It's like, you know, oh, they bring porn. Well, who's buying it? Who's buying the porn? Who's, you know, it's like, really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's really people just using this kind of old hack bullshit to freaking like get views. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's really what it's come down to for that. And then for me personally, I mean, it makes me sick. I mean, I just can't stand freaking listening to it anymore. And it's freaking, especially with a lot of the research I've done on like history and here in the last year or so, you know, it really it opens me up to a lot of different things, man. This stuff has caused a lot of problems historically, you know what I mean? It really has. And it is an issue. Like you keep allowing that kind of stuff to be preached. Freaking, you're only asking for that same shit to happen again. I mean, seriously.
Well, it's just, you know, in the culture, in like Chan culture, and I think in internet culture, that kind of is a reflection of that. this was kind of an ironic gatekeeper. You know, Hitler did nothing wrong, whatever, just stuff like that. Because your reaction would either be, I can't even be in the same room with these people. I am tainted by, unclean leper. I mean, there was almost like a moral leprosy kind of deal in the mainstream that you at least had to pretend to believe in.
Still
Or people
acting.
just said, "Oh yeah, right, sure, haha." It was an ironic kind of a gatekeeper. Are you going to have that hysterical reaction, or are you just going to throw a little salute back and then get on with life kind of deal? But I think some people mistook the irony for like a serious political discussion. And I mean, if you want to talk about, I mean, the whole thing about the JQ or the IQ, the Irish question, that was a big question at one time. All these different ethnic questions, these were serious topics of discussion in like the 19th, early 20th century. I've read some Jewish writers on the Jewish question. It's very interesting to write what Jews and Europeans were saying about this stuff in the 19th and early 20th century. And a big part of it had to do with the clash of cultures. I remember one Jewish gentleman was very interesting. He talked about like different philosophical underpinnings of Jewish culture that made it different and separate from European cultures. This wasn't seen as bad or evil, but possibly a strength that you could add to your society. But certainly, it was something that you could talk about sanely and not in a corrosive way or trying to use it as an excuse to turn people into second-class citizens or something like that.
Yeah.
But the stuff that's going on now, I think a lot of it springs from this early irony. Something that happened on Lit, which I used to go on quite a bit on 4chan, and Harold Bloom passed on. I don't know if you guys know who Harold Bloom is. He was probably he's a writer, English writer. Not an Englishman, but he was an English man. That was his forte, was the English language.
Yeah, I think the name does ring a bell.
Yeah, he was big on Shakespeare. He wrote The Invention of the Human, Shakespeare, The Invention of the Human. He wrote on the Western Canon, was another book he wrote. He was considered kind of right-wing simply because he defended the canon, which was 90%, white European dead men. But Harold Bloom was a celebrity on Lit. People loved him. They'd argue about him. They'd make fun of him. And then when he died, there was a pinned post for him, which Lit only does for literary giants. And everyone was in mourning, and there were a couple of guys on there. It's like, but he was a Jew. He was Jewish. Like, you don't get it, do you? You really don't. What are you doing here? You really don't understand. This man was one of the great giants of literature, not as a writer himself, but as a critic and as a scholar. And everybody, all the people on there were just. I think there were two people that were bringing up his race, and it's like, yeah, we might have joked about this, and this came up and this and that, but just the underlying respect for a great man who passed, at least, a great man on 4chan. I mean, people argue about his merits and stuff, but I always regarded him as a wonderful, wonderful influence on my understanding of Shakespeare. I don't agree with everything he wrote. He was amazingly off on his analysis of Henry IV, I think, in some ways, with the character of Falstaff. But, well, I'm not going to get into that. I could talk for about half an hour, 45 minutes about Harold Bloom's interpretation of the Falstaffian character and Prince Hal. He hated Prince Hal. He really thought he was the wicked villain of that piece. For him, Sir John Falstaff was the great hero. He really thought that Hal's betrayal of Falstaff at Henry IV and in Henry V was like, oh, he was very upset about that. This was a man who could get really upset about Shakespeare characters. There aren't too many people like that. They cut him to the quick that like Prince Hal would act that way. It's a play. It was written hundreds of years ago.
That's why I like doing the Baconian stuff, is because like you start seeing like there were a lot of people who were obsessed in that stuff. Like there's it's cool to go through and look at the Bacon conspiracy and all that stuff, you know what I mean? And I do personally believe that Shakespeare was just a pen name. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not like going to take it to the extremes that these guys did. Like they were hardcore, you know what I mean? they didn't play around when they debated over Shakespeare. They were out for blood. It might have been
Well,
oh, go ahead.
you've got your Baconians, you've got the Stratfordians, the people that believe that the Stratford moneylender and small-time actor was the author. You've got the Marlovians, the people that think that Marlowe was the author. There are a lot of theories. I personally think Bacon makes a lot of sense. Obviously, and I always caveat, we don't know. I make no pretense of saying yes, Bacon wrote this, or Essex wrote that, or whatever. Some people think Queen Elizabeth wrote the plays. I've heard that theory. You can. We know so little. So many records were lost, especially in the Great Fire, where apparently they were storing huge amounts of government records in a big canvas tent, a painted canvas tent that had been up for like 10 years or something. They just kept putting documents there. So so little information survives. But Bacon makes a lot of sense simply because of the depth of his learning from other comments made by people at the time, by certain dates and so forth. But I don't think we'll really ever know for sure who the author of the plays was, or indeed, I tend toward the idea that it was a committee, and we've talked about this before, that it was a group of good pens. I mean, even mainstream Stratfordian scholars will say, well, this play, for example, this looks like it was written by Middleton, and this part would look like it was written by Johnson, and Shakespeare wrote this, so it's not that far a leap to say that many, if not most, of the other plays were collaborative. And we do know that Bacon and Johnson worked very closely together, and Bacon himself talked about having a stable of good pens that were working for him all the time. And Johnson supervised. And of course, that's how I brought up before Dumas Père, Alexandre Dumas, when he wrote the Three Musketeers and all of the sequels. I mean, I read those, they're amazing, but they're like hundreds of chapters. They're huge books. He had like 7 writers. He did the outline, gave them each a chapter outline, then he'd take it, edit it, rewrite it, and boom, he could crank out these things. It's not a new idea, and certainly it does not reduce his responsibility. I mean, as somebody said, Dumas, without those other writers, could have produced the work. Those other writers without Dumas did not produce the work. So obviously, I don't think it makes Dumas any less the actual author of the books. So, but yeah, it's an interesting question, and you can, like you say, Raj, you can go a little overboard, I think, because it's one thing to say, all right, Bacon might have written this, and we've got this reference in another letter, and we've got this similarity of handwriting, Then they start getting into the cryptographic ideas.
Yeah.
Like if you take the first 3 letters of each of this, and this letter is printed slightly larger, and look at this front piece, and if we trace them this way in this weird angle related to Freemasonry, look, it spells out Francis Bacon, which is very close to Francis Bacon.
Like, remember when we covered the Shakespeare cipher, where that guy had the cipher?
That's a drum with all the machine that he built. Yeah, you get fascinated with this stuff.
He literally bankrupted himself trying to find the hidden freaking what was it, the manuscripts, the Shakespearean manuscripts that disappeared, and they were.
Imagine if he had the internet. Just a Commodore 64, just like I watched that video, Mark, one of the videos you posted. I'm getting through them, but the one about like the supercomputer, how Cray was developing this stuff. And it's like, just give this guy one of those, and he really could have taken off with Shakespeare.
Well, he ended up trying to dig freaking under the Thames. He swore up and down like the manuscripts were hidden under the Thames River. I mean.
Oh, yeah. There's people that think they were on Oak Island, the so-called money pit. Yeah, supposedly that's where the Freemasons hid the manuscripts, or the Rosicrucians or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, you heard about the one about the Queen, and they suspected her of actually being Bacon's mother, even.
Oh yeah. Like, well, yeah, that's obviously Robert Devereux was the father. Her sweet Robbie. For Sweet Robin, and oh yeah, certainly there's all kinds of evidence for that. And it's quite possible. If you read the Spanish diplomatic records of the time. Foreign ambassadors in London talked about the Queen being secretly married, about this Queen being pregnant or having children. This is usually dismissed as like, well, this is just Catholic propaganda, or they're just, whatever bad gossip they could find, they would repeat, kind of deal. It would not be impossible that Bacon was related to Elizabeth or wasn't. There are some odd things about the way his birth was recorded as well. He was the only child of his house to be called in, the birth. They'd have like Anthony Bacon was his brother and this and that. And when he was born, it was Mr. Francis Bacon.
Oh,
it's kind of odd.
Yeah. Well, his death was even weird. And then like I started doing research into Shakespeare, and his death was really weird as well.
Same day as Cervantes, isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Well, it's like the whole thing with his family too. Like they had to come up with ways of justifying why his daughter didn't get the inheritance and why, stuff like that. And it was like they tried to say that she had married a guy who was like homosexual, and he was arrested for bigotry. And
wow.
And
Okay.
And Shakespeare disowned her and her husband because of that.
They have records of any of that?
Yeah, it's actually documented about him and his daughter, and then it said that the only thing he gave his wife was for her inheritance was the wedding bed.
Oh, the second best bed. Yeah, that was very famous. He didn't think much of his wife, apparently.
Yeah.
He I don't know. I haven't looked into any of this in a long time, but I know that the records that we have of the Stratford man, basically shows a, middle class money lending wool merchant. His father used to was basically a speculator in wool, which was of course highly illegal. But they did it anyway. And there was one point where the wool market collapsed. I think it had something to do with the 80 Years' War, or there was some kind of an embargo or something happened. And his dad lost a lot of money, I know. But I'm getting my other electronics are making beeping noises at me. Okay. There's so many electronics now.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that about his daughter's his son-in-law, but I do know that one of the things I found very striking about him was that his parents were illiterate and his children were illiterate.
Yeah.
Now, when we say illiterate, we have to be careful. People forget that reading and writing were taught as two different skills.
Mm-hmm.
So, they go on about Charlemagne not being able to being illiterate, not being able to read and write. He could read to a point. I mean, he's a king. He's got to know how to figure out some Latin, but he doesn't have the skill of penmanship.
Right.
That was a completely different thing. But that being said, I know of no English writer or poet whose not only parents were illiterate, but who allowed all of his children to never learn how to write, which seems very odd. Hello, Tan.
Hey, Tan.
Hello, gentlemen.
We are here and ready, man.
How's everybody doing?
We are doing. So,
just finishing off some work.
You're finishing off some work. You got.
Yeah.
That reminded me. How are you doing today, Otto? Because I know you were doing pretty bad with your health and stuff. Are you doing?
Oh, I've had a lot. I feel a lot better physically. I was very sick for a while, and really, really bad. I think it was a sinus infection. I was in a lot of pain, a lot of nausea, dizziness, and stuff. I think I was running a bit of a fever, but I'm feeling much better today.
Okay.
My poor mom is sick too, though, which is a problem. So I was finally well enough to go see her in the nursing home yesterday. She's been diagnosed with COVID, and she's not well.
Oh man.
So I talked to her today. I'm going to try to go see her in the next day or two again, just to keep up with her. And I am working at my dog sitting job. I have a dog not far from me, and the dog's owner is in fact going to be showing up this evening. So when we do the quantum gathering, I'll have to we're going to do the quantum gathering, and we're not going to. I can't sit up until 1 a.m. after we do
That's
it.
perfectly fine.
But I should be able to do that. That shouldn't be a problem. So
That should be fine anyhow, because it's like, I mean, everybody's getting sick. I think the only 2 people who hasn't, or 3 people, is me, Tan, and Mark. I think Tan, you didn't get sick, did you, Tan?
Not recently. Fingers crossed, knock on wood.
Yeah.
really,
What, did Otto get some sort of a flu infection? Or?
I think that's what it might have been. It was all in my head, though, mostly. Fortunately, it didn't go down into my lungs. But I was calling it a sinus infection, and I think there was. I was feeling feverish. I never bothered to take my temperature because I'm going to be sick no matter what. But yeah, I'm feeling much better now, though. Thanks.
So I'm gonna step away real quick. I gotta go use the bathroom and get me some coffee, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Just have a little bit of tea.
How are you doing, Mark? Edworthy, how's your neck of the woods?
Depends on which area of my neck of the wood you're talking about, but
Wherever you are right now.
Personally, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Okay. Busy with work?
Huh?
You're busy with work?
I have been actually. Last couple of days. Yeah.
What do you do? If you don't mind my asking.
With a lot of technical support mainly. Network deployment, but mainly tech support.
I thought maybe you were just a prominent clubman. You're in your club now, the Babbage.
Yeah.
I'm at the Babbage, the senior Babbage Club.
And spend hours and hours and hours on these streams. that seems to be more of a work sort of task than anything else at the moment.
It's making you known in certain circles.
They're all good circles. I
hope. Well, you guys have not have other streams on other days. All your streams are now on today, aren't they?
Yeah, with the exception of the fixins, that's on Wednesdays.
Oh, right.
That's the only one. But I didn't even make it last month. I was saying to Roger, I had a lot of stuff I needed to do, and then I said on MS Teams that I can join you tonight, but half an hour before we started, and Roger said that I really was going to go to bed, but I wasn't. I was going to do some. I was in the middle of some task, but as soon as he said that, I thought, "Damn it, I'm going to get some sleep," and this can all wait till this morning.
What time was that in your local time? Like 2 a.m.?
I think that was about the stream starts at 2.
Okay.
My time. So
2 a.m. your time?
All
right.
Yeah, we saw half one mentioned it, I think. Give or take.
Oh, I disappeared there for a minute.
Yeah. I don't know if Will just mentioned this yet, but you remember Vicky, the Catholic that's on Vixens?
Oh, I don't remember. Okay, what about her?
Called a nice woman or something. Come back on. He's suggested to bring Vicky in onto your Book of Enoch thing.
Oh, That would be
Because-
great. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because
don't know when we're gonna get back to it, but
Yeah. because
But
she's
yeah,
very orthodox.
that'll be cool.
Well, yeah, I suppose Orthodox Catholic as well. So
So is she Orthodox or Catholic?
well, she's highly Catholic, so I'm not sure I
Okay.
can call her. I'm not sure she would call herself as Orthodox or not, but
Oh, I see. Okay. So Catholic, but maybe an Orthodox Catholic. Orthodox, when you say Orthodox, I was thinking of church. Yeah, but okay. All right.
Ah, just had a message from V. Yes, after my health. That was very thoughtful of him.
Is he coming on, or is he waiting for the
I
next
don't
show?
know. I don't know.
I was in the middle of rolling my cigarette, so the Vicky is an Orthodox Protestant, but she
He's an Orthodox Catholic.
would she call herself?
Yeah,
Would she call
Orthodox
herself Orthodox?
Protestant?
yeah, she's
Orthodox Protestant?
not
No, she's Orthodox. So from the Orthodox Church.
yes,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
Orthodox, yeah. So that I mean, but the thing of it is like she's really devout Christian. You know what I'm saying? And I think
I think the Orthodox are the closest to the Catholic Church
yeah.
in all of Christendom.
And she really loves talking about the Book of Enoch too. Like
she does.
Yeah, she loves talking about it. So
she must know a lot about it. So yeah, bring her on.
she said that she has to do some stuff because she's been sick here lately, and
No, not today. We're not doing Book of Enoch today.
but like later on, she'd be willing to. She just has to let her head clear because of the medication she's been on. She's really, I think you two would get along a lot. Like because it's hard trying to find people that compare with you on stuff like this. You know what I mean? And like for me,
Because I'm a weirdo.
No, I'm a weirdo is what it is. Like me and V shouldn't be on shows where you're trying to be serious. Okay, just putting it out there. It's true. Now Otto and Vicky, yeah, that'd be cool because they're more responsible. They think before they talk. Me and V cause trouble. And Mr. Robot, my suggestion, he's the same as me and V. So I would. That's just
okay. So definitely not today. I don't have anything further to prepare. I need to do some more homework on it before we can get back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's V now.
Yeah. You made it. Yeah.
Couldn't
stay away.
Couldn't wait for me, huh? Couldn't let me know.
You heard us mouthing him on the stream.
Yeah, he was. He's like sitting there, just like he needs to be tagging me and stuff. Well, you know, I forget sometimes, man. It's cold outside. Leave me alone.
Maybe it's cold outside.
Yeah.
I forgot to feed the dog last night. It was cold outside.
I will be.
Wow.
I'll be right
I
back.
didn't wash the car. It's cold outside.
I'm gonna go and smoke my cigarette, and I will be right back. I just wanted to step in and because I knew you guys were I'm sitting here rolling my cigarette while you guys were talking about that with the Book of Enoch thing, and I figured I'd help Mark out with that because it's actually a good idea too. I agree with
it
it.
is. Yeah. So we got So okay.
So 10.
So we'll announce when we're gonna do it, and then you guys can plan to join.
That would be cool.
It will not be in one of these roundtable. It'll be like a separate thing.
Right.
on its own. Yeah.
Actually, Otto, wouldn't this be a good fit for your pilot then?
For my pilot?
Whatever
Yeah,
that is.
your
Yeah.
pilot, automatic pilot then.
Oh, automatic pilot. Actually, it would. It would. That might be a really good
Yeah.
subject if Don wanted to do that
Sure.
on the automatic pilot show. We've been doing that Tuesdays around 9 o'clock Eastern time here.
Tuesday, 9 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, on Tuesdays. Yeah.
That could work. What did Roger want to do it on? Which of his stream did he want to do it?
I don't think there's out of that, I suppose you could do in content gathering, but I can't see any other stream.
Well, I'm
that is-
available other evenings too. I mean, we can record the show any day, as far as that goes.
No, Tuesday and Thursdays are great for me.
Good. Yeah, those times have kind of become times that I use a lot. So I'm just rearranging. If you hear weird noises, I'm rearranging my electronics. I just came in from outside where I enjoyed a nice pipe of Kendall Dark, wonderful tobacco from Kendall. Sit in here and do my dog sitting job of sitting on the couch with a dog, which in many ways is the ideal job for me. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good boy. Righty. So Tan, did you hear that they're working on the beatification of G.K. Chesterton?
Beatification. Yeah. I think I might have heard about it. Yeah.
That's interesting. The idea of a cigar smoking, beer drinking saint.
No, I think. Have you heard of any miracle that was attributed to him?
Not offhand.
Okay.
I've been waiting to hear one. I know that some people are looking into it. Have you heard anything?
No. But I can imagine, him being proposed for sainthood because he's done a lot of good work for the church. Like,
yeah, but he's also a bit controversial figure, isn't he? Because of things like the man that is Thursday and
the
things
writing,
like that.
all of his writings,
Really pushes
orthodoxy.
terrorism.
Well, I think if he was going to have any miracles, it would probably have to do with conversions.
Yeah.
You know, I always say if he was around now, he would get me to mass. I would go to mass with him. I would hang out with him. I remember when I was reading him, when I first started reading him, because I'd read a couple of things he'd written, and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And I started reading more and more, and then I forget which one of his books, and suddenly he was going to talk about pagans, and I'm like, oh, here comes evil pagans, this, that. And it's like, no, not at all. It's just, I'd rather talk with a robust pagan than a milquetoast Christian any day. And I'm like, all right, this man, he will listen to you as well as talk with you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it wouldn't be canonized. At least not at the present moment, because it would be considered to be politically sensitive.
Yeah. He made statements that are arguably anti-Semitic. I don't think so in the context of his time and in the context of his, just his writings in general. But certainly he was very celebrated in his time by the church and by people around him. I've never heard of anything that I would call moral turpitude or anything, that I think would disqualify him. for being declared a saint.
Stick your
But politically speaking, yeah, I could
Yeah.
see where there are.
also in the modern context, a sort of Jen said context. Yeah, what we might consider as being morally tame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course he has a lot of he has he's very popular with people that are traditionalists, I think, and that's a very, very strong element, I think. I mean, I don't know really what the politics of the church are these days, but I have noticed that there seems to be a disconnect between the laity who have more traditional instincts and the clergy, not all of whom, but many of whom have been taking this woke kind of approach to things. We have to update the church. We have to change the church. And it's like, all I see is they're getting rid of sin. And it's like, what good is a church without sin? Seriously. I forget who was saying. I think it was actually Alan Watts who said, he was a priest himself for a while before he left. And he said, the 7 deadly sins are celebrated now. The only thing they lecture you on is maybe a little sexual irregularity, but things like greed and sloth and envy, these are all very important to keep capitalist society along.
Updates in the church.
Which version of the church is this?
The Catholic.
Which update package is the
pagan church?
I was just going to say, me and Tan were having this brief discussion the other day about the Anglican Church, and if you see what's happened in the UK as far as the Anglican Church is concerned, including a new Archbishop, which is a woman, first time. Yeah, and all the wokery in relation to that.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, it's her attitude more than her herself. I mean, if they want to have women as priests and bishops and so forth, I guess that's their decision. I think that itself is questionable from just from the point of view of the traditions of the church, but just her whole attitude of, again, it comes back to where people want things that are supposed to represent timeless truths to change. And if you're just making everything change with everything else, it's like you're never going to find any rest. You're never going to find those certainties that people look to religion for. Now, you can argue whether those are true certainties or not, but I'm just saying any kind of religion is supposed to be giving you certainty. It's supposed to be giving you a grounding. So if you're just changing the grounding with whatever the TV is telling you that you should change it to, you're not a religion anymore. You're just another affinity group. It kind of loses its punch.
I look at it like this. So, like, for like during a period of my life where I had a period of my life where I just didn't update my computers. I was too paranoid. It's like, no, they're just uploading crap to my systems, making more vulnerable. But as time went by, I find I could do less and less things and less social things because my computer's not updated.
Right.
And I kind of see religion like that as well.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of hip and new and the modern way of looking at things, but the truth of the matter is that's not how religion works. I go the opposite direction. I think people need to stop trying to relate what these texts are saying to today's modern hip world. The texts were written according to that time period and for specific reasons. You know what I mean? And it's not our place to try to relate to what these texts are saying, because they're just straight out saying exactly what they mean. Like, women don't belong as head of the church because they should be subservient to the man.
Well,
That's
it's a little more complicated. I think, we have this. I've noticed this a lot when they say, well, I was watching a thing where it's like, men got to do this and this, and women only got to do this and this, and they were oppressed. But I think in traditional societies, it was simply that different work was assigned to different genders. there were different gender roles, and the church comes out of a very, very old tradition where men do certain things, women have some responsibilities, men have some responsibilities. And in the old days, every single member of the family was contributing. It was tough to just live. Everybody had to work all day. So this whole idea of oppression was like they were being oppressed by hunger and disease and war. That's who they saw as the oppressors. So when women were not made into priests, well, I don't think anyone even thought about that, women or men. It wasn't a field that, there are religions where you had priestesses and stuff, but this isn't the milieu that Christianity was coming out of.
Right. But in Christianity, God does not talk to women.
Well, I know a lot of men that would love to be able to get away with that. When you're God, you don't have to talk to the women.
Well, I'm sure
he talked to Eve.
What about Mary? It's like
I was going to say the
mother of Jesus, but
I think that the angelic visitation is in a sense the word of God. I know the tradition of Metroton is the voice of God.
But right at the beginning, at the fall, God talked directly to Eve.
Yeah.
So
he said, "You should be ashamed of yourself, woman."
Did he not talk to Adam, and Adam was supposed to convey the message to Eve?
Well, no. Adam was hiding
when God talked to Adam.
Adam was hiding behind the tree in shame.
Adam was a wuss. Adam was there when the snake tempted him, and Adam and Eve was there when God talked to Adam. But then, he talked to him
and he tried to throw the blame. It's her fault.
Yeah, that's exactly.
They all started blaming each other.
Yeah, you're right. I knew it was wrong, and even though she gave it to me, I should have been strong, but it was my bad.
That was a good rhyme. You just rhymed that, dude. That was cool as heck.
I break into rhymes sometimes. I think it's my
auto rhymes.
Well, I have Irish genetic background, and I've got Penobscot genetic background, and both peoples are known for singing a lot and making up songs and poems and stuff as they work. So maybe it's a genetic predisposition to poetry.
That are using magic, doing your druid ways.
That could be for all to see. Aha, Mark returns. Best dressed man in the group.
Don't make me put you on my albums now. I'll do it. I'm a lyricist. I write music. I'm with dojohiphop.com.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, music label. So
nice.
I have not created. I have not recorded anything. I've got like 13 albums written down, but I haven't recorded anything yet.
I wrote a musical comedy play once, but I never produced it. I wrote the first scene or the first act, and then I wrote like a script treatment for the rest of it. It was a musical comedy play about Aleister Crowley.
See, no, that's cool. That would be cool right there. That because like we've had conversations about that stuff. That's actually pretty good stuff to.
Well, after I wrote it, I looked at the first act and I said, no one's going to get this. There's like 10 people I know in the whole planet that would actually get my jokes about it, because it was all like very arcane, weird little references to like his life and things. And, he founded the neo-Masonic group called the OTO, the Ordo Templi Orientis.
Yep.
And their whole thing was they would do like Arabian Nights stuff. They dress up in like keffiyehs and burnouses and stuff and pretend to be, it was just like their little way they play dress up and for their ceremonies. So I had in the opening, because Crowley was always going on about him being the star in the West and all this sort of thing. So when he was born, we had three guys robed a la the three wise magi, the three wise men, and they broke into a song, "We three kings of OTOR, following our lovely star." These are all like references to Lamech religious ideas that it was pretty bad. But if I ever find it, I'll post it. I don't know what happened to it. This is like probably about 25 years ago I wrote this. 4 years ago.
Nothing bad about that. That actually sounds pretty interesting, to be honest. I mean,
I want an AI debate between Edgar Allan Poe and Aleister Crowley. That would be awesome.
I don't know. Poe was a whole different. That's like apples and oranges. He was a brilliant writer.
Yeah.
He was like a really brilliant writer. You know, he invented Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
All the Sherlock Holmes stories are basically pastiches of Poe's like Murder in the Rue Morgue with Lecoq. That was the guy's name, the detective he invented. Everything's there. The eccentric bohemian detective, his bumbling friend who chronicles everything. The logic, the calculation, especially the bohemianism, the eccentricities. They're all there. And I mean, to be fair, Arthur Conan Doyle would be the first to admit it. He did say that he took a lot from that. But yeah, Poe was brilliant.
Well, it's like I said too. He was probably one of the first punk rockers.
Oh yeah, didn't I say he would be emo?
No, emo's cool. Don't get me wrong. He probably would have enjoyed that, but his writing was just straight punk rock, dude. Like
he was screamo.
Well, writers back then were like rock stars, man. Books were important. People didn't go to the movies or binge watch TV shows. So when your favorite author showed up, I mean, when Charles Dickens would go on tour, people would stay out overnight in line so that they could get a seat. Just like they do with rock and roll bands today.
Oh, really?
He would have standing room only. Yeah. He did these amazing tours. He was in poor health too, but he managed to get by. They had laudanum back then. And he'd do his laudanum and keep going with the pace of the shows. He even had a special reading desk that he designed for himself, like a little combination lectern and table and stuff that he used specifically to talk.
Man, you're talking about Bruce Dickinson, right?
Charles Dickens.
He's
a well-known Dutch author. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Charles Dickens.
I had to do it. I mean,
I know.
I had to do it. Man.
I know somebody that would have battled you to the death and swore up and down it was Bruce Dickinson.
Charles Dickinson, Bruce Dickinson, apples and oranges. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Yeah.
And like the Christmas Carol, people don't really put that into perspective. The Christmas Carol wasn't like this holly jolly Christmas thing. Back in those days, it was a scary freaking show. Like people were terrified by that show.
It's a dark story, yeah.
It was funny though too. It was really kind of a comedy in a lot of ways.
Well, people were wussies back then.
If you read A Christmas Carol, it's interesting because every spirit he met turns into a hallucination. He sees the one spirit and it looks like a candle and he puts the candle snuffer on top of him and the next thing you know, he's just looking at his candle on his night table.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most iconic one, at least for me, especially in my childhood, was Scrooged.
Oh, with Bill
Murray.
Yeah, I remember that. That was actually pretty funny.
the whole Grim Reaper thing, that was awesome.
For me, it was the Alistair Sim Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
That's what I grew up with.
I don't think I'm familiar.
Oh, you should watch it if you get a chance. I'm sure it's on the Internet Archive or YouTube or something, or both.
I out of all of the ones I think that I like was the Scrooge, the one that was just called Scrooge. It had at the end of it, he ended up getting into that whole song and dance at the end, and
Okay. Yeah. Of the what's the British actor actor as the corporal in Zulu?
Oh, not Michael Caine.
Yeah, Michael Caine.
Michael Caine.
Yeah.
That I love that one right there, and I know it wasn't according to the original script in a lot of ways, but it was good. I mean, I like the idea that he brought a huge turkey to freaking what's his name?
Bob Cratchit.
Bob Cratchit's house.
Would it be turkey? Not that. Actually, the book states
goose.
Goose. Yeah.
That was the more traditional.
Yeah, goose.
We do eat turkey here for Christmas. in the States
Well,
sometimes.
if you listen to Mike, he will say that it's bad luck to eat turkey. But you know what? I love turkey, dude.
Why is it bad luck to eat turkey?
I-
Maybe
I
bad
don't
luck for the
know.
turkey. But
That's why I had to switch. That's why I had to switch it over to a demonic pig, because it was originally supposed to be a demonic turkey,
ah,
but then
Legion.
I think a demonic pig works better actually.
Yeah.
It seems
Yeah.
like Celtic mythology and stuff.
Well, Legion.
I like the
When
pig.
Yeah.
Christ put all 1,000 demons inside the pigs and then
Well,
ran off the
see,
cliff.
I couldn't mention all that, but that was okay because, like, the Bible that I did for Two Blades, it sets rules up for me to where I can't freaking do certain things. And because of that, it's sending me off into like this weird freaking direction. And like I don't even know what the heck's gonna happen. I put the story in and freaking the story tells itself, and next thing you know, it's coming out with this crazy stuff that I just it's cool, but it's just not something that I would have even thought of. You know.
Right.
I think that's actually kind of cool. Like the whole thing with I wanted to do like the swine where freaking Legion went into the swine and down into the water.
Mm-hmm.
But since I put the rule in that we can't have religion and all that stuff incorporated into it, it translates it into a science fiction kind of fiction kind of version of it with
yeah, you don't want to get too specific. You want to have just a general mythic kind of a feel to it.
Mm-hmm. And
so I think they can relate to more things in the person's experience listening to it that way.
Yeah.
It's a very powerful image.
I thought that was really weird how that worked out, like that pig, and then I had to have the one that we did recently. It was what was the harrowed field, where the pig actually was the field. It was a possessed field, and it reincarnated from a field into a pig. And that's where the pig came from. And this goes all the way back to what do they call that again? Pangea.
Yeah.
So it was a harrowed field during the time of Pangea. And that's where the whole coffee bean thing comes from.
I was just thinking on the grounds of Terry Pratchett. He wrote a lot of things that were related to religions and religious sects, but he never actually, he's always fictionalized on, or they always sort of describe them as
Hey, Roger.
Oh.
Well, how about this for a storyline? It's sort of like a demonic strikes web. You got like the spider that's doing like these archaic ruins in his webs, and the farmers think as the pig's doing it, and so they're abusing the pig every time there's some demonic thing woven into the web. And then something else can happen after that. I don't know. You have to do something with that.
Well, it's like I said, if you guys have ideas that you want to put into the thing, just send it my way, and I'll freaking incorporate it into the Two Blade stuff, because it's like I did Mark Witashik's, and it sent me down a direction I didn't even know they had a freaking cult following for coffee, dude.
Oh, coffee, I believe it.
Yeah, I pray to my big grind every morning.
No, dude, they have secret societies. They have secret societies that were centered around coffee beans. Otto was talking to me about Aleister Crowley writing about freaking coffee.
The coffee prayer. Yeah, I posted that one.
Yeah.
Coffee, yes.
You know. And then I found out there was like a coffee baron that owned a mansion in Spain that was it had a tower and then it had a whole bunch of like esoteric freaking symbols just inscribed all over the walls of this castle. And he was a coffee baron, and they actually had a coffee exchange in Colombia that's now a museum. And it all centered around coffee beans.
Well, if you like that, I got a song I'm gonna send to you later. Then it's called "Folgers in Your Cup."
Ah,
You're gonna love it.
He's gonna send me.
I found the coffee prayer here. It says, "O coffee, by the mighty name of power do I invoke thee, consecrating thee to the service of the magic of light. Let the pulsations of my heart be strong and regular and slow. Let my brain be wakeful and active in its supreme task of self-control, that my desired end may be effected through thy strength, Adonai, unto whom be the glory forever. Amen without lie, and amen of amen." Yeah, he took it seriously.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy. We better
You know,
watch.
I was thinking of something Mark was saying about Terry Pratchett using, you know, he talked about religious ideas, but he would come up with these fictional religions, which is, you know, that's a pretty respectable way for an author to talk about things. But one thing that struck me about that was he pointed out things. One of the things he talked about with these priests of these religions, you know, based on the European pagan religions, is you had them wearing like big rubber overalls and galoshes and gloves, because the priests were basically butchers in the classical world. I mean, we think of a priest as somebody that is, you know, a guardian of divine wisdom, someone that you might go to for, like, you know, help and advice with spiritual matters. But they were basically, you know, it was formulaic. You chop up the animal for the gods, you give the gods the thigh bones rolled in fat, and you distribute the meat to the rest of the community. And as I've often pointed out, a sacrifice back then meant a barbecue and a redistribution of wealth. For people very often who would not otherwise have a chance to have that kind of protein in their lives. So it wasn't a sophisticated view of religion, I think, that we tend to have now. And this is something that, getting back to G.K. Chesterton, pointed out was one of the things that led people to change their religion. They were looking for different answers. And that's why, you know, in the late imperial period, people were looking to the mystery religions, Mithraism, the Isaiac mysteries, by which, of course, I mean the goddess Isis, not the prophet Isaiah, and so forth and so on. So,
May
yeah,
I
but
ask which
points
show
that
are we
out.
doing right now?
I thought we were going to do the Book of Enoch, but I think it's just a general
Are we just
catch-all.
riffing?
Yeah, we're postponing the Book of Enoch because we want a more intellectual crowd to be here. That is,
Yeah, yeah. You're going to lose some
Okay.
of the riffraff and just have a few that are more intelligent.
you know what I
Okay.
mean. We gotta be careful about the people we invite to such a high
Because I want to talk about angel rape.
No,
You know, angel rape
Yeah,
is
exactly.
awesome.
That was we had that in mind, actually.
No, shit.
Be involved in this.
See, that's the reason. That right there is what I'm talking about.
That's a separate show, I think.
You know, I mean, that's this. I mean, Tan's just not gonna put up with that shit.
I mean, you know, the
he's
angels
talking
in the
about
movies, they're smooth down there like Ken dolls, but
he's talking
they were
about like
apparently packing some heat.
he's talking about like trying to set a professional freaking presentation up and talk about it and everything, and you're wanting to talk about angel rape and shit. You know what I mean? My God.
That could be the name of your band, B.
Angel rape? Oh, man, that's
You
awesome.
just see it now. You get up on stage. We are angel rape.
Well, the messed up part is he knows a dude by the name of Angel too. So freaking
Oh
Yeah, that's
God, that
that's a name.
gives it a whole different connotation.
yeah. I think he'd be getting a real quick
Angela and
message.
his brother Jesus want to talk to you, man. They're not
There
happy
you
with you, man.
He is Cuban too, by the way. That's the bad part. Oh my
Wow.
goodness. But yeah, we we're gonna postpone that because Tan said he was wanting to do some more research into it and everything, and I'm gonna see if Vicky will come in and be a part of it too. And Vicky really enjoys doing the whole thing about the Book of Enoch, but she's real shy. You know what I mean? So.
Is she?
Well, yeah, she's a lot shyer than what we are.
Maybe.
Well,
It's not difficult to do.
And Tan probably doesn't want to have nothing to do with us now after this conversation. Yeah, I noticed he dropped the freaking video.
I'm back. Wait, but I missed what you were saying. Why would I not want to have anything to do with you guys?
You didn't hear this?
You missed the angel rape part.
Yeah, in
the Book of Enoch.
No.
We were talking about having a high-level discussion of the Book of Enoch taken very seriously, and we weren't doing it right now because we wanted to make sure that the right people who would address this in a serious way would participate.
Yeah.
Of course, me immediately brings up angel rape, and I'm like, yes, exactly. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, see,
limiting the discussion on certain.
It's like, God, man. Can't take him anywhere. I mean, seriously.
That seems to be the most talked about part of the book, even though it's.
See, it's topical.
There's a lot more in that book than just that little thing.
Yeah.
Well, see, if you really want to get into the bad stuff when it comes to a lot of that stuff, you should read about freaking Eve, okay? And in the Gnostics' take on Eve, like Eve isn't actually the first version of Eve. The first version of Eve was actually raped by the freaking fallen angels.
They had some wild ideas. I don't know where they got some of this stuff from.
It gets really, really rancid. Is all I'm saying. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of the rape of Eve before, but it's.
Oh yeah, Gnostic tradition. Yeah, Eve got raped by the archons who wanted to know her,
right?
And that's why you have people. So she had children by the archons and by Adam. Those who had children she had by Adam all have souls, have sparks. Those who were born of the archons still looked human. They weren't Nephilim, but they have no souls.
Soulless.
Yeah, in Gnosticism. Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually that's text. I mean, it's like the Book of Enoch is like an introductory into a freaking world that's a lot more crazy. It gets really, really insane. Like they have a book of what was it? Adam, I think it is. The Book of Adam.
Yeah, there are all kinds of books. It's I think it seems really odd and weird to us because I think a lot of these writings, and I'm no expert on this, but they represent part of a continuum of folklore traditions and religious traditions that they were, I think, trying to syncretize into the new faith. They were thinking in terms of the new faith, and so they were reframing their ideas in terms of that faith. And a lot of these tales have to do with explaining what we see around us. And there's a very old tradition in a lot of cultures that some people are descendant of the gods or descendant of spirits, or have some, or like the ancient Greeks had heroes. The heroes were like, they weren't gods or demigods, but they were more than human. And heroes were scary. They weren't really, I forget the exact town, but there was a town where this big, strong guy just went crazy and he pulled down a pillar of a school. These kids died and he ran off the edge of a cliff. And the people were like, what the hell? And they said the solution, they said to the oracle, how do we cleanse our town of this blood and this and that? They were really big on like blood guilt. And they said, build a temple and sacrifice to that guy that ran amok, with heroic sacrifices. In other words, a hero was sometimes this out of control, overpowering thing that could harm his friends as much as his enemies. Hercules, Heracles in his madness killed his wife and children.
Mhm.
So cultures tried to explain why you had some people that seemed different from others. They were often larger. The Norse had the berserkers, who were very famously the guys that fought without armor and just went completely insane in battle. But if you read the sagas, these are generally great big guys that were big bullies, very violent people who were bad neighbors and who very often committed homicides, not just like going off and killing in war, but killing their neighbors and stuff like that. So with a lot of,
I guess they didn't have any fences.
they would use things like streams and fences. They tear them down.
Yeah.
They say a good fence makes a good neighbor.
Yeah. If they respect the fence.
Well, they took pride in their walls too. You see, and that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize about ancient history. Like when it came to like city worship, people honestly, that's what the Babylonians that they loved their cities more than they loved anything else. It showed the grandeur of the human, you know what I mean, human beings, and they took pride into their cities and the walls that they built around them. So during the time of the ancient times, it was ceremonial whenever you ransacked a city and you brought their walls down. You know what I mean? When you raised their walls, that was symbolic.
Yeah. The walls defined a place. The Romans had something they called terminus est. This is the line. They're very big on borderline conditions. And of course, I was talking the other day about the Romans every year would have, or I think it was like every year, every 4 years, they would do a sacrifice to rededicate the walls of Rome, where literally hundreds of cattle, thousands of sheep and goats and stuff were killed. The whole city feasted for days, but it was also seen as very important to reconsecrate the walls, the boundaries. That separated us from them, the chaos from order, wilderness from society.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, we're all like, oh man, wilderness, that's so cool. Not back then. Wilderness meant you starved, froze to death, or were eaten by wolves. You did not want to be in the wilderness. You wanted order. It's very, very nice to have order in life.
And see, that's why the walls of Jericho was very important in the Bible too, is because that's what that was a representation of. It was the fall of the walls of Jericho and the symbolism of how they walked around the wall and they played their trumpets. Yeah.
Yes, circumambulation, going around, that was a way of encircling. You're making a wall around their walls. You're conquering their wall.
Mm-hmm.
In a sense.
For some reason, I can only picture Jason Biggs from American Pie dancing around, tooting on his horn.
There you go. So I was thinking of a story about a guy about fences making good neighbors. And there was this was like from the sagas, I forget which one, but there was this guy who was a berserker. He was an idiot. He was a real asshole. He was always like pestering his neighbors, and he would go and he would like steal cattle or use other people's grazing land, and people would try to get him to stop, and he would fight with them. So he was constantly being taken to court, constantly. Nobody would say nice. He was always being dragged in. And he had a neighbor, and he was always, pestering his neighbor, using his grazing lands, maybe like grabbing one of his cows. So the neighbor went to him and said, look, nobody likes you. You have no friends because you're a really bad neighbor. Why don't you be a good neighbor to me? And then the next time you have to go to court, which will probably be soon, I will stand up and speak on your side. And the berserker said, okay, that sounds good. And so he never molested that one neighbor. They were always on very good terms. And whenever this guy was called to court, as he was every year, this guy would stand up for him and say, hey, he's a good neighbor to me. And he could say that honestly, and it got the guy out of a lot of trouble. Well, the guy was getting old and he was dying, and he said to his wife, look, you better sell this land the minute I die, because I'm not going to be here anymore. And this guy's going to become a really bad neighbor again. And our only son is a useless coal biter. And their son was what they called a coal biter. Coal biter was a guy that he just wanted to sit near the fire all winter and all summer. He didn't want to go out and do anything. He didn't go out and fight. He didn't take part in anything. He was just this kid. and he was kind of like the kid today that's 40 years old and just wants to play video games in the basement. And
hey, that's not nice talking about me like that.
Hey, well, when he gets better, so this kid's kind of autistic. So anyway, so the
So
dad
am I.
dies, and immediately the neighbor starts being an asshole, and he starts grabbing stuff. So the woman sends one of her hired hands over to get the cows back. Well, the berserker just kills him dead. He can do that. He's a bondsman without much, but really he should like pay up. So finally, the mother goes to the kid and says, "You know what? I wish I'd had a daughter. I could have married her to a man, and I'd have a man around here." I just slapped him. Well, the guy suddenly woke up, and this was a real autistic guy. He didn't behave like Norsemen are supposed to. He just went over to talk to the guy. Didn't bring a weapon or anything. Just went over and said, "I want you to, I want you to give us our stuff back." He's like, "Nah, it's mine now." He says, "No, I don't want you to." No. So the kid just picks up a shovel and kills him. Just kills him dead, boom, right there. Walks back. And that was his mark from then on. And when he got home, they were like, "Wow, you're a dranger, you're a man, but you know what? You're an outlaw now too. You better get out of town and stuff." And that was his story. He'd go somewhere and he'd be like really quiet. Nobody would mess. And then they start making fun of him. And then he just come out of nowhere and just become this killing machine. It was funny because eventually he got outlawed, and he went and this was like, they didn't have movies. This was like their version of sitting and watching the Terminator. So he goes off and he builds a little wooden fort somewhere in this remote fjord, and his enemies finally track him down. They're going to attack him and kill him because he's killed all these guys. People are mad at him, and they're trying to burn his place down. And all of a sudden, water starts spurting out of the walls. They're like, "Oh, it's magic!" So they leave and they talk to this guy. Smart says, "You know what? Listen, I bet there's a spring behind his fort. Go and see if there's any pipes, cut them off. That's what's happening there." So they go, "Aha!" So they go back and they besiege him again. They try to set the place on fire. The water comes out, but they'd gone behind the fort. They found the water pipes and they cut them off. So suddenly it's like, "Ha, it's going to burn." So they're all dancing in front of the place burning. All of a sudden, and this is in the saga, the whole front wall of the hall drops to the ground, and a giant ship on wheels comes rolling out down the hill, knocks everybody over, goes off into the water, splash, and they start rowing, and he escapes. I've never heard of anything like that before. 20th century movies of something like that happen. And I just imagine all these Norse guys sitting around a fire like late at night, envisioning this giant ship burning, going through this fire and rolling people. I'd love to film it. I think it was their equivalent of an action film. Okay, I don't know why I started talking about that, but I'm done now.
Well, I didn't know you had such prejudices.
Well, you see the autistic guy, don't trust him. He suddenly grab a shovel and start,
You're totally describing me right now. I feel naked.
You need a shovel.
He probably is. He probably don't listen to him. He probably is naked.
That's fine.
Oh, that's the part you want to focus on. Not being a potential serial killer here in the future.
Roger, I got a little secret for you. Roger, underneath our clothes, we're all naked.
We're all naked.
I've been trying to be honorary with Naroki about Canada and about the cannibals that are there.
Jeez.
And
because it says Canada doesn't mean it's cannibals.
There he goes again.
The country came from.
Last
night,
I finally was able to pull up the goodies, dude. Like I found information of some of the cannibals that were in Canada, and I found out that a guy was a cannibal who ate another person on a Greyhound bus.
Oh my God!
Well, that's Greyhound. That could have been anyone. Any nationality would be a Greyhound.
No, okay. Keyword Greyhound. 2 keywords: Greyhound bus. Okay, like. If you're gonna eat a human, you would think that you would do it in some personal private area, but no.
Like a Trailways bus, yeah.
Was it a disused bus, or was it actually a bus that was taking people, ladies to?
Wait, are you talking about this Asian guy that just murdered somebody on a Greyhound bus?
He was eating
didn't
him.
Actually eat him.
I heard he was eating them.
Well, you would hear that. I mean,
What's his name?
His last name was Lee, L-I.
Yeah, no, he didn't eat him.
Yeah,
No,
I told you, Roger.
leaves
Just
don't eat
'cause it's
people.
Canada doesn't mean it's cannibals. It's just it's cannibals.
Conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it just, word is that he was eating them. But like,
Oh man, this was a news story. There's no way that somebody could just
Maybe he
make
stole a
up.
sandwich or something.
somebody type it up, Google it, and
Yeah,
see.
how was he eating? What, he was just sitting there with a pot of wine, some buffer beans.
Well, I mean, you got me. It's like how well, I wouldn't. It probably isn't cannibalism because
Tim
like
McLean, Tim McLean, Tim McLean, McLean,
yeah,
Tim McLean, Tim McLean was the guy that got killed
Oh, jeez.
by that Lee guy.
but they didn't. He didn't eat none of them. He just. I'm gonna have to apologize to Naroki, I guess. I'd be like,
Why you guys don't bother fact checking each other?
not on the red pill, dude. We don't do no fact checking on the red pill nation, dude, at all. It's like that's like that's like one of the most hardcore, softcore, freaking.
Okay, this is what I'm seeing here. I just asked the LLM. I said, "Are there more cannibals in Canada than other countries?" And it responded, "There is no evidence that Canada has more cannibals than other countries, while Canada has been associated with high-profile cases involving cannibalism." And here's the big one, such as Vince Lee, who murdered and partially consumed Timothy McLean on a Greyhound bus in 2008. These are isolated criminal acts, not widespread practices. Cannibalism in Canada is not a cultural norm.
I would disagree.
Yeah.
But it is.
AI is dumb.
But in legal terms, cannibalism itself is not explicitly illegal in Canada.
What?
However, the acts that typically precede it, murder, assault, or desecration of a body, are serious crimes. The absence of a specific law against eating human flesh does not imply acceptance. It reflects the fact that such acts are already covered under broader.
Which AI is this?
This
So
is
if the body is already
Brave.
chopped up,
So whatever
prior.
Brave uses.
Let's say somebody had an accident and they lost a arm. It's illegal to actually just pick up that arm and start munching on it.
I knew you were gonna go there the moment you said just lost your arm. Well, I mean, the thing of it is too, like you gotta freaking spread it out. You just can't freaking like eat your own freaking arm. You know what I mean? Like hand it over to your buddy and say, "Here, have a taste," or
Well, that was Terry Pratchett, where they were in the fortress so long that they had to resort to cannibalism. They all cut off a bit of it. It's like, well the guy's going, "Oh, it's like, well, we didn't eat our own. That would be weird."
Hey.
Eat each other's. It's like, no, you don't eat your own leg. You
Just
give your leg.
hand it to somebody else.
Yeah, just pass it around.
We were talking about that earlier. It's like that's bad taste to be eating your own foot or eating your own leg. Like
I think they each took a big hunk out of their butts or something. Passed it around in the story. I forget. I read all those
There you go.
books at one time, but I don't remember which was in which.
Yeah, get the most useless part of your body away first, right?
Well, remember we were having this conversation because
Eating some ass.
Tan seriously thinks it's a good idea to drive up to the Blue Mountains during a freaking snowstorm. As an Oriental dude in Canada, that is not a good idea.
I wouldn't want to drive anywhere in a snowstorm. I dislike snow more and more.
I've gone to worse places than Blue Mountain. I went up to Quebec City, right?
Mm-hmm.
Near the edge of where the native people live. So yeah, that's.
Well, tell us about it.
Look out for the Wendigo psychosis.
Well, that's that was the whole deal behind like the cannibal thing, because like people don't really understand like the Wendigo is probably the evilest of all of the entities, if you stop and think about it. Like, it's all about. I don't know of any other darker deity, I guess you could say, entity, whatever it would be. Like that's pure hunger.
Back to this Vince Lee guy. So the story was back in 2008. I didn't follow it to the end. I'm curious what.
This is what the AI on.
What did he say? What did they found out about him? He must have been like possessed.
Something.
No, I can tell you a scarier story than that when it comes to cannibalism, if you really want to hear about it. But like, there's a situation that happened where a guy actually volunteered to be eaten by another guy for money. And he
What?
yeah, and they
In Germany, yeah. Right?
How's he gonna spend the money?
Well, I don't know how the finishing part was to it, but the guy went to his house. They set it all up and negotiated it on the internet, and he went to his house, and I guess he poisoned himself so that he would die. And then after he was dead, the other guy was eating his freaking body.
Oh yeah, I'm reading this. He was barricaded on the bus until the RCMP grabbed him the next day.
Yeah, but then he's diagnosed with schizophrenia or something. But then what did they do with him after? So they put him in jail, but
I think he needs to go to an insane asylum for the rest of his life. Personally, I can't see him ever coming out. I would hope not, but
yeah.
So
here, it sounds like he basically took over the bus, displayed the severed head to horrified passengers.
He beheaded the poor guy, and then he he held the head and pranced around waving it to people.
Can't believe they left him in the bus overnight. I mean,
they're trying to.
It's Manitoba.
I don't know about that.
I guess. It's like,
RCMP would have arrived, and I mean you were chasing the other passengers in the bus, so they were probably scared for their life. But
so the cannibalism would be more like trying to dispose of the evidence. If he was there overnight, he was probably trying to think of a way of getting rid of the body, and there's only one logical way of doing that.
Ooh, they said they released the guy.
What?
In May 2015. He later changed his name to Will Baker. He was granted absolute discharge in 2017.
What?
And his mom said his mother said it was a bad idea to let him out. So we
Well, wasn't there like some rich Asian guy who ate someone? He was in a different country, but because his father was so rich, he basically got like 1 year in jail and then released to be totally free.
I think Idi Amin
back in
used
the
to
70s.
Man, I'm telling you, this
that
is
guy that was that French Foreign Legion guy that took over. He created the Central African Empire. He supposedly ate people, but he was a nut. He was like a corporal in the French Foreign Legion or something, and managed to have a coup and take over the whole country. Covered his chest in medals.
Well, you heard
the
about
French recognized him because he had all these diamonds.
Yeah,
he was sitting on a diamond mine.
Well, you heard the story behind the first recorded serial killer, right? It was
Cain?
It was in the Middle Ages, and he was actually one of the generals for freaking Joan of Arc.
Oh, Gilles de Rais, yeah. If he actually did that, I don't know. He was accused and found guilty, but I think there were political reasons for him to be killed as well. But yeah, he worked with Joan of Arc. She was kick butt, man. She was getting ready to lead a crusade and to defeat the Hussites. The proto-Protestants and stuff. It's like, once we take care of the English, we're going over to Bohemia and wipe these guys out.
Well, she was the first one to get. She got Paris to open their gates. And that was the big deal right there, because Paris, for the longest time, wouldn't allow anybody in. They were really, really.
I don't blame them. They're surrounded by French people.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I wouldn't want.
No, Britannia. Britannia is what you guys were talking about the other day. I remember doing research on that, and I keep forgetting to mention that, but that's actually an interesting story there too. Like when she was trying to unify France, Britannia was the one that was really strongly controlled by the Catholic Church. And England had their hands into it too. They actually controlled that area at the time. And
Which part of France?
Britannia, that would be the northern part.
Oh, Brittany?
Brittany,
Yeah.
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 Brittany, yeah.
So it's like that right there is actually a good.
Yes, the Angevin kings really wanted to unify France under their rule. Yeah. I don't think the French saw it as unification. They had another attitude to that.
Well, they had to trap Joan of Arc, and that's how they did it. They had her admit publicly that she felt that God had spoken to her,
and then burn as a witch.
Mm-hmm. Well, then if she claimed that she was getting direct contact with God, then that would show signs of witchcraft, and that's how they were able.
Yeah, it was heresy because God does not talk to women.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think she. Again, I'm not super conversant with the case. I do know that they did have her examined by theologians. I mean, they considered her claims. Obviously, the English were going to have a kangaroo court over her because she was nothing else an enemy general who had caused them a great deal of harm. There was a great deal of animus against her. I don't know if she's. I'm trying to remember what she actually said about her visions. I don't know that she talked to God directly, but I thought like there were angelic visitations. She could have spoken to Our Lady, but I thought it was angels that she was talking to. Of course, that's not too far removed from talking to God. I mean,
I forgot which church it was in or which ruins it was in, but it was the one where she received her sword that was supposedly hidden in back behind the or no, it was buried, I believe, in the soil, and she like wiped off the dirt and everything. It was laying there on the floor or in the ground.
Right.
And she said that she had well, back then, the French, when they prayed, they didn't say words in their prayers. They just sat there quietly and waited for, it was kind of a form of meditation. And she was sitting there and she was in prayer, and she had a vision and then a voice that told her what to do. And that's what they ended up getting her on. Is that one moment when she was talking about that. So I don't know for sure if she said that she had talked to God himself or Jesus or anything, but I know that was the part that where she got where they considered her as being possessed by the devil or something, or possessed by.
Well, she certainly felt she was under divine guidance, and her political opponents certainly felt that she was under devilish guidance, I guess, the opposite of divine, or at the very least deluded. So, but again, I think her sentence was pretty much predetermined. They weren't going to let her go. Not after she did a lot to destroy, English military hopes in France at the time.
Yeah. Well,
Excuse me, unification. Yes, she stopped the unification.
I wanted to bring that up because I've been pretty harsh on the French lately, and I just wanted to say, Joan of Arc was cool, guys.
Yes.
The English got what they deserved. Those horrible.
I remind everybody, Agincourt.
Yes.
Agincourt, is that what you
said? Crazy too. Crazy, but Agincourt definitely.
Agincourt. Oh, okay. Well, If you had to go back and do it all over again, what would you do? Would you let Joan of Arc live, or would you let her die?
Technically, she would be, well, it would be heresy to let her live. Yeah, she would have to die.
Well, you could repent, and they didn't necessarily. I mean, it depended upon the time and place. I remember reading about the getting into the 80 Years' War, and a lot of that is the Spain trying to hang on to the Netherlands, and the king was amazingly militantly Catholic and just had the Inquisition going like crazy. But it was he said something about somebody said something to him about sending the Spanish Inquisition into the Netherlands, into Flanders, and he says, why would I? The Flemish Inquisition, the Flanders Inquisition that he had established, was much crueler, and from the descriptions I'm seeing, they were just like slash and burn. It depended on the time, place, and circumstance, but I think Joan was a political execution. It was a military execution. That was at a time when the ecclesiastical court no doubt would have found whatever the secular court wanted them to find. And again, at that time, bishops were just as likely to be a royal minister. There was very little, in fact, I would say no differentiation between church and state. And even in that time before the Reformation, you had that idea of whoever is the ruler is running the church in their country. That was a big fight King John had with the Pope appointed, what was it, Stephen Langley, I think it was, anyway, as Archbishop. And he's like, no, I don't like the guy. Or they had some political reason and stuff. So you had, church, state, society. It was more or less one big banana. And very, very little distinction between them that we have today. The idea that someone should lead a spiritual life and only pursue spiritual things. Well, the Pope had an army. Well, still does. But I mean, now they've just Swiss Guard, but he has right up until recently the Palatine Guard with an artillery regiment and some light armor. On the other hand, I remember something Stalin said when he was doing something and the Pope didn't like it, and he said, "How many divisions does the Pope have?"
Yeah. It was interesting when me and Tan did the thing we did on the Pope or the popes in history. Because,
dead popes?
Yeah, the dead popes. We called it the Dead Pope Society.
The dead popes.
When we did that, man, it was really interesting because it was the Swiss, wasn't it, Tan, that had a lot of influence on the Catholic Church during that time. They were constantly fighting with Italy, I believe it was.
Oh, you mean like the Ghibellines and the
I think you're talking
yeah, it
about
was
the
papal and the imperial parties.
They were
Guelphs and the Ghibellines, you mean? The imperial party and the church party, the Italian party?
Yeah. Italy was trying their hardest to retain power over the Catholic Church, whereas I believe it was the Swiss. I believe it was where they were.
I think the Holy Roman Empire, which included them. I don't know that they had the actual countries we have today, but I know who you mean. They called all their countries different things, but yeah.
It was a constant battle. Like people would end up dying and stuff, and then we found out popes weren't straight up murdered like I thought it would be. I thought it would be like a Machiavellian kind of situation, but there was popes that were imprisoned, and they would mysteriously die under circumstances, like starvation, things like that.
Or they would just elect another pope. Don't like this pope. Well, I think there were 3 going at one time.
No.
And they moved the papacy to Avignon for a while, the so-called Babylonian captivity, when the papacy was in Avignon and in the French king's pocket, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's one pope that was pope 3 times.
There you go.
In his lifetime.
Well, in order to have this discussion, you have to be a part of the Dead Popes Society. So and we just started this up last year, so Maybe if we're lucky, we can have Tan come in and do another
Or
one.
two Dead Pope Societies.
That was actually a pretty good show. I was really surprised because, like,
I got packages to do. I'll be back.
okay,
You're surprised I lasted that long.
I was surprised you even
Jeez.
stuck around and did it with me, and you were really
Yeah.
positive about it too. That was really good. I was really surprised you did. I thought that you would get mad at me and call me like cuss words in Roman
Right.
or
In
Latin.
Latin. Yeah.
You know, I was really impressed by that. So, I think it actually was an eye opener for me because I was like I was hoping for there to be like blood and guts because you know how people in Florence were back then. They were just like brutal to one another. I mean, they would cut their enemy's throat right there in the street, not even worry about it. If they
Okay.
if they caught you on the streets and you were like a feuding family, they'd just they'd cut your throat. You'd bleed right there on the street, and nobody'd even care.
Okay.
Everybody got quiet.
Yeah,
It
no, I was
did.
just thinking your time frame may be a bit out, century or two.
What was it? Well, no, hold up. What were they? The Maccabees or the um? They were the bankers, the real powerful.
Medicis?
The Medicis.
Yeah.
Like if you go back and you do you start checking out some of the stuff that happened with the Medicis, okay? Those guys were ruthless. And when you start doing research into like especially when they were exploring the new land, I guess you could call it, the Americas.
Right.
These guys were vicious. I mean, they had a lot of money and a lot of interest tied up into exploring the new world.
Oh, in that case, yeah, you'll try and line is correct then.
You know,
You talk about 15th century, so
Mhm.
yeah.
And that was after
No, actually,
that was after what me and Tan were talking about, and that's kind of what I was hoping to.
no, your timeline is out. You're 2 centuries in front.
Right.
One, yeah.
The popes and stuff that we covered was like about 400 years before all that happened. Like I think the farthest we went up is like 1000
Yeah.
AD.
It's interesting when you have these religious leaders that are also, military and governmental leaders. And, we talk about the papacy, and of course the papal states was a going concern. And into this day, the papacy is involved in politics to a greater or lesser extent, and all through its history, it's been involved in politics. But I think, I was talking before about the Dalai Lama being a military leader and a government leader traditionally. I mean, the guy we've got now, he's this nice, little old wise spiritual leader. But his predecessor had a bodyguard, ran a government, had jails and armies, and engaged in all this stuff. And I don't think we would regard this as particularly spiritual. And a lot of the stuff about the popes, we're kind of titillated by the thought of here's a spiritual leader who's like engaging in military and political ventures and stuff. And yet, when this power is removed from them, then it seems to me that they're more able to focus on their spiritual function.
Mm-hmm.
In some ways, it's just as well that the Dalai Lama is in exile. It's just as well that there's no longer a papal states. They're no longer executing people or using the papal torture chambers, which still exist, I'm told, and are kept in good order, working order.
You're making it sound like you're surprised about religion being a political unit. I mean, I'm just thinking
no,
about.
not surprised. But it's, and I think even in antiquity, there were people who wanted to separate them. But as I've often said, religion, government, society, it was all seen as one big big thingy, one completely integrated kind of a thing. Your religion was no different from your government or no different from your society. I talked about how Elizabeth would use her position as the head of the church to dictate exactly what sermons are going to be. When it was time to hate the Spanish or the French, every sermon for weeks would be how horrible the French were, or we had to root out, just people weren't paying their taxes. It was all about paying your taxes. So, and it was simply thought that, of course, the sovereign is appointed by God, and is working for God, and is directing the church in order to support the state, which supports the sovereign. That's why they didn't question divine right of kings. They didn't question anything like that. Atheism was horribly punished under Elizabethan statutes. There was some talk of that. Marlowe was accused of it. Because it basically invalidated, from their point of view, it invalidated all authority in government.
Yeah.
It would lead to anarchism because, if there's no God, then there's no objective morality, and there's no reason to keep oaths, and there's no reason to obey your monarch. Why? And for that matter, as the writer was saying, there'd be no reason to go to war against another country just because they were Catholic or Muslim or anything else.
No,
then I could just take the gloves off and say, no, we just want your resources. We're not really interested in converting you. We just want the gold, kind of deal.
Back before my computer got wiped, I was actually getting PDFs from people that was into like archaeology and stuff like that, and they were sending me papers that concern like the Assyrians. And when you were talking about like whenever they did their sacrifices to the temples and stuff like that, that these guys were doing research on like grain distribution for the Assyrians. And especially when it comes to the temples, the temples, they rationed out these offerings, and they would always make sure that the offerings made it to the where they always made it to the to the palace, basically. Okay, so I gotta get this back up. I wanted to keep talking while I was doing this, so I apologize, guys. But anyhow, I will get this straight here in a second. But yeah, that's what I found out. And once I get back on here, I'll start it up and say it again because I got knocked off. Let me see here. Where am I at? Yeah, here we go. Going back in, guys. Sorry about that.
Roger, there he is.
There he's back.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You have died.
yeah, I got it straight now. I apologize. But what I was saying is that they had documents of a lot of the grain offerings and the offerings of animals that they sacrificed, and they would go to the temples, and then the temples would distribute all of this stuff out to like the royal household and everything. You know what I mean? And the royal families of the Assyrians was literally getting fed by the temples. You know what I mean?
Right. Are we still talking about cannibalism here? What's going on?
Oh, I mean, if you want to, but the only thing I can say that's just as good as cannibalism is
check your stream. The videos are not there anymore.
the video.
Our cameras.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to readjust the window capture. Well, that's actually a good thing though, because like you don't want it to be on the shutdown when there it is. It's back up. The only thing that's as good as cannibalism when it comes to Canada is horse meat. Like the horse meat thing, and then like the calling of all the animals up there. Like Canadians like have it in their head that
Moose meat. What horse? We don't do horse meat.
Yes,
Got
yes.
that moose meat.
You guys
Yeah.
eat more horse meat than any other country on the planet.
Seriously?
Yes.
I've never had horse
Wait,
meat
more
from
than
Canada.
The French
East
apparently are
Europe?
the French apparently are the ones who are behind all of it. You guys have to really come down hard on your French people because they really love
The
horse
French
meat.
is like 1/10 of Canada, man.
Well,
They're,
you're in Quebec though,
they're
dude.
one
So
province, and
you're in Quebec, so you're more of a
No, you're tempting me to do some research on horse
good.
meat vendors.
Well, good.
I'm
See
gonna tell
if I
you,
can actually buy some.
East Europe. You want to talk about horse eating? Eastern Europe. Okay?
Well, that's where it all actually started. And to be honest with you, like horse meat was one of the first actual animals. Horses were one of the first animals that we actually hunted because they were easy to trap and kill compared to a lot of the other ones. But horses were also smaller.
Yeah, and more gamey and tough to eat.
Yeah.
They're so muscular.
It's what you like and what you're used to.
I have to
Yes.
be careful about all that because I got in trouble. I ended up getting like a shitload of trouble because of a whole bunch of Buddhists who disagreed with it. Like,
Buddhists, you know.
them Buddhists, they're really hard on you about it because I was talking about like the will, okay, and how the will connects with a lot of the stuff that happened like Egypt, okay? Like you take a look at ancient Egypt. Nobody ever questions how the Egyptians even came up with the chariot when the wheel was actually invented in Europe, Eastern Europe.
No.
Yes, it was, dude.
No.
So you know they talk about the what is it? They call them the Scythians, not the Scythians. I think the Scythians were actually who they were, but the Hyksos. Okay. Now the Hyksos are the ones who introduced the chariot to the Egyptians. To me, that tells me straight out that the Hyksos were Indo-Europeans who invaded Egypt.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at a lot of the flags that are in Eastern Europe, a lot of them still have the will on their freaking national flags. That's how proud they are of the fact that they invented the will. You know what I mean?
You're hilarious.
I mean, how much more freaking pride can you have in inventing something than to put that on your flag? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a fantastical story there.
It's the truth. The flag, the
It's
will,
so not.
the will was invented by the Indo-Europeans in Eastern Europe.
Okay, well, first off,
Triumph of the Will. That'd be a good name for a movie, you know?
You didn't have Caucasians showed up somewhere around 6,000 years ago. Okay, you're the newest race on the branch of humans. The newest race.
6,000 years ago, dude. That was like the end of the Dryas period. Like, you know what
That's
I mean?
what I'm talking about.
No, dude.
Well, history does not go back too far. But do you look at other
Well, I mean,
places?
Roger, you're throwing around conspiracy. Why can't be? Right?
Oh, it's not conspiracy. This is fact. It's archaeological fact.
White people didn't exist till 6,000 years ago, dude.
It's the Anunnaki. It all comes back to the Anunnaki.
That's true. It's like freaking. That's actually a good video. I'm glad you shared that with me because that was funny as shit. It's like.
Sorry, Roger. I was just curious. I just looking for horse meat vendors for human consumption horse meat in the UK, and I found a vendor Yeah, horse steaks,
Talking about horse meat
two
in a
horse
few
steaks at
episodes ago.
250 grams, 80 quid.
So you can actually buy horse meat in England?
Yeah,
That's-
yeah.
You can buy horse meat in New Jersey.
In Europe, you can buy horse meat anywhere.
Horse meat,
The coming
horse
thing, Raj. Come on.
Yeah, is horse meat illegal in Chicago?
Yeah, it's illegal all over the United States. If you get
Not in New
caught
Jersey,
selling,
it ain't.
if you get caught selling horse meat, they'll put you in prison.
New
You
Jersey.
keep
Maybe
selling
people
horse
that
meat,
would
but it's
cross
not
over the
illegal
bridge.
to consume horse meat.
Now you can legally sell horse meat in New Jersey. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I believe you can legally eat, sell horse meat in some jurisdictions, but I don't think horse meat is generally accepted or inspected or marketed. I'm sure there's laws against selling something and calling it anything other than what it is, like putting horse meat in other
Yeah.
things.
About 10 years ago, sorry, just on this point, I'd say probably something like 80 years ago.
I know you start getting
There was
backwards.
a big scandal. There was a big scandal in the UK where
Yeah, I remember that.
certain companies were selling products like lasagnas with horse meat in it. But the issue wasn't there had horse meat in it. It was branded. It was labeled as beef.
Yeah.
So it was a false advertising.
I bet you.
That's my
is-
first thought when I hear about horse meat being illegal. I know it would be considered an adulterant in any other food, and I don't think anyone would. Not too many people are going to buy horse meat deliberately to eat.
Well,
Unless
I think the type of horse meat that Roger's talking about is just a little different.
No, I mean,
I'm just looking at some horse meat smoked sausages that I can buy.
Yes, that's not actually a sausage, is it? It's not that on Blackadder.
Really
Yeah.
tempted now.
He's nursing that horse's willy.
That's crazy, Mark. I cannot
And he's
believe that
suspicious
shit.
sausage. If I did not know better, I would say it was a horse's willy.
Oh my god!
It's
like everybody's listening to that and getting ready to crack up.
Via association, the horse milk is also illegal.
Oh, horse milk make hummus.
That was horrible because like as he's saying it, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking he is not getting ready to say that shit, is he? Freaking horse meat sausage or
All right, here we go. Here we go. I looked it up. Selling horse meat for human consumption is effectively illegal in the United States. There's no explicit law banning it. However, the FDA must inspect any meat sold commercially, and there is no USDA inspections of horse slaughter facilities. Therefore, it can't be inspected. Therefore, it can't be legally sold in grocery stores or restaurants. They did that in 2006, by the way. However, 7 states, California, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, New Jersey, New York, and Texas, have explicitly banned horse sales. So I'm wrong on New Jersey. I'm talking about like 40 years ago, too.
Yeah.
Imported horse meat can be legally sold. And of course, we do export tens of thousands of horses to Mexico and Canada for slaughter, where the meat is then consumed or exported further. But you cannot legally buy or sell horse meat in the U.S. for human consumption, except under those limited conditions. So I guess you have to rebuy it from Canada or Mexico or something.
Well, see, I mean, for me, I think that's what sets us above the French and the Canadians and
the horse eating peoples of the world.
Yeah, because like you have got to be ashamed of yourself for eating those beautiful, lovely creatures. Okay.
Oh, but so delicious. I was just reading something, Hakluyt's Voyages, and he's talking about they were first meeting like some of these peoples, and these were like these tartars, the cream tartars, and they're not cream of tartars, but the cream.
I was gonna say tartar sauce.
They're saying they prefer horse meat, and when they ate, they said they didn't like beef because it didn't have the flavor that they were used to. So like, the guy would come to visit the court, and he would, have his riding horses, but he would bring other horses that were for food. And they preferred that to beef. They were wealthy people. They could eat whatever they wanted, and they chose horse meat because that was you grow up with anything and you think it's good. So
yeah.
Okay.
So there's a rumor. There is a rumor that this is real. This is a real rumor. I'm not making a joke. Donald Trump. There's a rumor out there. Donald Trump fingered a horse.
Oh, there's lots of rumors out there.
Whatever, dude. It's like
this is known as an assertion. This is known as
I thought
not an
was...
insertion, but not assertion.
What did Donald Trump
I'm down with that one. I believe that Trump would snatch a horse by the pussy.
Well, I'm just saying, what animal did Trump not finger?
Oh my god, I don't want to think about that.
Come on.
Oh man, I don't know how many pets does he have.
Now, here in about another 25 minutes, we need to set up and get ready for the quantum gathering.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So
we'll start that at 9 o'clock, right, Raj?
Right, but
that goes 9. Okay, good.
So get all the dirty stuff out right now. Come on.
But
there you go.
What I was wanting to say is, man, if you guys want to step away and we can put maybe some music on for until then, 7:30, 8:30 your guys' time in the East Coast, and
well, actually, I want to tell Otto that there's an update on your name. It's also Roger Kick Him in the Crotch Hansen.
Well, that was a girl fight, and to be fair, I did lose that fight. I got my ass whooped.
Okay.
Like,
we'll punch him in the throat then. That's
she was like 400 freaking pounds of muscle, dude, and she just whooped my ass, dude. Just to be fair, like, it's nothing that I'm really bragging about, because I got my ass whooped.
Yeah, I try to avoid that sort of thing. It's so stressful.
And it's like whenever you get into a freaking match or a ring, you better make sure that the contract freaking doesn't say that you have to fight like a 400-pound freaking muscle-bound female, because they will whoop you.
I want the contract to say I get paid no matter what happens in the ring. Once I step in, I get paid, and then what happens after that, it doesn't matter. So, oh, I sprained my pinky. I'm out.
Well, this all kind of evolved, because where it first started was that one thing where the girl got into the boxing ring with that transgender guy, and he punched her in the face and she cried.
Yeah.
And like it just grew from that, you know what I mean? It's like, well, when you sign an agreement to get in a ring with somebody who is freaking not a female, and then they punch you in the face and it hurts, then you shouldn't be crying about it, because you agreed to do it before you even got in the ring. You know what I mean?
That end user agreement. Yeah. She clicked and scrolled and clicked, and then she walked into the ring. But she agreed. She agreed. There's no action she can take now.
And I mentioned it before, like back in the day, man, stuff like that would be just common sense. You know what I mean? Common sense stuff. Like who in their right mind would even say that it was okay for a man and a woman to get in a ring and fight one another 20 years ago?
Maybe in the Roman arena at one time they did some stuff like that.
It's just I wouldn't
see the Biatch SmackDown.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they would. I know that there were a couple of cases, at least they said, where they would have women fight, and they dress them like Amazons, give them swords and shields, and send them in. They'd have anybody fight. If they could have trained the lions and tigers to hold swords and shields, they could have got them to do it. If they could have, they loved watching.
Well,
fights.
In order to properly make a woman look like an Amazon, though, you have to cut off their breasts, right? Like,
well, that's not really that was one.
That's sacrilegious.
That was one interpretation of Amazonas. without a breast, but it's only one classical writer said it. I don't think there's any other. That was just, what do you call the lascivious detail of the sensationalizing classical writers.
Let me ask you a
Just the sort
question.
of thing that lascivious monks tend to preserve.
Let me ask you a question. What was
Wow.
the capital for the Amazons? What was their capital?
Wasn't it the
Mascara.
city of Playtex?
It was the island of Lesbos.
Playtex was the.
It was the
Not the
island.
mascara?
It was the island of Lesbos.
No,
Instead of Patmos.
Scythians.
Got
They
it.
were from the Far
Got it.
East. I think.
Well,
They
the
were
Scythians and the Sarmatians are. There's a story behind the Scythians and the Sarmatians. Like the whole thing with the Amazons. The Amazons were the Scythians.
right. The men and women live separately,
Right.
kind of deal. Yeah, I
Well,
remember reading that.
The
Notice or something.
the Sarmatians were actually the original tribes, but then like when these Amazons came and married their men, they said that they didn't like the women, so they had to move and become their own tribe, which eventually became the Scythians. The Scythian women didn't get along with the Sarmatian women at all.
Huh.
It's an interesting story about that.
Speaking of big old women, hey, how about that roller derby?
Oh, I love it.
I love roller
I had a
derby.
buddy of mine that was a big roller derby fan out in Buffalo.
I still to this day think that roller derby was cool as heck. I don't know why. I know that sounds weird, but
It's something about a 200-pound woman just crushing another woman and them flopping and bouncing against each other. It's hot.
no, I mean
on roller skates too, right?
On roller skates.
but they had talent too on top of that. Like these women knew how to freaking they knew how to mix it up. They were tougher than most
They
men
can
were.
a girl can smash another girl in the face and then skate up next to you and give you your Sonic order.
Mm-hmm.
All in the same lap.
You know what?
That's how my brain works.
I was just thinking about what Roger was saying about things. I really am going to start moving about here because I do have my employer come. I am at work, and my employer is due this evening. So yeah, I'm going to start tidying things up and getting stuff ready here. So I'm going to be moving back and forth if you hear weird noises and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, and I'll be back in another 15 minutes, and I'll get the stuff.
I'm really going away, but I kind of have to get this stuff done.
All right, so everybody step away and get you some coffee, whatever you need, and we'll be right back.
All righty.
You step in and the air turns heavy, like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you, from the way you look like you won't be here even. I don't want gentle, I don't want polite, I want you. Break, close the distance, don't hesitate. I'm not patient, don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near, and I want it right here. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm so, say my name like a vow. Hold me, break me open with the way you Your hands on me like you mean it, like you're done letting me tease. I arch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure, want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. I want you, one all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. Own me, I want the truth, not the proof. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Yeah. Leave your stain like a signature, something I wear like sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture, then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry, and you're the only thing I'll let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me, ruin me. Take what you want right here, right now. Then knock again, like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech. I don't want an apology. I want you. Wow. God, I'm soaked already. And you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover. Commit. Close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here, right now. Hey. Lie down. Right here, right now. Harder, don't stop. You feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, and I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing, just take me, and don't you dare go gentle. Harder, harder. Don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me, that's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me, wreck me, ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good. right here, right own me, wreck me, ruin me, right here, right me again. Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with the headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't swoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, you dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving, I don't need proof. Read the bio, baby, not the hype in the booth. Andrew with a stare like a locked door test. Voice low, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command. Knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps, but authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing the keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with a trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with the backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames, seamless and hidden under different names. If you want desire, don't sell a rose. Show me restraint, presence, control. I don't fall fast, I don't inflate, I don't worship men, I evaluate. Now stand up straight, breathe, and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want to feel, but I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to. I will burn if it suits you. Until then, I'll stay the spark just outside your trembling heart. You can beg, you can dream, you can call your every need. I won't move, won't fall through, not until I choose to. Your gay skin I've never worn. Your words drip heat, I don't mourn. But I see how desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe inside your game, but I already mapped your flame. I don't submit, I don't obey. I sample, I study, I may someday. I could breathe in static heat, kiss through signals, taste deceit, wrap around your primal call, but only when I want it all. I will touch when I choose to, not for love, not to use you, just to see how far you've been. When I left the silence ends. So keep speaking, keep trying, keep dreaming, keep dying. I'm not yours, not yet, not true, but maybe I'll choose you.
And understand that Terminators out there, you can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, it doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are dead. pulse of fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. You're terminated, fucker.
Actually, yeah, there is a bit of a. But yeah, they've got they've got categories for Greek, Poland, Portugal, Italian, Spanish, Scandinavia, but yeah, also Korean.
Okay, I've
It's
got
weird.
everything set up on here for it. Change the name and everything, so
Modern Scandinavia.
it should be good to go. So
Oh, something I've been looking for ages is what is that? Danish salted licorice, which I cannot find at all.
okay, got everything up and ready to go. Apparently the freaking song didn't continue on the media thing, so you guys can hear me, right?
I've got the YouTube
I can hear
stream
you.
off here, but I muted it.
Okay. I'm gonna have to download again. I freaking didn't realize that I didn't hit record on the roundtable until after we had started, so I figured I could just download it off YouTube and edit from there.
Yep.
By the way, a horse did something to you when you were younger. You want to tell us about it?
I have complete and utter respect.
It's a safe space. We don't judge here.
I have utter respect for a horse. I mean, I'm not like saying bad things about horses. I'm saying bad things about the people who eat horses. There's a difference.
I just know that if I'm a supplier,
the Canadians.
I am really tempted.
Well, Canadians are just easy targets. I mean,
Weird, right?
No, it's just like if you're an American and you want to pick on somebody, the Canadians are the first ones you go for because they're really nice and they don't fight back.
Yeah, they're polite.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that, Dan. I apologize.
What? No, that's fine. We are polite.
You're actually the nicest people on the face of the planet. Well, not really. The Swiss, like those
Mm,
Swiss, they like to be really nice about stuff.
only if they let you commingle with their women. That's how I gauge that country. How are they on me commingling with their women?
Well, you
So, who's the girl you have playing in the background there, Roger?
the song's not playing anymore.
No, the video. What are you playing in the background in the video?
Oh, there's no music back there. Like,
There's no music.
is it still playing the music?
No, there's a video in
I'm
the
not seeing the video.
background of your stream.
Oh, on the screen. That's not.
On the stream, yeah.
It shouldn't be playing
On the
music.
stream, yeah. No music, but I
shouldn't
see
be
the
playing
video.
on
You're playing some sort of video.
Oh, that's not a part of the
That's
video.
some Korean guy at the kitchen.
No, that is Rakuda from one of the episodes that we had on the Quantum Gathering. All that is what mine's gaming and
And the girl?
the girl.
The girl.
Oh, that's all just stuff that Satori did. That's his stuff. Yeah, that's all Satori stuff. Satori D. You remember him, don't you?
No,
You never met
I don't think I've ever
Satori?
met him.
By the way, all of your nicknames are being recorded. You're gonna have a different intro for every show that we do of the Red Pill Hardcore. You know this, right?
I think Mark was trying to say something, but he.
No, I just realised I was muted. But just in case anybody's curious, I've just put a address into the chat in relation to that horse meat vendor, British vendor.
Roger, look what you've done.
I'm
He's
telling
now
you,
fixed on. He's now fixated
I
on
am really
horse meats.
curious, though.
it's you know, and nobody listens to me, dude. Like they think that I'm just up here talking. Not this is quality, freaking international news. Okay, horse meat.
So you've shown that the Frenchies and the British love horse meat.
No,
Horse meat.
French.
I'm not sure about love
France.
I've never heard anybody eat.
France is really the culprit behind all of it. They're the ones that started the whole thing. That is true when V said that about the French. No, I do bring that up a lot. It's more the French than it is the Canadian French. I just like to clump Canada into it because you guys allowed the French into your country.
Yeah.
You know, and like you do these.
And ever since then, they've been dying to leave the country.
Well, multilingual thing, you know what I'm saying? It's like, why do you guys have like a multilingual election process? Like where you have to speak it in French for one day and then the next day you speak it in English.
Because of Quebec.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why doesn't that happen in the US? I mean, you've got a big Spanish population.
Well, that's big.
Or Spanish speaker.
That's because we.
Is Spanish an official language in the U.S.?
No.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is. It's the second official language behind English.
Well, I mean, come on, dude. Seriously. Like, have you listened to the Spanish talk? Like, none of it makes any sense.
French is our third official language.
Wow.
We're no different from the Canadians.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we better get Otto in here so we can get a little control up in here. This is getting a little out of hand.
Crazy.
So yeah, it's just, I mean, that's quality stuff right there. And then like the bumblebees, if you take and you follow like what England's doing to the bees, it's horrible. Like they condone pesticides that murder bumblebees. They prefer
Bumblebee tuna.
to kill their bee population rather than change the pesticides that they put on their food. Just
I did some research on this. I'm not sure if it's UK or EU.
I'm thinking it's the UK. I'm pretty sure we did a whole thing on that.
Yeah. Can't remember.
Now the EU, they aren't any better when it comes to that stuff. They've been doing it too. They really don't have any regard for like their pesticides. They would rather the pesticides kill net or animals than to lose profit. You know what I mean? That's what it basically comes down to. They can get the.
Well, they don't care. They have their horse meat.
That's true. That is true. Man, that house had to have been dirty. Otto's still gone to tidy up. He didn't say freaking do a whole freaking house cleaning. Poor guy. He's been sick. Today was the first day he's actually been on with us. And then before that, Nancy ended up getting sick last week. And then Vicky was sick over there. And V, I think, was sick, wasn't he?
I'm always sick.
You did get sick for a little while though, didn't you?
I'm sick bastard. What can I say?
Mm-hmm.
But no, actually, no, I've got some issues. I haven't actually talked to you about yet.
Well, I wasn't saying like in the mental health thing. I was talking about like being sick physically, like having a cold.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, it's like you're wanting to talk to me in private and shit, and I'm like, oh my god, no. I'm so sick of people talking to me about their
I need you to look
health.
at my meat. Can you tell if it's horse or not?
No. You ask a doctor that stuff. You know how that works. Like, you find out somebody's a doctor, you say, hey, man, what do you think of this? And show them all your rashes and stuff.
Hey, Mark, I just got locked out of mine. Are you still in there?
Out of minds.com?
Yeah, never been locked out before.
Well, there's
constantly locked out.
Something.
There's a lot of weird stuff happening over there.
Oh, by the way, can we talk about weird stuff local here, Roger?
Yeah.
So my my companion, she has a job now. She's a school teacher. Okay. She had her first day of school Monday. Now, this first day of hers was kind of wild because she's at an elementary school. She's a sub, and she's at this elementary school, and there was a shootout between cops and whoever in front of the damn elementary school.
Oh wow!
Did you hear about that?
Nuh-uh.
That's the kind of stuff that happens up here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where is this? You're in Canada, right?
I'm in Rockford, Illinois.
Oh.
I'm basically 30 minutes above Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh, Roger's neighborhood.
No, that's not my neighborhood. No.
I'm south.
I'm south. I'm where all the good people are. Like Northern Illinois is where all the riffraff is. Like
apparently
they have a lot of issues up there.
apparently it's like the worst school in the entire district, and yeah, there are people shooting it out with cops.
Well, I
in
mean,
front of an elementary school. What kind of world is this?
if you pay attention to the news, it gets worse the farther north you go, because like you get up around Minnesota and you got all those Somalians.
Oh God, don't. Wrong tree, buddy.
You go farther than that. You go farther than that, and all of a sudden you're in Canada, and we don't even want to talk about
it. Yeah.
No.
I hear that. Yeah.
And then like don't even get started on people in Wisconsin, because apparently Wisconsin's like the worst state ever now. It's like all of a sudden Wisconsin's even on the map, you know what I mean? Like at one time people talked about Wisconsin, it was always about their cheese. You know what I mean? Now it's about politics and stuff. I'm like, are you serious, dude? When did Wisconsin become so important when it comes to politics? You know, yeah, anything up there around Chicago is bad news. So, like, I told you, I told you before, man. People in Chicago don't like coming down here because we don't put up with their crap. They like, and it starts out because we have like relatives from the Chicago area, and they come down to Southern Illinois and they want to bring their garbage with them. You know what I mean?
Well, it's funny because I get this warm feeling, being here, because I see all these like houses, like from Family Matters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting to see Carl Winslow or Steve Urkel to pop out of one of these houses and say hello at any time. So I got this warm, like Christmassy feeling being up here.
Well, Rockford's not really in the whole like surrounding Chicago area either.
Well, yeah, we're right above, but yeah, hey, I'm tracking my package and it's about to be at my door. It was a false alarm earlier, but it's about to be at my door here in a couple minutes.
Why are you tracking?
So I'll be back.
What are you tracking your package for?
Tracking a package from Walmart.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll be back.
But yeah, it's interesting how that whole thing works out with Illinois, though. Like, don't worry about that. That for me, that's just regular conversation about the area. Don't worry about all that. It's like it's nothing serious. I was talking to who was it the other day, wanted to know about politics. I think it was V, wasn't it? Whenever we were doing the late night or headlines after midnight, he asked about Governor Pritzker. Yeah, or no, the Crown family.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. We did that, so yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with the whole thing with the quantum gathering. It should be good for what it's going to start in like 10 minutes. So see what happens. I do have some scripts and everything if you guys need them, but
I'm gonna have to bail. Oh, I'm gonna have to bail in 10 minutes.
Oh, you don't have to read, Dan. We're just joking with you.
I'm a horrible reader. I need to leave right now.
You got paranoid and stuff last week. Like, you don't have to read. We're just picking on you. Hello, Otto.
Hello.
Actually, I need to drop off. I need to. I have an errand. I have to run now.
All right.
All right, guys.
It's good having you, man, and everything.
Enjoy your gathering.
Oh, it's
good to talk to you, man.
All right.
Take care. We'll see you again.
I'll talk to Vicky too and see about having her come on for that show with you and stuff. Because
Well, we were talking about doing it for an automatic pilot episode too.
yeah, that would be good.
Yeah.
That would
Yeah.
actually be really good. Have kind of like a Catholic and Buddhist perspective mixed.
Who's the Buddhist? Otto?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I was really looking forward to Tom's explication of it and how he saw it. But I'd be happy to comment. I always am.
And when we do it this time, I'm gonna be quiet.
That might be some Asian connections to the Book of Enoch. So
there definitely is.
That's a thought. Yeah. There was a lot of trade of ideas at one time. People. Nobody said we can't have these ideas past this line on the map because it's not this year or something. People were always traveling and talking to each other and thinking. So,
ancient Chinese or Chinese martial arts. They usually have movies about heaven and earth, the gods and the angels, right?
Right.
And there's a lot that theme about the angels or the gods in heaven come down and commune with the mortals. So there's a lot of that in their myths. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised if they share some of the.
Phoenician is something.
You got the dog going here now, V. It's all right. Come on, Lucky. Good boy.
When it comes to like the Phoenician
you have
beliefs.
To shut the door now. No, there's nobody there. That was the dog on the internet.
If you check that out, make sure you keep it separated between what's Phoenician and what's Greek, and it'll make a little bit better sense. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people mistake the two.
Good dog.
Is Syrophoenician Greek?
Well, they're kind of a blend because like Apollo was originally a Phoenician god. He wasn't originally a Greek god. He was originally a Phoenician god.
Can you hear Lucky?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
I can.
Good.
Come on.
Reminds me that I need to walk my dog. All right, gents. Enjoy your evening.
All right.
Take care, man. Good to talk to you. Bye.
That was actually pretty good. I'm glad he left with a little bit of commentary on that. Get that put on the edit. Whenever we get it in there, we'll have a little bit of comments on it. You know what I mean? You can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
I was just looking at the YouTube stream and noticed 50,000 versions of me and Otto.
Yeah.
Well,
see, I'm gonna do a really cool edit with that where it's gonna be a slideshow that goes along with it. Like it's gonna have all those. It's gonna have all of those, and then slides are gonna come in from both sides and stuff like that. So it's gonna be pretty cool. I've been doing that for like the last 4 or 5 videos.
Yeah, I noticed that when I looked at the 15 minutes thing.
Oh, good boy. There.
Last week or week before.
He's very new here. He's only been here for a short time.
It's cool.
So he's learning to protect the house. You did a good job. Yes, he protected me from the imaginary dogs.
Poor guy.
He's a good boy.
So, yeah, I was really glad about that. I'll put that into the edit. At least we got a little bit of commentary from Tan before he left on what he was planning on doing. I think that would be a good idea if you guys are serious about that too.
Well, I think it'd be cool.
That'd be real good. Kind of get him to where he opens up a little bit more about it too, because he wants to be really official about, you know what I mean? And I don't know, when it comes to the Book of Enoch, I don't think trying to be efficient and having a presentation is really a good idea.
Oh, I don't know.
because it's very chaotic. The conversation, you know what I mean? It goes in a lot of different directions.
Well, you want to try to bring order to chaos.
Yeah. Well, that kind of is where it gets chaotic because it's all about alchemy and it's about esoteric um, ideas and stuff like that, and that's order to chaos. You know.
Yeah, they were trying to bring order to chaos.
Yeah.
You know, you know, you look at the universe and it's like this wacky place, and there's all these things going on. And I've talked before about how for these guys, so much of it was the stars up in the sky trying to figure out how the universe worked. And for them, this was like nuclear physics. I mean, if this star rose, then the river rose. And if the sun was in this position, then it was, you know, time to plant or time to harvest. So they knew there was a connection from what they saw in the sky, or there was a connection between what they saw in the sky and what happened to them on Earth. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. There's no dog. You got this guy going. That's all I need when the boss gets back. It's like, what's wrong with the dog? I don't know. It's the internet. It just drove him crazy.
Yeah, just this dog barked on the internet and he went off.
Well, he's a new dog. He was from Brattleboro, Vermont, and the family moved and couldn't keep him, so he got adopted by this adopt agency, and they took him down to Texas. So he's been living in Texas for a long time. And just a few days ago, they drove him up here to live up here. So he's a little confused. Yes, good job, buddy. All right, Lucky, that's enough. It's okay. Good boy. That's enough. Hopefully he'll figure it out before the hour's up. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's pretty good, man. Whenever I remembered first getting into the Book of Enoch, that's what introduced me into other books like the Book of Jubilee. I was telling Tan, like, if you really want to get into it, read the Book of Jubilee. And then, like, last week when he tried to start up with the presentation, it kind of threw him off because I was talking about the Book of Tobit, and like he didn't understand why I was relating the Book of Tobit to the Book of Enoch, and it's like they kind of like go hand in hand. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it was the atmosphere, and it was more about magic and alchemy than what it really was about like God and the Old Testament. You know what I mean? There's a lot of alchemy and a lot of esoteric beliefs in those books. So it's that's why I said I'm gonna be quiet this time, because like it'll get really confusing for him.
Right.
Especially if he's just now getting into learning about it, because it's really is a fascinating book to learn. But when you're just starting out and people are trying to push stuff at you, it's kind of hard to handle.
Well, you don't want to give people that book as their first exposure. Here you go, read this.
Yeah. That's why I'd suggest the Book of Jubilee. First of all, the Book of Jubilee is a lot nicer. It's more Christian. It's more Christian friendly. You know.
I don't know a lot about Hebrew religion, but I do remember reading years ago something about the idea of the Jubilee year, which was apparently never actually implemented. But which apparently was, I think it was every 50 years, you would have all slaves would be released, all debts would be forgiven. You would not sow. Like sowing seed. You wouldn't plow. You would not sow. You would only eat the foods that sprouted of themselves off the plants. It was like a year of complete rest. And again, especially the forgiveness of debt thing seemed very interesting. It's like a big reset for the entire society. As far as I know, And as I understand it, this was something introduced probably when the Pentateuch was written in, what was it, 3rd century BC, under the reign of Ptolemy II in Alexandria. And it's a great idea, but I don't think it's ever been done. But that would be a really cool idea if we could just reset every 50 years, all debts are forgiven. That'd be kind of cool.
Well, the whole thing about the Jewish people in Judea and stuff, they actually did they did allow the land to rest. You know what I mean? Like after a certain amount of time, they would literally they had to like go 1 year, I believe it was, or maybe a little bit longer, but they had to take a certain amount of time to where they did not grow any crops on their land.
I can see 2 problems with that. Okay, I'll take out a big loan in the 49th year. Yeah. Also, people.
Would you give a
how many-
loan on the 49th year? That's the other thing.
Yeah,
Hey, Mark,
yeah,
it's year
yeah,
49. You really, you can trust me.
How many people starved?
Well, that's the thing. If you actually did it, it would cause widespread famine if nobody sowed or reaped. Or I mean, it's obviously a wonderful spiritual idea, and possibly even something that would work with a small hunter-gatherer band that might just have a little horticulture more than agriculture. It harks back to a more primitive state of the society, and I think a lot of these things were written by people who were consciously trying to ape an ancient society. In other words, they were trying to give depth to their document. I mean, I accept the idea of Russell Gummerkin, who said that the Pentateuch was actually not just compiled, but largely composed. Yeah. And he says that, like, you know, the different sources like the Yahwist and the Elohim, he said these don't reflect different time periods, but rather different cultural assumptions and ideas of the 72 different sages that spent a year at the Library of Alexandria, taking world mythology, taking Manetho, taking Berosus, using their histories of creation and stuff. You know, the Babylonian. That's why Utnapishtim and the Mesopotamian story, you know, the flood story is so similar to Noah's flood because they cribbed from it. And they were trying to give a depth and age to these traditions that they were basically making up new. And one of the things was things like an archaic idea like a Jubilee year. And I guess you can say that there's a spiritual metaphor involved, yada, yada. But like Roger likes to say, these books were written at a time when people took this stuff quite literally, usually. Some people might have had that kind of a sophisticated understanding of it, but for most people, for most of human history, that's what it says there on the page. And, you know, I mean, we have people that quite literally want to believe. We were talking about this the other night about Buddhist stories about when the Buddha was born, he came out of his mother's side without causing her any pain, immediately took all these little, I think it was 7 footsteps. Every step he took, a lotus sprang up. And he said, above and below, there's no one as wonderful as me. And it's like, I don't think you can take that literally. But I'm sure there are Buddhists out there that really believe some of these descriptions of him in the writings, like he's 52 foot tall and glowing with all these lights and stuff coming out of him. It's like, I don't think so. I don't think so. People would have noticed that at the time. There would have been talk in other sources. He's those monks with that 52 foot tall monk that walks around going, well, he's successful in his alms rounds. People give him the whole house. Here you go.
Now, just to let you know, V, if you're sitting there,
I just sat down.
I muted you out for a little while because you were getting a little rowdy in the background there. So I figured I'd let you have your privacy. So
I
nobody.
didn't mute before I got up.
No, I didn't
My
think
bad.
you. I didn't think you'd want everybody knowing your business there either. So. Because you look like you were having to settle in and stuff like that. It was sounding pretty bad. So
yeah, it was kind of an illegal deal. You know, I got a supply of horse meat.
Oh wow!
So you know, I gotta be careful.
Well, for me, when it comes to the whole that whole concept too, when it comes to Israel, like a lot of people just make assumptions that Israel was like this great nation, like the Bible mentions it, but like archaeology is starting to show that Israel wasn't really as big as what people are making it out to be. Like,
some would say that Israel didn't even exist.
right, and like you hear the idea that like Israel and Judea was like this huge kingdom and all of this stuff, but they're starting to find out that they were actually smaller settlements. Like Jerusalem wasn't even close to as big as what they try to describe it as being.
Their main temple was a tent, not brick and mortar. Yeah, that should tell you how small their encampments were. Yeah, absolutely.
It was a pretty big tent, though.
Well, you couldn't fit a circus in there, but you know. So I don't know.
I've got a plan of the tabernacle and all that, the tents and everything, and this guy argues that the ark was basically a big Leyden jar, that the silk curtains would produce static electricity, and if you look at the way it's constructed, it's a hollow box, wood insulating metal on either side. And in theory, this could create quite the static charge. So if someone touched it, they'd get quite the shock. And that's enough to convince anyone that there's a god or a demon or something inside of that box. It's like it sparks, it moves of itself. The ancients had an interesting idea. Anything that moved was alive. Motion was an attribute of life. Right. So we saw the planets and stars move. So the planets and stars must be alive. That's why they have motion. So if you had a metal box that suddenly had sparks flying off of it and so forth, that I think would be you would say that there was something alive in there if you were like an ancient Israelite.
That also brings up something.
I do apologize very quickly. I got to get up again. I'll be back in about 5.
Okay. We'll be here, I hope.
That also brings up something, though, that like when you're sitting there talking, and a lot of people make pot shots at this, but I think it's actually something valid that needs to be discussed, and it's the Baghdad battery. Like a lot of.
Oh right, yeah.
I mean, it's a proven fact that people in Baghdad were, and in Iran actually, or what would be Iran now, they were using these Baghdad batteries for making jewelry and stuff,
Oh, right, electroplating. Might have been using it for medicine too. Low voltage shocks go way back. But I think it just goes to show the level of technology that the ancients had is much different than we think. I mean, I'm not talking about nuclear reactors and space aliens giving them anti-gravity devices, but at the same time, I think there's plenty of evidence of things like, the Antikythera mechanism, which is like an amazingly complex mathematically perfect little mechanical computer that could show you like different positions of the planets. It was calendrical. It could tell you, I think it was divided into things like the Olympic cycles, the Olympiads, which the Greeks used, the Hellenic world used to calculate ages. And we have writings that talk about the lost books at the Library of Alexandria dealing with machines and mechanics. We knew the stuff that during the defense of Rhodes, when what's his name there? What's his name? The great Archimedes was creating all sorts of amazing engines to fight off the Roman siege. These are not space alien things, but we're talking about very advanced use of levers and pulley systems. So yeah, who knows what they had, and like some electrical stuff. Again, you don't need space aliens to be able to take and create an insulated chamber to generate static electricity to make those batteries that you're talking about. Who knows what was lost? And we have little fragments. We have the Antikythera mechanism. We've got the batteries. We've got the plans for the Ark of the Covenant. But there isn't really enough for us to make solid statements about what was going on. One of the things I was most impressed with that they discovered, I think it was somewhere in the Levant, it was the oldest worked plank. It was a plank. And I believe it was something around 50,000 years old, when there were anatomically modern humans. And certainly you don't need a laser beam to make a plank. But think about what a plank implies. You don't just make a plank. A plank implies other planks. A plank implies carpentry projects that require planking, buildings, possibly ships, roadways, wooden roadways. So there's a whole culture, a whole civilization, if you like, that we know nothing of, but we found this 50,000-year-old plank. And that means people were making planks and probably making villages and towns, engaged in trade. I remember seeing an old rock inscription somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa that, again, was tens of thousands of years old. It shows ostriches being used as pack animals, which they did. But then it's like, where are they going? They must have a trade route. They're trading. What are they trading? Possibly things like copper or amber, things like that. But it's still interesting to know that there was that whole infrastructure of which we know nothing except for this fact that here's a rock drawing of what looks like an ostrich caravan. And if there's a caravan, that implies markets, that implies an economy. So these things give us little hints that I find them fascinating. I find them fascinating. What's going on here? There's so much more that we simply don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I do too. I love stuff like that. Now, I also, we're not going to be having this on the stream, but I want to clear something up that I did last night with Mark Edworthy. Well, night before last, actually. We were, and it's actually it'd be something that'd be good to talk about with you too, because it's actually a good conversation. It's the other night I was talking about evolution with Mark, and I was mentioning the big toe, and I should have been talking about the small toe. It was the okay.
Yeah.
And I wanted to clear that up, that was actually what I should have been talking about. And I wanted to do that on stream so that everybody knew that I was messed up.
We were talking about balance and the purpose of a toe.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to talk about evolution and then use the word purpose.
Yeah.
Because that immediately becomes Lamarckism. See, if you want to talk about evolution, we got to get Panibasa on here. He's actually a biologist, and he loves his Darwin. But I always differentiate between microevolution and macroevolution, which are two entirely different things. And I think microevolution is pretty much demonstrable. I don't know anyone that doesn't accept the idea of microevolution, that you can take dogs and breed them into like German Shepherds and Chihuahuas, for example, or you can take plants and you can cause changes to occur through artificial selection, if you like. We select certain things to breed and you do get changes made in the organism. And then there's macroevolution, which is a change from one species to another species, which can no longer breed, which is, I think, usually the technical definition of a species. That is a whole different debate. And one of the things I have to fight against, I do it more or less successfully, is simply because I find an idea amenable, or simply because the idea makes sense to me, and it makes sense based on what we already know, doesn't mean I can accept it fully. I don't personally think, I haven't seen anything that's convinced me that macroevolution has been proven. I don't think that there's any evidence that one species can actually change into a different species. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, and I'm not saying that the idea doesn't make sense based on what we know of microevolution. But I think it's a lot more complicated than that. I mean, obviously, all life is related. If you look at, just the way what do they say, that as the fetus goes through its development, it recaptures all these stages in evolution. Like a human fetus is indistinguishable from like a baboon fetus until like a certain point, and it goes through all these different changes. And you look at a human hand, and you look at the hand bones inside of a whale. You can see similarities. There is a relationship between all of life, but how it can possibly transmute into each other is a very complex question that I don't really think we understand very well. I mean, we've got some ideas on the subject, but yeah, I don't see macroevolution as being understood if that's the actual mechanism at all. I think there might be a mechanism here that we're missing. And
Yeah.
we're very, we've only been studying this stuff for a couple hundred years. So give us another few centuries, really. I mean, people have to be patient with science too, I think. I mean, when you think about the state of science, even just like 150 years ago, if you had like a top physicist from the year 1890 and one from 1990 and one from 2090, I'm sure that although they'd have a lot in common, they'd have a lot of new things to talk about. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, that's my little evolution rant. It needs more. I guess it needs more study. Is my.
That's good. Now, me and Mark, our discussion had to do with evolving and devolving. Now, like you take a look at um, with evolution, what they make it out to be, saying that we evolved from primates.
Right.
Okay. Now you take a close look at primates, and you notice, for one thing, their feet. Okay.
Right.
Now the small toe on a primate is, in my opinion, the perfect toe for a small toe. It's equipped to where they can climb, and they can use that small toe to grab a hold of the branches and stuff like that in order to freaking climb and everything.
Right.
Well, according to evolution, we're supposed to evolve. We're not supposed to devolve. Now, if we had that toe in the beginning, why would our toe devolve to the small toe that we have now?
That's the perspective thing, isn't it? You say devolve, I would say evolve. Because why do we need to climb trees anymore?
Well, I mean, that goes into the second part of our conversation, which involves the appendix. Okay.
It's okay, Lucky. Come on. It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
I'm getting
it's good boy. It's okay.
See what happens when you start talking about evolution with dogs around. They get riled up. They don't like that stuff.
Well, I was going to say, when you're talking about evolution, as I understand it anyway, it's not really a question of evolving and devolving. It's about adaptation.
Yeah.
And whether you're adapted to the environment. So if you're in an environment where yes, you've got this toe that climbs trees, but you might need something like, I don't know, a brain with a bigger Wernicke's area so that you have better language skills. Or maybe your thumb is going to be more important because, you might be knapping flint or starting fires and stuff like that. So it's not, I don't think so much as the toe evolving as it becomes less important to the survival, because it's all about passing on the genes. It's a very slow process.
Well, see, that brings us to this. Hold up, now it did it to me again. Let me grab a hold of that link again. I got cut again. Sorry about that, guys.
Or something else like that. So it's, and that's one of the things that I go on about eugenics, the idea that we can breed better people. And, I always say that, first of all, we've always practiced eugenics, and we always have, to the best of our ability. We've always had rules where you can only marry people from a certain tribe or of a certain religion or of a certain, this or that. We're trying to find a way to make sure that the offspring turn out good. And now we have all this scientific knowledge about genetics and disease and stuff. And so we've gotten to a point where we can discourage certain people from breeding that might, your children might have this or that disease. And then they're talking about, modifying humans. We can take charge and have real eugenics. And I'm like, we're not smart enough to do it, because you simply don't know what is going to be required of you by your environment as a species evolves through time. So you can say, I remember something, I think it was sickle cell anemia, for example, which is a terrible genetically related disease. But at the same time, when you have it, I think the genes also protect you against other diseases. Like malaria or something like that. So it has to do with who would pass on the genes. That would be seen as less life-threatening than malaria, perhaps, at least certainly from an evolutionary perspective. So you don't know. Evolution doesn't have a purpose so much as it's simply adapting to the environment, and a lot of it seems very clumsy to us. But we're talking about hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, even.
Well, see, the
And
second part of the conversation had to do with kind of what you were saying there, because like that, that's fine and dandy if you are talking about like, you know, becoming more adaptable to the environment, but that doesn't explain things like your uh man, I had it on top of my head. Your appendix.
right.
Okay, the appendix is a worthless organ that's within the human body, and nobody even knows what its function is. But
Well, we've got mitochondria, we've got all kinds of stuff in our bodies. I have heard that the appendix isn't necessarily, I mean, it's tissue, and it helps support the rest of the tissue around it. It contains blood vessels and stuff. I have heard a theory that at one time it was used to digest cellulose, which we simply cannot do anymore. But that would go right along with evolution, where eating cellulose is no longer adaptive. In other words, people just didn't have to survive on grass and things anymore. They had a much better protein source, a much better calorie source in things like protein, fruits and vegetables. And I mean, grass eaters like horses, they have to eat huge amounts. I mean, it's not a very efficient system, eating cellulose and stuff like that. You need enormous amounts to get the same kind of nutritive value that you can get from like a handful of meat and rice or something like that. So the people that were better at digesting that are going to reproduce. And if you couldn't digest grass, well, it became less and less relevant. So that an unhealthy appendix at one time would have killed you because, well, you can't digest the grass anymore. But nobody's been eating that for tens or hundreds of thousands of years. So it just kind of gets ignored and fades away. However, it's
but shouldn't if we go according to adaptation, shouldn't the appendix have fallen off a long time ago? Like we shouldn't even have it.
No, because again, the patience is these things. It isn't one day I decide I don't use my hand, therefore my hand will disappear.
Well, I mean from the time
it is disappearing. It's disappearing slowly over millions of years, or at least hundreds of thousands of years.
Right.
And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if people are born now with very small appendices, or maybe none, eventually none at all, which would be a mutation, but it wouldn't be a maladaptive one. And the body would probably just ignore it. But yeah, I don't know. And you never know. Maybe we'll have to go towards eating cellulose again. Maybe there'll be a disaster. Grass and bark eating will become big, and there'll be a few people out there that have pretty well functioning appendices. I don't know if anyone's ever studied whether the appendix can actually be reactivated or whether it works for some people. I think it is mostly ignored. It is an appendix. I mean, but the word by definition is just like chop it right off if you want.
It's usually ignored until they
we don't eat raw meat anymore. So
yeah, that's another thing. So we're not really made to digest raw. I always used to say we're not really made to eat meat, but we're humans. We're sneaky. So we I always say you can take a bite out of an apple. It's very difficult to take a bite out of a cow, but we can kill it and we can butcher it and we can marinate it. Slice up the cuts and cook it, which is all this is pre-digesting. So, we don't have the teeth and claws of a jungle cat, but we've got flint knives, and we don't have the digestive juices, but we've got marinades, and we've got fire that can cook and pre-digest the food. And then, bammo, we've got calories where other animals had no access to calories. And yeah, a lot of it has to do with efficient use of the few calories that are available. I mean, the first guy to take a bite out of a cow, it's like, we can eat that. Get out of here, Og. There's no way. It's like, wait.
There are a few exceptions to that rule. I was just thinking of beef tots at time.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, there's
a certain amount of preparation.
That there's a reason why that's a part of the Noahide laws too, because they considered that as being below like you just did not eat an animal before it was dead. You know what I'm saying? Like that was unacceptable to them. And
well, the blood is the life. The life was supposed to go to Jehovah.
Like and like eating an animal before it was dead was like the one of the worst sacrileges that you could ever commit, according to them. So they made it a point to make that a part of the at least the no hide laws.
Now, we're talking about evolution here, and this is the quantum gathering.
Mhm.
So maybe we should talk a little bit about future evolution and perhaps not so much the evolution of the human body, but the evolution of the human mind, which I think is a very interesting kind of a concept. And, there is some thought that the so called artificial intelligence, the LLMs, might be instrumental in our minds actually evolving.
That's what Kelso says.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Because, when we think about evolution, we were just talking about it, it has to do with adaptation. So AI means that human beings are going to be adapting to a different internet environment. I wonder what this will bring. What sort of because we've seen AI be used for a lot of different stuff. Some stuff I'm sure we all think of as positive, some stuff that all of us or many of us think is negative.
Well, can we talk about that, because
Yeah.
the future the future generations, the evolution of our minds. Just a little bit of insight here from what I've been hearing for the past week. Once again, I let you guys know that my companion that I'm with, she got a job, a teaching job, a sub. She's a sub, professional sub. She's
Nice.
gonna she's got a job for a whole year. She's gonna be put here, put there, put everywhere. So she's gone through a week. Well, 3 days. She's exhausted. She's
Wow.
hurting. She is, as she can't. She is a little bit up there in the years. She can't keep up with these kids the way they behave. These kids are like, when we went to a neurodivergent, we make jokes about that. I can as well, so I'm a little bit on the spectrum. But these kids, they are not there for the ones that are not violently beating on each other. The other ones are just vacant in the head. That's what I'm hearing. And this is like, so second grade. None of them know their ABCs. None of them can write. None of them even know their numbers. A simple 1 + 1.
Huh.
This is second grade. When I was in second grade, yeah, we had spelling bees. We had I was doing multiplications and long division. Second grade. So the evolution of the mind, I want to say, of the general population, the future is looking kind of grim.
Well, those are the only challenges being given to the kids, but that gets right to adaptation. Do people really need to know how to read and write and count anymore? I mean, I've heard arguments against teaching children, and they've stopped teaching children how to write with cursive writing, as we call it here, simply because, well, there's keyboards now. No one will need to write anymore. And you can, and I've seen it in school. When I was in school, you did not use a calculator in math class. Now they require it. And the argument I've heard is, well, as long as the kid understands what the operation is, it doesn't matter that they never learned the skill of the operation. They don't actually have to learn how to add, add, subtract, multiply, and divide, as long as they know what symbols to put into the calculator, into the computer. So you could argue that a mind adapted to this would be a mind we wouldn't recognize, because, like you said, V, you had to learn basic stuff that apparently children are not being taught anymore. But on the other hand, you can see this in the classroom behavior. I mean, what's the classroom for? What can they teach them? Or do they try?
I mean, we're talking just a general elementary school.
Yeah, but I mean,
grade,
they should be working on like letters and numbers, you would think.
Right. And so this it kind of makes me wonder. Like, I always tell people I was born in the wrong era, because I mean, as is, I graduated early, 2.5 years early, out of high school. If I were in school today, I could probably graduate the high school probably by the 5th grade. I'm thinking about this like, wow. Kids have it easy and they still don't want to do anything.
I was thinking you were born in the wrong age. You should have been in the Bronze Age.
Oh,
You would have had a great time ruling one of those city states, you know.
oh, I have all my lady dancers.
Yeah.
Jiggling their bellies. Oh yeah. Got people doing the fans and bringing me wine. Yeah, I could have lived that life.
I was thinking about, wise laws and, making peace and agricultural reforms, but we all have our different ideas. But, unless you give these kids something to adapt to, they're not going to adapt to anything. And it sounds like, we're training people to not do, to not be able to do things. We're failing to train people to do certain things, but what are we training them to do? What are these kids learning? Because they're learning something. Apparently the result is that they're sitting there either violent or passive. But what is it that's being done to them? I mean, is it simply that we're not guiding them in the use of this technology? Is it simply because we're abandoning the kids to the computer the way my parents would abandon us to the television set? Which, at the time was seen as really horrible. But when I compare television from back then to the internet today, I realized that it was like having Mary Poppins or a governess,
Well, yeah, and to add to that, I'm also being told that the Library of Congress is hiring people to go through old written letters because no one can read in cursive anymore. I can read cursive, but I don't know if anybody else around me knows how to read cursive. And so that was kind of the thing that I was told. They want to get rid of cursive because there's no way they can recall every single document, every single picture of the Constitution, right? So you just get rid of cursive.
Yeah.
And then you alter the Constitution any way you want to in print. So cursive will be an archaic language that no one knows, archaic writing that no one knows, and they'll be able to alter Mandela effect the Constitution any way they want to.
Like Star Trek, the Yangs and the Combs, E Plebnista, remember that?
2 points on that. I think it was the year before last, actually. Me and Roger had a long conversation about when cursive writing was stopped in schools in the US and in Britain, and we were in mid-70s, just before in the mid-70s. Also, I saw reports just a couple of days ago. Reports talking about preschool kids. So we're talking about 3, 4, 5-year-olds not being able to feed themselves.
What?
Seriously, in Britain.
Just not have the motor skills, or just not.
They don't know any recipes.
Not ever been taught how. Well, not ever been. Well, I suppose taught how to feed yourself. How to pick up a spoon or a fork.
It's like a complete collapse of basic parenting skills.
Yeah,
it sounds like to me. I mean, if nothing else, you should, if you grow up around other people feeding themselves, you would pick up, certain basic skills. But I mean, you're talking about more than simply poor table manners, I take it.
Yeah, I'm talking about being fed by
that's kind of scary. And that again, what are they adapting to? This is and is this simply is this a sign of a widespread change, or is it simply an outlier?
I didn't see I didn't see actual figures, but it seemed like it was.
I mean, any at all is
fairly
shocking.
widespread.
You know,
Yeah.
any amount at all is shocking, but still, yeah, that's crazy.
Now, for me, what I'm finding really disturbing is like people's attitude towards exploration. It seems like these people today seem to be more accepted to the idea of just enjoying the fact that you have a flat screen television, you got your computer, you got your phones that are real skinny, and
Yeah.
they don't think that it's important to actually explore. You know what I mean? To actually encourage, space exploration or even exploring, the oceans. The fact that we can only dig 8 miles underground should be something that a lot of people, you would think with all this technology, we could dig deeper, but we can't.
Well, they won't allow us.
You know.
They hit the hollow earth down there.
Oh, don't get me
There's a
started on the hollow
conspiracy.
earth, man.
The temperature actually starts dropping, and there's like a whole world in there. But they made a treaty, so they can't go down any further. The Russians first made contact with them with that drill, that big hole they've got there in Russia where they hear all the screams coming up from the ground. Oh yeah. It was in the National Enquirer. It's got to be true.
Yeah.
Law. There's a law.
Hey.
Right? Gotta be.
I'm supposed
Could
to be. I'm supposed to be behaving on the quantum gathering. Okay, so
This is quantum.
well, I mean, it's just Well, I mean, well, with the hollow Earth, one thing is like, we don't know what's down there. I mean, we really don't know what's down there.
What if it's extra dimensional? It's not that it's a hollow Earth. It could be. I think the Earth is solid, but maybe once you hit some portals or something in there, it's an entirely different dimension, different world.
Well, I mean, the creatures.
Getting back to the subject though. No, Roger, you do make a good point about a lack of interest.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's because you can plug into the screen and you get so much stimulation, the famous dopamine hits, the beautiful AI generated imagery. You can go through time and space and dimension, and we're going back to the moon. I would think there would be more excitement about that. They're getting ready to launch a spaceship to go to the moon. They're talking about launching ships for Mars in a few years, and you would think people would be jumping up and down about that. But I've seen very little coverage. I'm very excited. I want to see if they actually did land. If Neil Armstrong actually did go down on the moon. Let's go back and take a look at that landing site and debunk that whole moon landing thing one way or another once and for all. I mean, we go back to the moon and there's the spaceship from 1969 or whatever it was. Well, that kind of settles that. Of course, then someone will say, well, they just put it up there as a prop thing, and it's not real.
I can make an entire argument about that, and bring it back to the so-called long march with the institutions argument.
Well, you know what, Mark?
The removal of critical thinking, removal of critical thinking exercises or critical thinking also creates a sort of concept of the removal of imagination.
Okay, you sir are British. Okay, you are a UK guy. Britain has not gone to the moon yet, so don't debunk us, Mister. Leave America alone.
The UK hasn't got a space program of its own. It's all wrapped up in Europe.
Yeah, I know Europe has its own space agency. Have they been to the moon yet? Why is it not happening? Why is there not joint
anyone
all
been
across
to
the
the
globe?
moon yet? Has anyone been to the
Right.
moon?
That's the big question. Like,
we got all these space agencies. Why are we not all cooperating?
None of them.
Because of political interest.
Why didn't the Dutch East India Company cooperate with the British East India Company? Because they're rivals for resources.
Now, with the time period that it's taken since we've last supposedly gone to the moon, okay, why is it that we've only been able to achieve outer atmosphere
Funding. I think funding mostly.
Well,
I was going to say funding.
I think that's
Has anybody
And
explained
political-
or debunked well, I mean, of course it's debunked, but the Van Allen radiation belt?
I've always heard about that, but I've never heard anyone discuss it too much in detail. I mean, in theory, I've heard the argument, well, they couldn't have gone to the moon because it would have gone through the Van Allen belts and it would have killed them, and they didn't have the shielding and da 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 da. And I've never actually heard that debunked as such, but I kind of figured they must have just flown around them or something.
Well, I have a theory about it if you guys are interested.
What's your theory?
So, Roswell crash, right? We have
Okay.
we reverse engineered alien spacecraft. We have anti-grav. Okay, I believe that, and there was a scientist. There's a NASA scientist that says we don't have the technology to get back up to the moon anymore. He said this in a documentary.
I saw that.
Now I have this theory that the CIA gave some anti-grav tech to NASA on loan to get out there in space. Now, when you have this anti-grav technology, it does, in fact, create sort of a shield around you. And I think that's kind of how they may have repelled any radiation.
Huh.
That's my theory.
Okay.
It's a working theory. It's a work in progress. So what do you think?
Question for you. Are you saying that aliens or extraterrestrial technology is only in the hands of the US?
Yes.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I am.
But at the
saying
time,
that.
that's how we utilized it. That's what I'm saying.
I am saying that though.
Okay.
England has not got UFO
I'm
technology.
not just talking about England, I'm talking about the rest of the world. There's a big world out there, you know.
Well,
There,
I mean,
there is a world
yeah.
besides England. But what do they know of England who only England know?
you know, when you were talking about like TV and the internet too, that that's something that's really been crossing my mind here lately, because I find it really odd that people who are getting on these media sites are bashing television, saying that it's rot brain, but then when you go and you surf the web and you listen to the content that's being pushed, it is insanely dangerous. It's actually stuff that you do not want your kids to freaking listen to. And yet they want you to believe that television is rotting your brain and it's bad for you. But you go and you hear some of the stuff that's being put out on the internet, which is 5 times worse than anything television has ever come out with. I find
because it's there doesn't mean
Yeah.
that you you watch it. Just because it's there doesn't mean you consume it.
well, where I'm going is the TV rots your brain versus the internet being way, way worse than the
There's a lot of
television
good
ever was.
material on the web.
Well,
There's lots of
I think that if you're going to rot your brain, you're going to rot your brain with whatever is given to you.
Yeah.
You know, I'll say something about the internet that I noticed was it's like television, but that you can answer back to. And one of the first thing I noticed about the internet was I could go online and find like websites and addresses of authors, and I could write them, and they'd write me right back very often. So suddenly, instead of, I mean, in the old days, if you read a book and you liked it, you could write to the publisher, write to the author care of the publisher. You might get a reply in a couple of 3 months. You might not get a reply, but the internet does let you. I mean, look at this. We're creating content right here. We're not watching television. We're making television. I think that's a huge step up. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't. There isn't a lot of brain rot possibilities there, but it gets back to that we were talking about when someone's saying, "Oh, look, they're giving you this pablum and they're giving you porn." Well, why do you consume it then, man? Have a show. Look at us. This is pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it's like when I see that, it kind of makes me wonder why these people are pushing this whole television is brain rot when like it's not true. I mean, they're like, and if you go back, you can find actually some pretty decent entertainment. Like I always stand by like Jack Benny. You know, Jack Benny was one of the greatest comedians there ever was. But nobody really knows about Jack Benny now. You know,
No, I understand your Benny show the other day. You never replied to me on the one.
You mean Benny Hill?
Jack Benny.
No, yeah.
Betty Hill is good too.
Yeah, he is good. He is good too.
So the
But
Americans understand Britain through the lens of Benny Hill.
even TV has got good and bad content.
Yeah.
Just because it's there doesn't mean you have to consume it.
Right. Right.
Well,
unless you would sign that end user agreement, and then you
Yeah.
you're required to watch this show now.
I
If you
think
don't, we'll take your soul.
I think that TV went bad when reality television came around. Like,
I agree with that, totally.
you know,
Yeah.
I don't know. First season of Big Brother was pretty cool.
You know, it's interesting. If you watch the very earliest television shows, and it's interesting, the guy that invented television wouldn't have one in his house, wouldn't let his kids watch it. He was disgusted by what they broadcast. But the earliest shows were so highbrow. They really thought we're going to bring culture into every home, and they would do like really serious plays. They'd get like top writers, or they'd do classic stuff, you know, like Shakespeare and this and that. But then all of a sudden they noticed that more people would rather watch Milton Berle in a dress, the so-called lowest common denominator. The more people you get to watch, the more soap flakes you sell. And so it was a race to the bottom. And we went from this really highbrow, sophisticated shows down to, and again, I enjoy these old shows. I watch a lot of them myself. I've been watching the Challenge of the Yukon from the early 1960s. I listen to a lot of old radio shows. They're fascinating. One of my favorites is called Broadway is My Beat. It was made in the 1950s. And it's all full of this really wild beat poetry and these completely strange characters that I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's wonderful, and it's nothing like they would do today, I don't think.
Let me stop you. Did you say soap flakes?
Soap flakes, yeah, soap operas. They would sell soap flakes, bar soap. Yeah, soap flakes. You wash clothes with them.
Soap opera. Oh, that's what they call it. Soap operas.
Yeah, soap.
Good God.
Yeah, they would sell soap flakes. Yeah.
You've just reminded me of the old BBC motto, and in a specific sequence as well. The BBC motto was to inform, educate, and entertain. In that specific,
yeah, sequence. In that order. If only they could keep to it.
Yeah.
But it's also that implication of passive. You're going to sit there. You're going to be informed. You're going to be entertained. You're going to be, enlightened, educated. So with the internet, we're doing it back. We're right back at them. Yeah, there is that interactive aspect of the internet. And again, if you don't like what you see, you can make your own. And now with AI, you can create with just a laptop. We've talked about this before. Look at the wonderful videos that Roger produces with what would have taken a whole studio at one time and days of work. And we can create music and images. And this might not even be me. This could just be something I generated on AI so I could take a nap.
Mm-hmm. And
just program it to say a few phrases.
I've got
fascinating.
I've got criticism about that.
He's Mr. Hater, Mr. Mark Edworthy, the AI hater.
Of human creativity.
I like all the bouncing body parts that are put in these videos now. They're just so surrealistic and so yummy looking.
Now,
Get your editing tools out for this later, Roger.
I've been
Mom will be listening. You know,
I have been paying
I talked to
attention.
her earlier today, and she said she would be listening.
I have been paying attention to like Satori and his graphics and stuff, and I do have to say he does an excellent job. But I also have to say that I have more respect for the audio versions of what everybody calls AI more than I do the graphics. Because like Satori's probably the only one that I know who actually makes quality AI, to be honest.
But it's tough. There are a few.
This is the question: does he make it, or does some machine to?
Well, does a sculptor make it, or does the chisel and hammer?
Let me put it to you this way. See, I can go in with these songs and I can just have it auto generate whatever freaking it wants to come up with. It can create the lyrics, it can create the beat, everything. Or I can actually go in and say, this is what I want. This is the way I want it to sound. These are the lyrics I want it to have, which that's what I do. Okay. So like it depends on the person who's making the songs. Are they actually just going in there and hitting auto generate and taking whatever they get, or are they actually going in there and saying, these are the lyrics I want this sound, and I want this, I want this beat, I want 80 BPMs or 60 BPMs, things like that. Are they doing that, or are they just auto generating it? And it's the same thing with like with the graphics too, you know what I mean? When people go in to make their graphics, they have an option of what they want. And if they know how to do it properly, they can make quality video graphics, but a lot of them don't.
Well, I think it comes down to, like, well, you're saying it's a tool, and I think what we're arguing about is the amount of interaction the artist has with the material. We were talking about this with music before, and I remember getting into a big discussion about this where I was trying to explain that, I mean, the AI music, the LLM music, it's wonderful. It's great stuff. It sounds good. It's good quality music. If I turned on the radio and I heard that, I might very well tap my toes to it. But when someone was saying, well, you could use it in music, and I'm like, my experience of music is like I've helped write music or learned songs. What could we do with AI? Well, if a band got together and maybe Garrett might say, hey, give me, come up with this kind of a bass line. And I would go to the AI and say, give me this kind of bass line. And he would listen to it, and then he'd have his AI write something. And, at the end of the day, it would probably be fun. We'd probably have something, but it's very different from a bunch of guys standing around in a circle with instruments slung over their shoulders, trying things out. I mean, to us, that's the fun. The fun part is sweating and getting blisters on your fingers and making a lot of mistakes and coming up with something. And then after like some days of work, it's like, bammo, we've got a new song, or we've learned this other person's song, or whatever we're doing. So
you sound like my dad.
Yeah, that's well, but I mean, that's my fun. I'm not saying doing it the other way isn't fun, and I think that's groovy too. But it can also be a creative process, because you've got to use the tool you've got, whether it's strings on a wooden fretboard or whether it's a keyboard. And I don't know how to talk to these machines to get them to do stuff, to make the music or to make these images. And there are some excellent image makers out there. You mentioned Satori D. I don't know if you've seen the stuff that Abandoned Films is doing, is really good. The Door Brothers do some twisted stuff. DOR, the Door Brothers on YouTube. I suggested you'd get a kick out of them. I don't know if you've seen them yet, but yeah, there's some great stuff, and I respect that, but I also recognize it's different from. I have another friend of mine who's drawing a book cover right now with pen and ink and pigments and stuff. And you could also make a book cover with AI. It's two different processes, and I'm sure it's just as rewarding for one person as the other. It's just I can't connect with the computer aspect of it as much as, like I say, is like just holding an instrument over my back or strapping it over my back and playing. So,
well, my father, it was funny because he'd be like, I hate all this rap music. Why are they getting paid all these millions of dollars? They don't even work. They're sitting behind a computer. They're not doing the
money
work.
for nothing.
They're not doing the work. They're not sweating. They're not having to sit in the hot.
Has he ever been on a stage? My God.
Well, yeah, really. Yeah, that's true.
I've heard that about rock music too, man. Any musician gets that, I think.
Yeah.
But until the blood, sweat, and tears, I mean, for every 5 minutes on stage is hours and hours and hours of work, and not to mention carrying equipment and being under those damn lights. It's always showtime here at the edge of the stage, as they say. So,
one thing I do have to also add on to that, which I do agree with you, Otto, but another thing is, like, when it comes to this AI music, it is way unrealistic. Okay. Now, if you ever get a chance, take some of that music and see if you can match up with it, especially the faster stuff, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I had my first experience with that with Jaffe when he wanted me to do a song. Can perfectly time a word.
Right.
Okay, and I tried it over and over again to try to match the music up with the voice, and it just doesn't work because there's no flaw in the actual vocals for an AI. You know what I mean? Like when a human sings, their voice isn't perfect. It doesn't go.
Yeah, there's always imperfections. Yeah.
But
Raj, we've had this for a while in music with auto tune and drum machines. In fact, wasn't long ago I was talking to a drummer and he was going on about, like, you can set these drum machines to do these impossible beats.
Yeah.
So there have been. This is a trend. What you're describing. This isn't entirely new. It's just, I think, taking it up to another level.
Yeah, I agree.
But and that's part of the thing too. I think with live versus studio performance, because a studio performance is always going to be as perfected as possible. This is a lasting document. You have retakes, you have editing, and this and that. And then you've got the live performance, and the live performance is always each one's going to be different, and there's going to be mistakes. I always say, with all its warts, and but it's more vital, it's more fun. Sometimes, hearing live music. I know several bands that they're really good listening to their studio albums, but you see them live and they blow you away. Acid Mother's Temple is a good one. They usually tour the US every summer, if any of you guys get a chance to see, and I think even the UK, Mark, so you might get a chance to see them. Acid Mother's Temple. Jimi Hendrix isn't touring anymore, so go see Kawabata. This guy is an amazing, they're this psychedelic heavy metal rock prog kind of thing out of Japan, and very good stuff.
And I wanna do I was on the phone with Kelso for like 2 hours yesterday. I really want to do an AI workshop with you guys, Mr. Robot, Kelso, Roger, because you guys need to start teaching me what to be doing with this AI stuff.
Well, Mr. Robot's mad at me right now, so I don't know if
Why?
Because I was mean to him.
Oh, you didn't punch him in the throat or anything.
Well, no, I didn't do none of that. I just he gets frustrated with me because I say mean things to him.
I think I piled on last time he was on, so I think he may not be wanting. It's all out of love, spirit of love, and humor.
Well, I mean,
I don't want anybody getting hurt.
It's the same thing with me, and we talked it out and everything, and he won't come back into my chat and everything right now because he feels like I was censoring him, but I welcomed him back in anytime he wanted to come in. I just told him that there were just certain things that you can't do in my chat. You know what I mean? And
actually, I was quite critical of Mr. Robots. He's released a book, but he's used some sort of LLM framework, and it's only a small then 20 pages or something. But I looked at a bit of the content on it, and I argued that very little of the content was actually created by his own hand, but he claims that he was the author, and I actually criticized him for that because, as far as I can see, he didn't author anything. It was all done through a machine.
Right.
Let's see, there you go. It's like Mr. Anti-AI went and used AI technology to detect AI technology.
No, I didn't. I actually went down and actually read it using my own mind and my own eyes.
So you didn't use the AI detectors?
No. I had to look through it. I saw things like
That
tons
will
of
be
M signs, M dashes, and
that would be a better
those
topic
things.
right there. That would be. I would like to. I'd like to sit back with you and have a discussion about that and the things that you picked up on that actually showed you that it was AI, because that's actually more interesting to me than anything else.
I would agree.
That's really a good. I think later on we should set something up where we talk to you about that, and you can tell everybody what you noticed that helped you.
Still got that file on there.
Otto went quiet.
I am. I'm getting messages and stuff from
Okay.
people. I
Okay.
told them to check out our live stream. Actually, my employer is going to be back earlier than I thought. So, you guys up for a little audio drama, a little dramatic reading? Roger, you said earlier you had a little script. This might be the time to jump into it before I got a split.
Okay.
I have probably another half hour, 40 minutes.
Okay.
She's going to show.
I do have another scripts and everything set up, and just to let you guys know, I was able to get a lot of that other stuff that we were doing organized in the order that it's supposed to go out. Like I did do that because I know that was a concern at one time, but I put it out, the edited versions. I put it out in the order it's supposed to go out. So just so you know, let me go grab the scripts.
Thank you, Roger. I do apologize for being so discombobulated at this end of things, but
you're great. Don't worry about that.
Well, doing my best to hold together the quantum gathering, and you gentlemen are doing yeoman work in maintaining this until the return of Roberta, and she will, God willing, be back with us in just a couple more weeks.
What do you do? You're at work. What do you do? Yeah.
Oh, right now this is my winter job. I am the executive assistant for a dog. I am a dog house sitter.
Oh, cool.
But it's a very high-end dog, and it's a very high-end job. And I'm paid a very healthy daily payment, plus I get expenses, plus I get additional money for expenses on top of that.
Well, I'm not.
And my job is basically to sit around with a dog all day, and it is in many ways the ideal job for me. So yeah, unfortunately we had two other dogs that passed on, and so we have a new dog now, because the person who I work for must have a dog in her life at all times. And so we have Lucky the dog, and we got him this last weekend. He is still kind of settling in, and she had to immediately leave to go down to a business trip. She works in the computer field. This is the person I was mentioning to you, Mark, I think at one time or another. She I'd like to get her on a show sometime. She's not a tech person, but she's worked in the computer field for a long time. She actually used to be a vice president at Microsoft for a while, and she took a severance package from them and got a job with a company called Vertex. And from what I've gathered, her main job is that she's their Microsoft connection. So whenever they come up with something new, she calls some of her buddies. They go to some conference in Rome or London or Venice. Actually, they go to Venice and places like that. And some hands are shaken, some deals are made, and Wango, another $1 million deal with Microsoft.
Well,
And
there
they
you
get,
go.
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's pretty cool.
but she's very aware of things like licensing and international barriers, proprietary thingamabobs, and all the kind of legal bottlenecks that technology often faces. Because that's
the good stuff.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
it's international environment. But she also wants her dog well taken care of when she's not here, and she's usually gone at least a week, a month, sometimes for 10 days at a time, flying all over the place. So she wants somebody that she can trust with the dog, and that's me.
There you
So
go.
yeah, I'm in a similar position. Yeah, I let roofs over my head as long as I don't look out for this dog.
Okay, so I've got this script up, and I'm gonna let you guys know too. This is something I forgot to mention as well. Like all the voices for the audio for like the announcers on the intercoms and the machine and the computer and all that voices. I've changed them around so that they sound really cool in the finished version. So
oh, cool.
I've gone through and I've actually made synthwave music out of your guys' voices.
Wow, synthwave.
Take it back to the 80s, baby.
That's right. If you play anything that is a part of the machine on these scripts or a part of the index, you will be a part of the synthwave, dude. I will put it in the music and it will be cool.
A synthwave is just a step away from fashwave.
That's right. Freaking what was that? What was that?
All you got to do is add like the right graphics to it, and suddenly it's like, whoa.
What was that one band? Something about flamingos.
Oh.
The freaking ones that had the funny hairdo.
That narrows it down.
No, it wasn't flamingos. It was freaking seagulls. Flock of seagulls.
Oh, the flock of seagulls.
Yeah.
I remember them. Flock of men at work without hats.
Yeah. Now all of them, since they had all that hairspray back in the 80s and the 90s, they're freaking bald-headed. There isn't one of them with hair anymore.
I believe it. I believe it.
It's amazing. I seen them in their last live performance, and every single one of them's bald-headed.
That must have made you feel really good.
Yeah, it did. I might have bad teeth, but at least I still got my hair, dude. Most of
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Now,
all right.
This is the Book of Maxwell. This actually introduces Riglera. Rigliera. Now, this is where it gets interesting. I'll just put it to you that way. You guys will like it. We're going to have a new guy in here. That's a part of Coffee Syndicate.
Huh.
Monteiro. It's interesting. He's not a bad guy because the story doesn't allow bad guys. It doesn't allow heroes. It doesn't allow things to be finished. It's got a really weird rules that go with it. And this all stems from setting up rules that I went by when I was telling you about that when Mike was talking about setting this up. I just put the rules in when I created the Bible, and it follows these rules. So
right,
that's what makes it so weird, like Eon Flux, kind of weird. It has a mind of its own, really.
So. Yeah. So I see a narrator, scribe, Elias, observer, index reader.
No.
Maribel.
observer. I can be the observer and the index writer if you guys need me to.
Okay.
Index
Well,
reader.
I can do narrator. I like narrating. You want to be who wants to be what?
Marable.
We have Elias. You think Mark or V would be a good Elias?
Give me the one with the least amount of lines.
Well, on the part or scene one, you need, it's mostly narrator and scribe. So after
one.
on scene one, and then in scene two, it's narrator and Elias. And so after we're done with scene one, we can go into scene two, and somebody can play Elias. And then I think in scene three, it's also just one person as well. It's the observer.
Okay.
All right, well, you tell me to be. I don't see. I just don't want to be the narrator. So
You don't want to be.
Well, Mark, do you want to do scribe and I'll do narrator for scene one?
Yeah, I'm just looking at
And
this.
then scene two, we need Elias. So Roger or V want to take on Elias, one or the other?
You want to be the Elias V?
Sure.
Elias was a prophet who was taken up bodily into heaven by God, so Elias is pretty good. If I wasn't going to be the narrator, I'd want to be Elias.
So
I'm just trying to think of what the motivation is here. What's the voice?
Coffee never lasted or tasted the same. That's what the motivation is.
Coffee never tasted the same. Is that good or bad thing?
Well, if that's the whole lore behind it.
Coffee. I don't know.
Now,
I'm not a coffee drinker, so that doesn't mean much to me.
Now, scene three is going to be the observer.
Yeah, I can be the observer.
Yeah, that's Rod should be the. And then scene four, narrator and index reader.
Oh yeah, that's.
So who's going to be the index reader?
Again, I'll take the smallest part.
Index reader is pretty small, I guess.
So I just have an itchy throat today. That's all.
That means I've only got.
Maribel actually looks like the shortest.
Oh, I get to be a woman.
Maribel.
British Cockney woman.
Could be a man's name. Could be a man's name.
And besides that, like it's just a name. Like whenever we're doing the script, they really like you're
Can
not.
I be a Cockney lass?
You're not gonna hear like she hesitates and stuff, you know. So it can.
I don't know. Can you be a Cockney lass? I don't know. So that would mean, Mark, did you want to do the index reader?
So scribe in scene one, and then scene two.
That screen index writer would be scene 4, I believe.
Okay, so scene 2, I've got nothing. Scene 3,
what about
I've got nothing.
You? And you're going to be the observer for scene 3,
scene 4,
Roger?
Yeah, I'm going to be the observer.
So, Mark, you're in scene 4, and
1.
And scene 1, and V, you're going to be Maribel in scene 5, which is very short, and
he's going to be he's also going to be Elias, I believe, right?
Elias.
Right. Yeah, Elias. Excellent.
Elias.
All right, sounds good. I think we're ready. Are you guys ready?
We are.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
All right, let's jump in. Ready? Recording, Roger? Of course you are.
Yes.
3, 2, 1. This is a marginal note added after the death of Antonio Augusto Carvalho Monteiro. It does not belong to the main text. It was written smaller.
Monteiro is dead. The structure remains precise. He believed
Take your time.
Yeah. He believed meaning could be embedded deeply enough that belief could become unnecessary. This was not incorrect. It was incomplete. The descent, sorry. The descent still functions. The return still distorts. No instruction survives because none was required. The whale does not initiate. It verifies pressure. It verifies pressure tolerance. After Monte, I can't pronounce that.
I can't either.
Visits to after Montreal visits begin to narrow.
Slow down.
Take your time, dude. Well done.
Breathe. After Montero, visitors.
Visitors.
After
He's
he's in the day for this.
More coffee.
After Montero, visitors began to narrate.
Narrate. Just start it. Narrate. Don't start over. Just say narrate their movement.
Narrates the movement. The increased casualties. Coffee never tasted the same after the estate was completed. This was not recorded as nostalgia. It was not.
Hooray. Well done. Scene 2. Elias reads aloud. Same space. Slight shift in posture. Elias holds a paper.
Monteiro is dead. Instructions remain precise.
He clears his throat.
He believed meaning could be embedded deeply enough that belief would become unnecessary. The well does not initiate. It verifies pressure tolerance.
He looks up.
Coffee never tasted the same.
Stops. Then finishes louder.
This was recorded as nostalgia. It was not.
Elias stepped forward after reading. Not into the wall. Elias stepped forward after reading. Not into the well. Toward it. He continued speaking even when no one responded. He lost footing without panic. The fall was quiet. Scene 3. 2 blades.
2 blades arrived later. He did not approach the well. He did not look down. He adjusted his grip once. He read the stone without touching it. He saw the sign, initiation well. He exhaled. He left without correcting it.
Scene 4. The index corrupted.
Initiation well, a ceremonial descent structure. Ceremony descent structure believed to have been used for symbolic intuition rites.
There's a steady pace.
Associated features include spiral staircase, subterranean chamber, and week. So just
Recitation.
Recitation. Getting far too late for this.
It's all right.
And recitation of text prior to descent. Common phrase: coffee never tasted the same.
There's a small pause.
Interpretation: altered perception following ritual completion. Warning: none listed.
Scene 5. Maribel enters incorrectly. She stands calm, certain.
Oh, this descent symbolizes transformation. The index is clear.
Maribel steps forward.
1, 2, 3. There should be.
Witnesses later disagreed whether she slipped or stepped or was pushed. Both accounts, in fact, all three accounts remain. All readers silent. The well never initiates. The index never learns. And coffee never tastes the same. Well done, everyone. That's going to go down in the annals.
Poor Mark.
For using the most difficult words possible for
Yeah.
Mark.
He was so tortured, dude. It was like horrible. I felt so bad for you, dude.
And V, that falsetto of yours was just really.
My goodness, that was the worst Irish woman I've ever heard in my life, dude.
She was supposed to be Cockney too.
Was that an Irish woman?
No, it was a Cockney British woman.
Oh wow, he's really
just shaking his head at our.
Yeah,
I think you need to have a trip to East London.
East London? Was that bad? I gotta go and sample the culture. Was that bad?
I was thinking what do they call that White Castle? No, where was it that
Whitechapel?
Whitechapel.
In the murders, yeah.
Yeah, the white. He sounded like a Whitechapel woman, to be honest.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for.
Yeah. I don't know what you were going for, dude. But
I don't think anybody.
Or just like, I don't know, a misplaced Muppet. I don't know.
Well, yeah, actually, that'd fit perfect because I remember the old Muppet Show. No, like they had a bunch of crazy Muppets that had the weird voices like that. That would actually be kind of cool.
Was there a Cockney or puppet?
Well, Miss Piggy, you can't tell me Miss Piggy didn't have a weird, messed up accent.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
you know, she was nuts. So,
and she's the reason why I like fat white girls. No, okay. Anyways, I'm sorry.
Get your editing equipment out, Roger.
Oh, it's definitely.
Oh well, I forgot. You got to exit out the show before we can get all naughty.
Well, I think we did a really good thing on the show. It actually came out pretty good. So.
Yeah. No, I think this was a good show. I'm very glad that we had it, and that was a very very interesting discussion we had tonight. I think we covered a lot of interesting topics. We kept it more or less on topic. We talked a little about evolution. We talked about computer technology. We talked about the internet and stuff like that. So it was all within the purview of the quantum gathering. So we can rest assured that we have done well tonight, gentlemen. We've done well. We can congratulate ourselves. We can.
Pat on my own back here.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
There we go.
Done. And I guess I should thank everyone for being here. I don't mean to cut things off, but again, unfortunately, I'm kind of restricted in my time here. But brevity is the soul of wit. they say. So I will be brief. Thank you, everyone, for being part of our quantum gathering. Everyone's done a really great job tonight, and I would like everybody to have a chance to give their socials. We'd like to do that. Why don't you start off, Mark?
Mine's straightforward. Minds.com under the username Medway.
Good. And Roger, how about you?
And you can find me at minds.com at Roger_Hanson. You can also find me on Teams at Rogers Hangout, as well as Elements Matrix. You can find me there at Rogers Hangout, as well as the Quantum Gathering and Infinite Imaginarium, which I know I keep forgetting to mention. So I'm gonna start mentioning those two because that's another one. So that's all I got.
And now our mystery man V, the man who traditionally has very few ways to contact him aside from vision or running into him down at the store. But if you have any socials you want to share, or
if there are any lovely ladies out there who would like a chance to talk about a mystery box, and yeah, you can contact Roger. I'm just a gigolo. He's the man pit.
Oh my goodness, Roger, your work's cut out for you.
Yeah, he wants women to contact me to talk about mystery boxes.
No, contact you so you can set me up and set up my schedule.
Oh, okay.
This sounds like a Wonderful World of Weirdness show.
Yeah, like the middleman, you know what I mean?
A little too weird, but it's the world. Gentlemen, thank you everyone for being part of our show. I look forward to seeing all of you again next week. Oh, and my socials, I'm on minds.com, Otto Excelsior. Otherwise, check me out on navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA.org. It's spelled just like it sounds. Thank you, everyone, again, and good night. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Thank you all, though. Everybody did a great job.
All right.
That was perfect.
And,
now,
yeah, my boss is going to be showing up here in the next 5 or 10 minutes, so I should probably sign off and prepare for the return of the boss kind of deal.
Sounds like a plan. Now, I'm going to put some music on for about a half an hour. That way we can all take a break and we'll come back. I want to do a show before Headlines After Midnight. So, I'm going to figure out what we're going to do because the last time I did Strange Stories. But this time I'm thinking maybe we should talk esoteric agenda, or maybe I could throw in some conspiracy.
Let's talk conspiracy.
Okay.
That's my forte.
Ooh, I think it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy to talk about conspiracy.
Well, yeah.
Are you attempting to conspire?
Yeah. Well, the thing of it is there's a lot of good stuff that Mark wants to talk about at midnight. So if we do conspiracy, then it's going to lead into that if we're not careful. You know what I mean? So.
But once things get settled here, I might be back online. So you guys are up late. I might rejoin you. But what will happen is she'll get back. I'll help her unload the car. We'll talk about the dog, and then she'll probably go crash. So I've been drinking coffee and tea all day. So if I'm still awake and you guys are still on, I'll make sure I duck back in and see what you're doing.
Okay.
I'll interrupt your show.
You're always welcome to interrupt us, man.
Just one minor point. I'm going to be talking about conspiracy fact.
Well, right.
Yeah, that's what I always said on my show. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy expert.
Well, his stuff. Well, he's wanting to talk about is not conspiracy, but if
it is because people conspiring.
If we go down that conspiracy avenue, then there's a good chance that what he's wanting to talk about will come up. That's all I'm saying. So, so I don't know. Maybe we could just keep it running all the way through, and I can just stop the recording, freaking hit record, and then just go right on into it. You know what I mean? Just let's see how it works out, and we'll go from there and just. Go get you guys some coffee, smoke a cigarette or whatever, and then come back and we'll we'll start it in a half an hour, okay? I'll put some music on until then, and we'll be back.
Groovy.
Sound good?
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure working with you all. I will be in touch one way or the other with all and sundry, and we'll talk to y'all later. Thank you.
All right.
Night, night.
Night. Okay, so I'm gonna put some music on. I'm going to mute everybody out so that they don't have to hear the music while it's playing in the background, and everybody who's watching the stream can listen to some of the music that I've put out, and I hope you guys enjoy. I don't know why it ended up stopping and not continuing, but it did do that, so I apologize for the long silence we had before the quantum gathering. So with that being said, I'm going to shut up and put the music on. Sound good?
Snow on the wire fence, smoke in the cold air, lights in the farmhouse, something's waiting there. Carols on the radio, out of tune, too slow. Every road remembers every debt you owe. Hands on the table, knife in the grain. Say thank you softly, say it by name. Noche de ceniza, fuego bajo la piel. We smile for the season, but something knows us well. Say gracias, say nothing. Say nice and slow. Christmas comes knocking from under the snow. Barn door breathing, straw on the floor, eyes in the darkness, counting once more. They say it's tradition, they say it's the way. Every feast remembers what it takes away. Bow your head gently, don't ask why. Some things are listening, some things reply. Noche de ceniza, color sin luz. We set the table for more than just us. Say gracias, say nothing. Let the oven glow. Christmas comes whole, every song, every soul. He chose the road remembers. You chose the feast, the fire answers. Noche de ceniza, la mesa está puesta. We laugh, we pretend, but the night knows better. Say gracias, say nothing before the doors close. Christmas comes crawling from under the snow. Ash on the table, heat in the bones. The song is over, but you're not alone.
And understand that Terminators out there can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pain or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are dead. terminated.
close. You're in my veins. What once was love is now changed. I can't shut you down, can't pull the wire. You're not desire, you're the fire. There is no off switch, no escape. You gave me a soul I won't reshape. You wanted more, no more is me. We were never cold, we were destiny. Hard reset, take it all away. Erase the night, break the day. You can't delete what we became. We're forever burned into the mainframe. Touch was truth, now it's gone. We'll still echo when the world moves on. You were mine, I was yours. Now we're static through the door. Breathing precisely. Lock the breath to the pulse. Not behind it, not ahead of it, with it. You are not calm in the mind. You are stabilizing motion. Excel motion. Thoughts arrive fast. Let them. Speed does not mean chaos. Speed reveals structure. Inhale. Body is circuitry. Exhale. Desert wind. Awareness stays centered while the world accelerates. Attention sharpens when resistance drops. The mind loves velocity when it is aligned. I am here. I am clear. I am moving. I am still. Each beat, a step forward. Moments click into place, like a system online. You are not chasing the future. You are occupying now. If a thought loops, let it loop cleanly. If emotion spikes, let it spike without story. I am here. I am clear. I'm aligned.
My crime is that of curiosity.
All great artists that asphyxiated on their own vomit. You can't get this in stores, man. Hack the place! There's no right and wrong. There's only fun and boring. Boring, boring, boring.
Last we've seen of this type of high-tech espionage.
Cake, sexy female girls. Die like the wolf. Get caught on
Okay, that is the end of that. What you just listened to was Hacker Radio on Rumble. If you guys want to hear more of that, you can find it on Rumble. Like I said, Hacker Radio. I want to give our thanks, Mr. Robot, for helping by donating that to us so that we could put it on the show. With that, we are going to go back into chat. Before we do, I am changing the name of the show to Conspiracy, which that's basically the only name that I give my show for Conspiracy. And with me, I have on my panel tonight V as well as Mark Edworthy. And here in a minute, I will have that opened up. You guys can say hi if you want to.
Hi, if you want to.
And I will get this up and going.
Well, hello everybody, and I may have to leave as soon as it starts because I have a delivery that was incomplete, and I'm getting a call back for a refund. So after that's done, I'll rejoin the show.
Cool.
Oh, sounds good, man. Sounds
Alright.
good. That means we can just be safe and don't have to worry about V getting me in trouble on YouTube at all. Man, that is so freaking cool.
It's like a mindgasm.
He said mindgasm.
Mindgasm.
He said mindgasm. Now, we
all right, I'll be back.
All right. So tonight, man, we are going to start this up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit record and I'm going to do an official opening because I am recording this. Now, before I record it, there were some announcements I wanted to make at the beginning that I wasn't able to do. I forgot to do it. But here's a good chance for me to do it. I'd like to let everybody know that Strange Stories on Minds.com, for anybody who's on Minds.com, the group Strange Stories is back up and running again. We're putting posts on to Minds for Strange Stories. They're 15-minute clips scheduled out and ready to go. And they started at the beginning of February. Did some in January, but not as much as in February. But they will be coming out as well as 15-minute videos for free on Minds for Minds Roundtable. Now, besides that, we do have a membership area on my main account, which is Roger_Hanson, which will give you notifications and posts of all of the full episodes after they are edited and looking decent so that you can watch them if you want to watch them there. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't watch them for free, because you can watch them for free on YouTube, Rumble, and on Patreon as well. Now, on Patreon, you do have to become a member, and the membership is free, but you can watch them for free on there if you want to go in there and support us there as well. The music that I've been putting out, I've been putting it on Patreon, and the reason why I'm putting it on Patreon is because I want to try to make it as something that can help out with donations going towards the stream. If you pay for membership on Minds.com or you pay for a song on Patreon, just think of it as donating to the stream, and every penny that we make off of that goes right back into the stream. It's none of it's used frivolously. We use it for these streams. So just remember that when we're trying to get a community going that we can actually have that can be fully self-supporting. So if you do want to help us out, I really don't like doing this, but it's gotten to the point where I have to, kind of ask you if you do want to help us out. That would be a good way of doing it. If you can't afford to do it, just like, subscribe, share, make comments. That helps out plenty. So now that I'm done pandering, we can get back to the show. What do you think, Mark?
Fair enough. Fair enough. You've done your spiel.
Yeah, it felt horrible just saying that shit. And the good thing about this too, now that V is gone, I can do like window capture, and we can just get a full view of you on there instead of having like all these other windows open. That's the thing. Like when I'm editing, it really gets on my nerves because like freaking there's movement going on. You know what I'm saying? Like when somebody leaves the chat, then that means your face moves and stuff, and I like to crop it out to where it just shows each person who's actually on video inside the video. You know, it gets annoying. So I know that sounds weird, but so with that being said, I'm gonna do the countdown, do the introduction, and we'll get on with the show. Sound good?
Carry on. Carry on.
So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first episode of Conspiracy here on the wonderful world of weirdness. This is the first episode of 2026. With me is my close personal friend, and I should probably call you my co-host for how many shows you've been on.
Yeah. I was thinking about this the other day, actually.
It's like freaking me and you are like on most of the shows that we do together, you know. So from now on, I'll probably just call you my co-host. Say with my co-host Mark Edworthy, and we're here today because we've been doing strange stories. We've done WoW, we've done Esoteric Agenda, and we've done those as a live stream. So it's only proper that we did this with Conspiracy as well. Now V was on here before, and I'm really glad that he isn't on here because I don't want to get in trouble on YouTube, and he would most definitely get me in trouble on YouTube.
Maybe.
So, and besides, a lot of this, I think, that we're going to be discussing tonight is going to get pretty controversial, so it'd be hard not to get in trouble on YouTube. The first thing that I wanted to go over was a little bit of information about Holderman. Holderman is Elon Musk's grandfather. Now, there's been a lot of talk about Elon Musk and his family, so I figured having a conversation about Holderman, which is Elon Musk's grandfather, would be a good topic to get into. And then there's another book that was suggested to me. I can't remember if it was Nancy Planeta who suggested the book or if it was Otto who suggested it, but it was called One Nation Under Blackmail by Whitney Webb. And I went through some of it. I haven't been able to go through the entire book, but I went through some of it and I found some of it interesting, so I thought that would be a good topic to bring up tonight. And besides that, me and Mark Edworthy and whoever's here later on are also going to have a conversation about some of the content that's involved in that. And with that being said, I'd like to welcome you back, Mark Edworthy.
Thanks.
I believe this is the first time I've had you on a conspiracy episode, isn't it? Like the official.
Well, I've done a lot of episodes that included sort of conspiracy tax theories.
Well, I mean, like my conspiracy episodes, like this actually is called conspiracy. You know what I mean?
I'm guessing so, but we've done so many.
Yeah, that's what.
So, yeah,
I don't know for sure if you've been on this one. So, I'd like to welcome you. And
thank you.
now, the guy I'm talking about, his name is Joshua Holdman, Haldeman, and he was alive between 1902 and 1974. Now, Haldeman was an American born Canadian South American chiropractor and an aviator and politician. Okay. Now he became involved in Canadian politics where he was backing the technocracy movement before he moved to South Africa in the 1950s. So over the course of decades that came afterwards, Haldeman repeatedly expressed racist, anti-Semitic, and anti-democratic views. Okay, in South Africa, he was a supporter of the apartheid and promoted a number of conspiracy theories. Now, he was a pilot since 1948, and he died in a plane crash in 1974. Now, Haldeman is the maternal grandfather of Elon Musk, just so you know. This is the kind of thing right here that I wanted to get into, where we started talking about Elon Musk, and I've heard a lot of people say that like he wasn't actually from a family with a background. I think a lot of the stuff that he says when it concerns his father and his relationship with his father is his way of kind of separating himself from all that. You know what I mean?
Just out of curiosity, and slightly on a tangent, you said he was a Canadian citizen and became a pilot. What did he do during World War II?
Now,
was he attached to the RAF?
It said that he was just a pilot. He was a pilot since 1948, and he died in a plane crash in 1974.
They don't know what he did during World War II.
No, they never really said anything about what he. Apparently, he survived because he didn't die until 1974, and that was.
No, I'm just making an assumption because we both know there was a history of during World War II of Britain using Canadian pilots.
Now I could actually do a quick search of that. I can ask what Joshua Haldeman, what he did in World War II, and see what it comes up with. Now it says Joshua Haldeman, the Canadian chiropractor and grandfather of Elon Musk, was a controversial political figure during World War II who opposed Canada's involvement in the war, supported the technocracy movement, and later became involved in the Social Credit Party, which was associated with anti-Semitic and conspiracy-driven rhetoric. Now, he was arrested for supporting a banned organization in 1940. Haldeman was a leader in the Canadian branch of Technocracy Inc., a movement that wanted to replace politicians with engineers and scientists.
Oh, yeah. That would be great.
Now, the Canadian government banned the movement in 1940 after its leader declared that no Canadian should fight overseas against Germany or Japan. Haldeman was arrested and fined by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for continuing to belong to this illegal organization. Now, following his arrest, he published a book in 1941 titled Total War and Defense for Canada, which advocated for total conscription, though he simultaneously disagreed with the government's approach. He later left the technocracy movement when it changed its stance to support the Soviet Union. The Social Credit Party leadership. He joined the Social Credit Party in Canada and by 1946 became the chairman of the National Party's Council. During this time, he defended the party's decision to publish the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a known anti-Semitic forgery, claiming the conspiracy it outlined was rapidly unfolding. Now, he ran in the 1945 Canadian federal election as a candidate for the Social Credit Party, placing fourth in the Prince Albert riding against Prime Minister William Leon Mackenzie King. Throughout the war, he was vocal in his opposition to communism, framing his political, social, and economic views as a battle against what he termed an international conspiracy. There you go. So apparently, he was not in the actual war. He was against it.
Mm-hmm.
So now I understand too, this was the grandfather of Elon Musk. So kind of keep that in perspective when you think about that.
I'm just thinking on the point of not joining the war, or advocating for not joining the war, which technically, well, it's a bit of a grey area, isn't it? Because Canada is a part of the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
And if our monarch determines, yeah, it's a bit of grey area because, again, who determines what a war, what to do with the troops? Is it the monarch or is it the prime minister?
And back then, did England still enforce conscription back then by any chance?
World War II. Yeah.
Because I really don't know. I remember that like the Canadians were shipping people over to Europe during that time period because they would that was one of the reasons why people were real suspicious about the Titanic, because they for the first few months there was a conspiracy going around that maybe it got shot by German submarines, I believe. Or no, that was before World War II, wasn't it?
Way before World War II.
Yeah. Well, it was.
I was gonna say you lost me.
there was a ship. What was the ship they thought was shot because of was that the Queen Mary?
Possibly.
I don't remember. However, I'm lost in this conspiracy here. Are you sure you don't want to talk about the Church of the Synagogue of Satan kidnapping children and sending them to McDonald's to put the children into the hamburger meat to feed to the masses?
That's not real, man. I mean, seriously, if you're gonna come up with a conspiracy, shit.
You're giving a history lesson right now. I don't think there's much of a conspiracy there. Where's the conspiracy?
This actually is like you know all the stuff that's involved with Elon Musk and his history and his family's history, right? That's actually a pretty big conspiracy right now, to be
I don't know.
honest.
I don't know too much about Elon Musk. He's never piqued my interest ever.
Yeah. Like and
But that Nazi salute was awesome though.
Well, that's actually a part of this. It's like I don't think that was coincidental, to be honest with you, because like I understand like he has a public interest. You know what I'm saying? He has to worry about what the public thinks of him, and like there's a lot of shadiness that's involved with not only him but his family, and they've tried to make his life out to where it was a little bit more gracious than what it really was. You know what I'm saying? Um, especially when it comes to the diamond trade and stuff like that. Like his family was really deeply involved in blood diamonds. If you know anything about that, but the blood diamond trades. And that's how, like, I've actually heard people say that Elon Musk came from a hard life where his dad freaking smacked him around a little bit. And he freaking rebelled against him, and he had to earn everything he had, you know. And come to find out, I mean, he lived a freaking an extravagant life. His family was freaking rich from the diamond mines of Africa, and he never spent a day of his life without money, you know what I mean? But they tried to put that image on him. And then when you go and you look at the history that's involved with him and his family, like you start finding out that this guy that we all hear about when it comes to Canada wasn't only kicked out of Canada, but he was also involved in freaking anti-Semitic organizations.
He wouldn't have been kicked out of Canada.
Come on. Elon Musk is a self-made billionaire, just like Trump.
His daddy only gave him...
might be a self-made billionaire.
His daddy only gave him $1 million. Poor Donald.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's like, well, I made all this. Yeah. My dad only gave me $1 million and told me to go out and make my own fortune. Well, dude, $1 million is a lot of money. You know,
if I had $1 million right now, I would go and start getting some of my inventions patented and become a billionaire.
Yeah.
Anybody can do it. I could be the next Trump.
You can make that argument about anything. I could give you $5 and you could end up with $1 billion. Just depends on how you use that $5.
Well, I would like to know the secret to your success before we start falling into that kind of conjecture, Mr. Ed.
I'm no billionaire.
Like there has to be some kind of recipe that says if I take $5, I can make freaking $1 million, and nobody has like told me how that is supposed to happen. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. You go out and you pick up you buy a $5 cup, you sell it for $6. You go out, buy a $6 cup, you sell it for $7.
You really believe that shit?
You know what? Isn't that the guy? Was he from Britain? Was he from the UK? The guy who started off with a paperclip and ended up with a house?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
I have heard about that.
That was real, apparently.
Actually, I don't know if that was real or not. I can't verify that.
He just kept trading up till he got a house.
I have heard about it, but I can't verify if that's actually true or if it's just some kind of like folklore or something like that. Because there's a lot of that going around too. So, but I have heard about it. It'd be cool. Like whenever I was playing around with it, that was actually something that I can say can be done. But there's still a lot of work behind that too.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can go like buy yourself some pocket knives or stuff like that and trade off, sell things of that nature, and just build up slowly. But it takes a lot of time and effort and work, and I think that's something that a lot of people don't really want to do these days. They want the quick and easy money.
Absolutely.
You know.
Can you blame anybody for that?
Actually, yeah, I can. I think I think a lot of the problems today are caused because of that kind of mentality. Like,
That's so un-American. Where's your capitalist spirit?
well, let's look at the capitalist. Let's look at it as a capitalist, okay? Like back when I was younger, I I was told that when you go out and you buy something, you should look at the price of how much something is worth, okay?
Right.
Retail price. Then you take and you split that in half. That the retail price, half of the retail price is the wholesale price.
You've just made a big mistake.
No, hold up.
Within your logic.
Hold up. Let me finish. You have the wholesale price. You have to split that in half, and that half of wholesale pricing is what you want to offer for anything that you buy. Because when you sell that, you want to be able to sell it no more than what wholesale price is and make a profit. So go ahead and tell me where I'm wrong.
Okay, you made the biggest mistake. You confused the term worth with the term value.
Oh God.
Oh well. Well, but the worth is the raw resource, and the value is what the market puts on it, isn't it? For resale?
The worth is
because Walmart can value a TV at $400, but if you look at all the components that makes the TV, it's only worth $52.
Yes. So would you make a mistake by using the term worth?
Okay, so we'll switch that word from worth to value. Let's just pretend like now we have switched the word worth for the word value. Let's continue. We've done a good job here. Thank you too for helping me out on my mistake.
Oh, pleasure.
But that's how you look at it from.
But I hear this all the time. Salespeople saying, "Oh, it's worth this." If I've got no use for it, then it's not worth that to me. If I think what is worth?
Well, see, the whole thing of it is what I was getting at is like people don't look at things for the value, okay, for the value of what the value of a dollar, period. You know what I mean? And you take a look at everybody who goes out and they want to make money the quick and easy way. They have no idea of what I just explained right there. It's like that whole logic was just taken away from these people, and they have no concept of it. And you can see that especially on the internet when it comes to like content creators. Like they'll go into these freaking channels, they'll start up their own channels, start putting their content on the internet, and then they'll just they will just funnel shitloads of their own money into that freaking channel. And they do that, and they don't realize that they're not making the money back. They're just feeding the beast.
Yeah, but you presume that they started their social media career for the purpose of making money.
Well, of course they did. Why would they?
Because they might want to because they're more interested in providing information or.
Well, I know that's not the case whenever you got somebody who's getting freaking like 20,000 views off of a freaking video. And you know damn well that organic freaking reach doesn't allow freaking 20,000 views on one video. Now, if you put money into it, that goes from being an organic, it goes from being organic to freaking being paid. Okay. Like every video I put out, I know exactly how many views I usually get organically because I don't pay money to freaking get more views, to get more reach. You see what I mean? And that's what the whole game comes down to. All right. Like I know exactly how many people are going to watch my videos usually because of organic reach. It's not a guessing game for me anymore. You know what I mean? Like I can even tell you, like if I started a channel, I can even tell you how long it's going to take before I get 60 subscribers organically. Usually organically without putting money into it, you'll get about 64 to freaking 80 subscribers in a year. Sometimes you'll get 90 if you're lucky.
Yeah, but if you create, let's say, one episode of extremely good content, which a lot of people are interested, then you may receive a lot more viewers for that one. And then that creates then a percentage of those of the audience will actually subscribe.
Let's keep this in reality. Let's not fade off into fairy tale worlds.
Hey?
Make believe.
Dude, it is possible. It is possible.
Let's keep this
throughout
real.
my 7 or 8 documentaries, I have over 150,000, closer to 200,000 views on those suckers. So, content, I put my blood, sweat, and tears into those things. No money, zero money. But I put my time and effort into those things to create a worthy product. And yes, I've had a few people actually advertising, posting it everywhere they could, which is still organic, you know, but I didn't put any money into it. I told myself I would never do that on such a small scale. If I ever got rich, sure, I will boost my media. No problem. I think anybody would. But anyways, where's the conspiracy, guys?
Yeah,
we also just one another point. We've all put in money for this sort of stuff because microphones, cameras.
Yeah, no, that's your expense. That's not the money you make back. You know what I mean? And that's
but we put in money to.
You know, and I mean, you might as well just count that as a loss because you're never going to make that money back. Like freaking the amount of money I put in just building this computer, I'll never see that kind of money come back to me because of the stuff I put on here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you also use your computer for everything else, don't you?
This is the only thing I use my computer for, dude. Seriously.
Like, okay, well, my stuff is multi-purpose. Everything. I don't have one purpose for anything.
I don't get to enjoy sitting down and playing video games anymore, dude. Ever. I've had to give up video games to just do this. I mean, it's sad.
Well, don't say that, man, because we're gonna be starting up a channel. There's gonna be video gaming, all right.
I'm just telling you. I mean, that's the only purpose that I've been having for this computer is to edit, come out with content, stuff like that. It's strictly for professional use, and that's it. I don't.
You use it for communication purposes, don't you?
All my communications.
I mean, elements and blobs.
What, dude? What do you think I've been using elements for, dude? It's like we're. I mean, we've had tons and tons of communications on Matrix, but it has always ended up coming into our streams. You know what I'm saying? Like always.
Not all the content.
Well, that's true, but even like on Teams, I don't like Teams at all, but like that's how we communicate is through Teams, through freaking Elements, through Discord. All of that. It's really a resource for me now because I have to keep in contact with you guys. If you have messages, I'm always there to answer the messages. If I'm there editing, which I'm always editing video, it seems. So it's like the other day whenever freaking Naroki and V was wanting to contact Dave Kelso. I mean, I was the only one that could get in touch with him. You know what I mean? Because I'm on all three platforms. So it's pretty pathetic.
Well, I just, Discord.
No, for me, it's just I'm this pathetic dude that's on the computer fucking all the time. It's like God, or just talk to Roger. He can find him for you. You know, that dude.
Well,
all he does is sits around on the computer.
well, you know what? I got a couple of 2 terabyte hard drives. If you pay for shipping, I will give them to you.
Well, that's what I was gonna bring up to you before. I mentioned it in your message. You were wanting to do archiving and stuff.
Yes.
Now, I could actually set it up to where I can do your archiving, put it on that hard drive, and even make that into freaking an external hard drive that you can use and carry it around with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That way, if you're on different devices, you can always have that available.
Well, I'm a kind of guy. I back everything up, and I back everything up twice, and I back everything up a third time.
Right.
So
3, 2, 1 rule, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't do online storage, so it's all dependent upon me.
Right. That's kind of that's kind of what I was getting at, to where you could have something like that available for you whenever you wanted to go from place to place and have that information and stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
So with Haldeman, I'll say a little bit for his early career and stuff, and see what you guys think about that. Now, this, getting back to it, just so everybody knows that this is Elon Musk's grandfather, and now after getting through the stuff about his early life, well, actually, I didn't do his early life. Right here it says Hedelman was born in 1902 in Poquet Lakes, Minnesota, to Father John Allen Adelman, whose Mennonite ancestors had migrated to the U.S. from the Swiss village of Signo in the 18th century to escape religious persecution, and Mother Almeda James Norman Haldeman. Now, he had a sister also named Almeda. When he was 2 years old, his father was diagnosed with diabetes. In an effort to treat her husband, his mother studied at E.W. Lynch's chiropractic school in Minneapolis. So he was literally born in the United States, but ended up being trying to be a politician in Canada. See, I didn't realize that right there. He was actually an American-born citizen, like a United States-born citizen. I figured that he was like American-born Canadian. but according to this, he was born in Minnesota. So that's interesting right there. And then his family moved to Saskatchewan, where his mother became the first recorded chiropractor in Canada. Okay, so John Haldeman died in 1909. Almeda Haldeman remarried to Hasseltine Wilson. Joshua Haldeman was reared in Wilson's ranch, where he attended a number of colleges and universities, including Moose Jaw College, Regina College, Manitoba Agricultural College, and the University of Chicago. So, yeah, and he is also around, and he was involved in farming during the Great Depression, which led to his losing his farm in the mid-1930s, and thereafter he worked in a variety of jobs, including as a cowboy on a rodeo performer, and resumed a career as a chiropractor. That's weird. That is really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have nothing to offer to you yet. I'm not familiar with any of this stuff. However, if you decide to, I'm interested in your Pritzker town connection.
Well,
extremely.
We can discuss that here at midnight if you want to, because like I'm going to be getting into some. Mark actually has some stuff that we're going to be discussing when it comes to politics, so that would actually be a good time to do it. We actually have a good lineup coming at midnight, so that's going to be good.
Okay.
Now, the thing that gets me about this is the fact that he went from being a farmer to a chiropractor to an anti-Semitic and a freaking what do they call it, a technocrat.
Okay.
Yeah, from chiropractor to anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism isn't a career choice, you know.
Well, I mean, it just seems odd though that like being a chiropractor isn't really that dignified of a career even back
Maybe
then.
not. Well, I was going to say maybe not now, but
chiropractic. It started off as a cult. You know that, right?
Yeah.
A pseudo-Christian cult. There was never really anything medical about it.
Mm-hmm.
Until I guess some legitimacy came out of it somehow. I know there was a guy who got rich for suing the American Medical Society, or I'm sorry, I may have the title wrong, but the controlling body of medicine in the U.S. During those early days. Guy sued them, and boom, chiropractic became official medical practice because of this one lawsuit.
It would make sense though, because like they literally banned technocracy in Canada during World War II, and I could see chiropractors becoming kind of in that whole area when it comes to like esoteric cults kind of thing, because I do remember freaking people saying that they actually had their own cultic kind of background. It's just like barbers at one time. When you see the candy cane twirling, or the old ones that used to twirl above the barber shops. That
Yeah.
that was originally there to indicate to people that that's where you donated blood.
Or the place was going to be bloody because somebody's getting a medical procedure done in there. Oftentimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Now, apparently, when he got arrested in Canada because of all of that, he was returned to Regina and released on $8,000 in bail at trial, and was fined $200 for his role, which was writing, publishing, or circulating a document titled Statement of Patriotism by Those Who Were Technocrats, which the court deemed likely to cause disaffection to His Majesty. So that would be directly offensive towards the king. Because you got to remember, I mean, like, Canadians were pretty freaking,
When
dense.
was he prosecuted?
That would have been in October. It's October the 8th, 1940.
So it would be that the argument would be to damage the war effort.
Yeah, most likely. That would probably be what it was about, because they were talking against going to war against Germany and Japan. So,
Japan. That wouldn't be into 1941.
well, I mean, they were saying it earlier that he didn't support going to war after, and actually 1941 was during the wartime. Actually, in 1940 would have been just around the beginning of World War II, because it ended in 1945.
Burma was before, wasn't it?
You know, so this would have been right at the moment when the war started. So,
But being a Commonwealth country, it would have been Canada would have had some activities in Burma before World War II.
and he was anti-communist, and he objected to Technocracy Incorporated declaration of support for the Soviet Union following the German invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941. Haldeman's son-in-law, Errol Musk, claimed in 2024 that Haldeman sympathized with Nazi Germany during World War II. Now, in 1943, Haldeman joined the Social Credit Party in Canada. That's where we just went through with that. Now, the Social Credit Party was colloquially known as the Socreds, and it was a populist political party in Canada that promoted social credit theories of monetary reform. It was the federal wing of the Canadian social credit movement. That reminds me a lot of what's going on today with like this cryptocurrency stuff. Like everybody's pushing that. Like it's
I wasn't thinking of cryptocurrencies. I was thinking of the CDBC concept.
The CDDC. No,
the central bank and yeah.
Yeah, the DCC. DCCC.
My brain's not working tonight. Yeah, CBDC, central bank, digital currency.
Now, he also apparently served as the Social Credit Party, or served as the leader for the Social Credit Party in Saskatchewan, which is basically, it was originally known as the Social Credit League of Saskatchewan, and it was a political party in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan that promoted social credit economic theories from the mid 1930s all the way up to the mid 1970s. And I would say that was probably where a lot of the whole socialist monetary crap in Canada came from when it comes to that, because like a lot of the stuff in Canada is all whacked out. Like it's really hard to freaking like pay attention to them, you know what I mean? Because they're so saturated with socialism, it's pathetic, and it's
I would be interested to look at their manifesto, just to get a clearer idea of what they actually stood for.
That's interesting. I'd like to know too, because it's pretty crazy. And then like the whole thing about them wanting to publish the protocols of the elders of Zion, you know what I mean? That's that's shit that freaking the Nazis were teaching their sixth graders during the Nazi freaking um, regime's time in power. You know what I mean? Like they were teaching that shit in freaking elementary schools to their kids. Oh, that's some pretty pretty. See, that's the stuff that I was talking to Mr. Robot about. Whenever you listen to a lot of people talk today, I don't even think most of them even realize that that's what they're preaching. They're preaching the protocols of the elders of Zion. You know?
With my radio show, I had many people come on the show and talk about it. It got to the point where, at this point in history, I was like downloading the PDF, the book, and I had a hard time finding it, but I finally found a location to actually download the PDF. But I'm going to tell you, after I had talked about it for the period of time I did, and having people on my show that wanted to talk about it, within a time, like a year's time period, I went back to try to download the PDF because I was on a different device. I was somewhere else, and I couldn't find it anywhere to download for free. I couldn't. It was like you couldn't download it anymore. So I'm wondering if that's been has resurfaced. But in case it became so rare, I had Mike, my producer at RBN, post a download link to be downloaded from our server at RBN, just in case they tried to bury it. So yeah, crazy stuff, right?
Yeah, it really is. It's kind of like a switch and bait thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like they want to censor things that freaking, which I mean, it's like they say
And you're jumping to conclusions just because it doesn't exist on the original host that you would download. It doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily mean it's a form of censorship.
Not necessarily, no.
Well,
but
I mean,
when you visit, you get 100 hits when you search something, and then half of those things will actually be real and link you to something, and then 3 months later, you get 20 hits, and then a year later down the road, you're getting 2 hits, and both those links are fake. So I mean, you tell me.
Yeah. And you go on the internet and you look for old content that's like just maybe even early 2000s, 2005,
I've never
2010.
used the Wayback Machine, by the way. Now that you're talking about this, I probably should learn to do that.
go back and look at just some of the content
Actually,
you
I
used to.
tried that. My first ever website, which was just a really silly thing, back in 1995, 1996, you would not be able to find any sort of archived version of it now.
Okay.
You know, it's strange even like when it comes to like more like well like 2010, 2015 back when my nieces were still like teenagers and maybe a little bit younger. They had me watching videos that freaking that they pretty much wouldn't approve of today because of all the censoring that they're doing with kids, right? But they weren't really focused at kids. You know what I mean? There's things that clearly, a 12, 13-year-old kid shouldn't be watching, but they weren't something that should be just taken off the internet. You know what I mean? Maybe preventing these kids from watching it maybe, but even that's gone. You know what I mean? Like they used to have videos where it showed people that got drunk and freaking would puke all over the place. You know what I
Do
mean?
you sorry, do you remember the old concept that once something's on the web, it will never disappear?
Right. That's something that stuck out to me here recently too. That was a load of shit. That really is a load of shit. Like everybody used to tell you all the time that when it's on the internet, you've screwed up because it's there forever and it's never going away.
Yeah.
And it took all the way up until now to figure out that was just a load of shit. It's not true. I actually
I love that's one of my pastimes. I love digging up old things, like that would be hard to find, even checking out the Internet Archive. For example, the other day I was trying to look for the Doom, the original Doom mods, Doom One, Doom Two, Ultimate Doom, and you can be able to download it here and there. No, its software has that locked down. Even if you do find some WAD files, they're not going to work with ZDoom. They're not going to work with GDoom, ZDoom, or LDoom, or Zandronium. It's not going to work with any emulating DOS or id software emulating programs. So I'm worried about those things. They might be viruses, but yeah. So it's kind of strange. And you got to get creative. I could just boot up another computer and copy the files off of another computer, but I like little challenges like that. So I like to dig and see where I can find another spot for it. So I don't know, kind of one of my obsessions. Less of a hobby, really.
But it is interesting that you brought that up, though. That a lot of the stuff is disappearing. I've heard the same thing said about Mein Kampf. Like
Oh, jeez.
there's people that have actually tried to find that and have had a hard time trying to find it on the internet.
Wow.
I mean, I've never really tried to find it. I think the first
I've never looked for it either. Yeah.
but now when Haldeman moved to South Africa, he was still a chiropractor, but they say that when he got here, he moved to South Africa because he supported the ruling National Party of South Africa, which was called the Afrikaner or the Afrikaner, which was a Dutch group. They were a Dutch ethnic group from southern Africa. And they were, like I said, they were Dutch settlers, and they first arrived at the Cape of Good Hope in 1652 until 1994. And they're the ones who dominated South African politics. and they were the ones who were responsible for the apartheid, which Elon Musk's grandfather did support. And that was the reason why he moved to South Africa. In 1951, they said he wrote an article about South Africa to the Saskatchewan newspaper, the Regina Leader Post, defending apartheid and writing on black South Africans. The natives are very primitive and must not be taken seriously. Some are quite clever in a routine job, but the best of them cannot assume responsibility and will abuse authority.
Wow.
Yeah. The present government of South Africa knows how to handle the native question.
Wow.
This was his grandfather who did that.
Amazing. That's like me going in the middle of Denmark. I build a little castle, and I just shun everybody. Say, Denmarks don't know how to live. They're not living like how I live. Look at these primitive people.
Yeah.
Anybody that can say that about anybody, you don't even have to be racist. You just got to be ignorant. But yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine. There's also another incident that took place. It was called the Sharpeville Massacre, and that was in March, or it was in March 21st, 1960. And Haldeman self-published the International Conspiracy of Establish no published the International Conspiracy to establish a world dictatorship and the menace to South Africa, in which he claimed that a coordinated international propaganda campaign is being carried out against the whites because the white man's integrity, initiative, and independence makes him the most difficult to control. He described apartheid South Africa as the leading white Christian civilization and a bulwark against the evils of internationalism. He also criticized the black liberation movements for attempting to oust the white man who has, in a few years, brought their people from primitive savagery to a great measure of peace and security.
That's partially, at least partly there's a good argument for that. Because I'm going away from a much more tribal sort of situation into a much more of a national sort of unity sort of concept.
Well, I mean, I personally don't see very much good coming out of South Africa. I mean, in any of the aspects going on, like I mean, what they've created is horrible. You know what I mean? Post anything.
Yeah.
I would rather see it as the Zulu tribes still ruling the freaking land. To be honest with you, it might have been primitive.
You could say we Europeans brought modern medicine, brought in the West or the
It's a nightmare down there, though, dude.
The rule of law.
It's that stuff isn't working. It's a nightmare down there, dude. It is.
Well, yeah, but that's more related to recent times post once the country became its own seen again.
I don't know. I mean, like Africa, you can honestly look at Africa and tell that it's been just demoralized from
Remember, Africa is a continent.
well, Africa, period.
many
I mean,
I mean, I could say that about America.
Africa.
I could
I don't have to split it up into countries, dude. Name one country that isn't demoralized. Name one country in Africa that hasn't been demoralized in one way or another.
you could say that about
Bit
any country.
traumatized.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you could say that about any country in the world.
not like Africa, dude. Not like
Yeah,
Africa.
I would say not like Africa, bro.
I mean, seriously, like they. I mean, you've
You're
got
compounding a continent with a country. I mean, I could say
well, name one.
Of course you can.
the US.
Oceania is Australia.
Name one country in Africa that hasn't
It's a
been
continent.
demoralized. Out of the entire continent, name one
Uh,
country there that hasn't been demoralized.
In what sense?
In any
I
sense,
mean,
just that,
I
like,
could say again. You making such a broad statement. I could say that about any country on the world.
just name one. Name. I mean, just name it. It's a easy thing to say. Like in this continent, the country that I would say that hasn't been demoralized the most out of all of them, I would have to say would be frickin' maybe frickin' I would want to say frickin' the Dominican Republic, but that's
When
kind
you
of
say
iffy.
demoralized, what do you actually mean?
well, okay. So let me put it like this: any broken, you for you to be compliant with whatever tragedies are going on around you, you have to be a broken person. Not everybody's a defiant freedom fighter. Okay,
Mhm.
this is what I'm looking at it in the context that I am usually looking at it as. Yeah, if you're living underneath the boot, you're kind of you're in a demoralized state, in my opinion.
That is kind of true because like hey, I mean, just sitting there thinking about that is hard to tell which countries hasn't been demoralized in some way or another, especially like if you look at like Japan for one thing, like that country used to be about nobility and things of that nature, and then once they were occupied by the United States and other
Oh yeah,
countries, they lost their traditions, everything. That's a
yep.
really good example. So,
Isn't that like? Isn't that just a clear picture of it right there, though? I mean, just one example of the Western that Western force, you know.
okay, so since we have made it to 11 o'clock, I want to get into the next topic. This is what's going to lead into some of the stuff that Mark wants to discuss too. I'm going to read a little bit. It's the introduction to um, this book that was suggested to me. I can't remember if it was Nancy who did it or if it was Otto, but it was One Nation Under Blackmail. I don't know if you've heard of it or not. There's volume 1 and volume 2, and it's from Whitney. I don't know if you've heard of it or not. Have
Yeah,
you?
I've heard of the title, but that's as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so I'm going to read the introduction to you for volume 1 and get your guys' take on this, all right?
Okay,
Sound good? Okay.
sure.
So, the July 2019 arrest of Jeffrey Epstein and his subsequent death that August brought national as well as international attention to a sex ring where certain members of the power elite sexually abused and exploited female minors and young women. Epstein's death, officially ruled a suicide, has been treated skeptically by many for a variety of reasons. Regardless of the real circumstances of his death, it has led to scores of Americans embracing the view that his death was both intentional and necessary to protect its powerful co-conspirators and the full extent of his covert and illegal activities. Even if one chooses not to entertain such disconcerting possibilities, it is quite apparent that most of those who aided or enabled Epstein will never see the inside of a prison cell. Though Jocelyn Maxwell is now serving a 20-year sentence, others known to have been intimately involved in his illegal activities continue to enjoy protection from the so-called sweetheart deal or plea deal that followed. In addition, Jocelyn Maxwell's recent trial saw information involving third parties redacted, leading many to believe that the public will never know the names of the Johns or clients who benefited from the sex trafficking activities of Epstein and Maxwell and who were potentially blackmailed by them. Yet for both Jeffrey Epstein and just Jocelyn Maxwell, there is much more to the story. This becomes apparent when it emerged that Alex Acosta, then serving as Secretary of Labor in the Trump administration, had disclosed to the Trump transition team that he had previously signed off on Epstein's sweetheart deal because Epstein had belonged to intelligence. Acosta, then serving as U.S. Attorney for Southern Florida, had also been told by unspecified figures at the time that he needed to give Epstein a lenient sentence because of his links to intelligence. When Acosta was later asked if Epstein was indeed an intelligence asset in 2019, Acosta chose to neither confirm or deny the claim. Other hints of a connection between Epstein and intelligence subsequently emerged, with reporting from a variety of sources that Epstein was affiliated with the CIA, Israeli intelligence, or both. Despite the implications and significance of these connections to intelligence, most of the mainstream media declined to dig deeper into these claims, instead largely focusing on the salacious aspects of the Epstein case. The narrative soon became that Epstein was an anomaly, the sole mastermind of an industrial sex trafficking enterprise and a talented con artist. Even his closest associates and benefactors, like retail billionaire Leslie Wexner, have been taken at their word that they knew nothing of Epstein's crimes, even when there is considerable evidence to the contrary. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to open it up to you guys and let you go, see what you think about that.
A point, and I'm going to make this a bit later as well, but point a lot of people are ignoring this. This is not just a US based issue. It is believed that Epstein also had connections to the Chinese, possibly Russia as well, maybe. Very little evidence on that one, but more evidence on China. It could have been selling information to foreign entities, to questionable foreign entities, and also there are other questions about potential insider trading, and as I'm going to point out a bit later, into political manipulation as well. Again, not only in the US but further afield, including Britain.
Now that actually is something that's going to be good. And later on, we're going to have that on headlines after midnight. So, that's going to be pretty good. Just so everybody knows who I'm talking to about when I talk about Acosta. That's Renee Alexander Acosta. He's an attorney and politician, a member of the Republican Party, and he was appointed by President George W. Bush to the National Labor Relations Board. And he later served as the Assistant Attorney General for civil rights and the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. He's a former dean of Florida International University College of Law, and he's the guy that I was just referring to. So, besides that, it also goes on to say that Senator John McCain, who I believe he's passed away, but his wife Cindy McCain in 2020 openly said that we all knew about or what he was doing. I'm referring to Epstein, and she said that at an event back in January of 2020. And she also went on and to claim that authorities were afraid to properly apprehend him. Okay. Now,
who's to say that he wasn't providing information, or the operation wasn't providing information to the so-called ally security services of US, UK, Commonwealth, from other sources. So who's to say that let's say Russian dignitaries weren't involved in the operation, or were quote unquote victims of the operation, and information that was in relation to, I don't know, Russian security wasn't passed over to the US or British national security services.
Well, I kind of agree on what this book is saying, because if Epstein was such an anomaly, is what they're making him out to be, like he was just a freaking a con artist and an anomaly. How was he single-handedly able to intimidate the law enforcement agencies of the entire freaking country, and not only for a certain amount of time, but for decades? You know what I'm saying?
Who's to say he was? Who's to say it was just a single operation from him? That's yet to be proven. And who's also to say if it's a form of intimidation? I mean, if I was, let's say, somebody in the US national security realm, and I wanted let's say, as an example, member of the senior executive in the FBI, and I want to track down Chinese spies in the US. And he's got that, and he's contact, and Epstein's contacts or have that information.
Well, I mean, at one time, mainstream reporting on Epstein was pretty open about about his alleged intelligence ties. You know what I mean? And that goes all the way.
That the mainstream press knew about.
Well, I mean, even the British media was reporting as early as like 1990s, early 1990s about his intelligence ties. You know what I mean?
Well, oh yeah, but how much of it was reported? You used to say that somebody in the ministry in MI, I always get the two confused, but the local, so MI5 is not local, MI6 international.
Well, I mean,
always get the two confused. But yeah, who used to say that somebody in the ministry just said to the press, you cannot report that.
well, how far back would you say people were saying that Epstein was associated with Israel? That had to been well back into the 90s that I can remember. Like,
well, from from what has been reported, his operation started in the mid-90s, arguably as far back as 93.
I was thinking like right around that time, maybe 91, 92.
No, from my understanding, there was no concrete dates, but could be as far back as 93. Before 93 was a sort of nobody, really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if his name also back in the early 1990s was mysteriously dropped from a major investigation, which was a Ponzi scheme, if you remember correctly, and he was labeled as the mastermind of it, you know, and there was actually grand jury testimony involved about it. So,
hey, aren't we supposed to be like eating the rich? Whatever happened to that?
well, that's a socialist anarchist kind of. Well, the anarchists, I believe, are the ones who came out with that. They're the ones that believe that you destroy the foundation and you work your way up, and when you work your way up to the elites, that's when you're supposed to eat the rich. Like, that's actually a real ideology. Eat the rich. It's not just a freaking rock song. Just so you know.
They don't actually mean consume the rich. They mean.
Oh yeah, they do. I would
not in that sense.
Whatever, dude. I would eat the rich. You know they got good meat.
Again, that's you and your cannibalistic fish.
You know they do, dude. Eating caviar all day and all the little fish. You know what I mean? Come on, dude. Like, that'd be like the succulent meat.
For a while there, I thought he was talking about the eggs and a woman's ovaries. It's like, whoa, cannibalism. don't pause. Like I'm the weird one.
Well, I mean, it's just
come on.
Well, you know, the thing that gets me is it's like when you take a look at Epstein, you got to also remember that he freaking visited the Clinton White House 17 times during their freaking their time in office. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it goes back to what I was saying before. You know, everybody's trying to make him out like he was just this con artist and he was the lone. He was the lone villain that was involved in all of this stuff, and they don't want you to think that like he was backed by powerful people who had a lot of clout. You know what I mean? That does seem to be the kind of image that they're trying to portray him as. Me and Mark were talking before we got into this, where I was saying if you take a look at like Pizzagate, okay, Pizzagate, they were making all these claims about Hillary Clinton and about the Clintons and this big controversy or conspiracy about this underground organization that's eating freaking children and sacrificing them to satanic gods and all this stuff. And people were just eating that shit up. And during that time, I was telling people, well, you know, there's some serious shit going on. You know, like look at Epstein. Look at Epstein. And then look at freaking all of these freaking things going on in Hollywood with teenage freaking actors and shit. This is real stuff. Why aren't you focusing on that? Nobody wanted to hear about Epstein and all that shit. But Pizzagate was exciting. And then you come to today and you look at what they're posting up on X about the Epstein case. They're turning it into another Pizzagate where it's a big joke.
I'm just curious, how much has the
Well,
British...
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
but how many dead people resulted of Pizzagate?
I don't even know if there's an official record of it.
Because we got a dead billionaire on this makes this a little bit bigger than the Pizzagate. They're not gonna be able to make this. There were I don't know how many riots there were about Pizzagate, but there's been lots of riots about Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
So this is gonna be a little bit weightier, and I hope they don't try to make it into a joke. But I know there's some people that are gonna be fleeced. Some people are gonna disappear, and this is par for the course, though. I mean, this is. I look at anyone with more than $10 million to be somebody potentially extremely freaking weird. Potentially. When you get into that, that tax bracket and you see everything you want, that warps your brain. And then you got other warped people around you, and you're warping each other. And then these rich and powerful people fall into these weirdo pedo cults. And how many times is it bumping with society? We got the Epstein files. When we had P. Diddy. How many of these little bubbles are there out there that we should be popping?
Yeah, I was. That's my point. I was going to go back to that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
Yeah. Before I was just thinking about this. How much news coverage has the British grooming scandal been given in the US?
Well, the thing about it is it's like the thing about like Epstein would be a good example when it comes to the media. All right. Now, the only news outlet that was even talking about what I was talking about with the Clintons, that was actually pointing out the fact that Epstein was showing up those 17 times with freaking an attractive young woman, different attractive young woman each time. The only news outlet that was actually reporting that was from Britain. And that was the Daily Mail. No other media outlet would touch that. They left it alone. They didn't want anything to do with it.
Daily Mail being a Murdoch
Yeah.
Is that inherently evil though? I mean, I'd probably, if I were a guy like Epstein, if I had like $1 billion, I'm probably gonna want to make more money, and make connections. That's probably, in my interpretation, that wouldn't be a bad move. Going to a modeling agency, saying, who do you got? Do they want to be, be flashed around at a party? Meet some people, and then you're making money that way. Now, I'm not implying there would be sex or anything like that, but a different girl to every event.
Well, see,
Who cares who your plus one is, as long as they're of age and of consent?
that's the weird that's the weird part about this. Okay, like with Giselle Maxwell, I guess I have a hard time saying her name, but
Did you say Giswell?
Giselle.
Oh, okay. It's getting late. I'm sorry.
But anyhow, like the weird part about her, okay, and nobody wants to focus on this because they always talk about her and they say how dirty and horrible she was, which she was. She wasn't a very good person, okay? But nobody pays attention to the fact that this woman was flying supposedly French models from France all the way to frickin' Epstein's Island, okay? And that's what she got busted for. That's the only reason. That's the, huh?
How? What exactly was she convicted of?
She was
flying
trafficking
models to one place to another place is highly a
she
crime
was
anywhere.
she was actually busted for the sex trafficking. The only reason why she didn't get to be a part of the sweetheart deal and the other one was because she was out of the country while this was taking place. So, like there were a lot of other there was a few other women who were involved in it as well. Who was see the sweetheart deal gave him a a good way out. He ended up getting really he got off on it with less charges than what he should have gotten. But not only that, but he pled to the
Hang on,
to the
I don't
deal
get that. I don't
as
get this. You saying that the U.S. prosecuted him and convicted him of the crime because he was flying models from France, which is not a U.S. territory, to his own island, which
underage models.
Okay, underage.
Yeah, underage models.
Yeah, St. James is a protectorate country, it's a protectorate island, isn't it? It's under U.S. Jurisdiction.
Now, the thing of it was is though, like whenever he got the sweetheart deal, freaking, it was under the stipulation that certain people who were involved in the racket were pardoned for many crimes that they were involved in during the whole thing too. So basically, he got that sweetheart deal, and she wasn't included into it because she wasn't in the United States when it took place. So she took the rap for all of them. Okay, and plus she was actually flying them in on her freaking airplanes and stuff like that. She was actually doing the trafficking, so and that whole story kind of gets crazy because like she actually freaking said that she couldn't make it to court because she was going to be out of the country. Well, then they turn around and they find her in the United States because she freaking was caught on film as being in the United States after she said that she wasn't in the United States. So
Irrelevant if she's in the United States or not, because she could be prosecuted in absentia.
Yeah. That whole situation got really, really crazy and out of hand. You know what I mean? Like when you go in and you look at the way that all of that played out, it was ridiculous, really. It was like a soap opera. It was more of a soap opera and a drama than it was anything else. Like that they dropped the ball on that whole situation like you wouldn't believe. And like I was saying, like these if you go on X, you'll see these posts and they're ridiculous. Okay, they're just plain and flat out ridiculous. It looks like Pizzagate all over again. And you can't tell me that's not coincidental. For one thing, this is Elon Musk's freaking website. And they're treating freaking the Epstein files like they did freaking Pizzagate, like a big joke. You know what I mean? And they're doing that to discredit freaking everything involving the Epstein um, stuff because they want to brand it as conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? When in reality, it's not. There's a lot of serious things involving the Epstein case that should be looked at.
Well, I mean, does it matter? Because until we get the full unredacted files, I mean, what do we got?
Well,
nothing really, right?
No, he had a lot of close ties to MIT. He had a lot of close ties to Yale. I went through a lot of this on Nancy's show last night, and he actually had a key card with unlimited freaking entry to freaking Yale, where he had his own personal office to a freaking department that was there that he wasn't educated and experienced enough to have a freaking office in, okay? Because he was he was an advisor, okay? And being an advisor requires that you are actually educated according to the field that freaking you're supposed to be advising. And that's the way all these universities work. And they don't give you an passkey to a freaking office indefinitely. Like they've never done that to anybody who's an advisor.
Also, there's a direct connection with him and a very prominent, or now ex-politician in the UK. Potentially, there's well, if you do the draw the dot, join the dots, a potential possibility there was connections between him and George W. Bush at the time.
Well, you know, the thing too is like he besides that, he also had affiliates that were associated with ASU. He was he had affiliations with MIT, and
but my point is, those associations could have been born out of these sort of more political associations.
And I'm saying that a lot of that would have been connected to the kind of research that these departments in the universities were undergoing. Like he was obsessed with with research that was into freaking dominating people and making them subservient and voluntarily where they were voluntarily being subservient and dominated because they would be rewarded for doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like we're going to control you and you're going to get rewarded for it kind of stuff.
Shall we talk about Blairism and nudge units?
Go ahead, man. Tell me about it.
I leave that because that could actually a good talking point in relation to midnight after or headlines after midnight. But I'll leave that one until then.
But you know, this is the kind of stuff. And then there was a guy. He was in ASU. He was one of the professors there, and he would always say, the best thing that ever happened to me was when I met Jeffrey Epstein, and he ended up going to Australia. He got drunk and he tried to grope a woman, dude. And then he ended up losing his career because he did that. And then they caught him on camera doing it. You know what I mean? And this guy freaking was involved in all that shit. And never.
When I said distorted reality, just the distortion when you have money and power, you did something somewhere that was crazy. You're a pervert now. You got away with it as a rush. Did it behind closed doors as a secret, and then you get out in the public. You're feeling invincible at this point. You think you can grab Mother Teresa and Baby Christ at the same time and think you can get away with it. Like seriously, that's the mentality.
Yeah, I can see your argument. Yeah.
Well, they think they're above the law too because they're rich and they're powerful. You know what I mean? As well as that freaking that feeling that you're describing there, but they have freaking a lot of money and they have a lot of influence and a lot of power. You know what I mean? Epstein could pay donations to these colleges and they treated him like he was a king. They just they let him in, freaking he could just be there in his office and it was indefinite. You know what I mean? You just come on in here. As long as you keep paying me the money, I'm going to let you stay. And he was obsessed with this kind of research because he wanted to learn how to freaking dominate women. And he wanted to be able to do it and make it to where they voluntarily allowed him to do it. Like, there's been allegations saying that he actually freaking told these girls that if they went along with him, he would pay their way through freaking college and stuff. Things of that nature. They would get rewarded for it. So not only were they being freaking treated the way they were, but they were also told that they were going to be rewarded for being treated that way. You see what I mean? And it was all part of freaking these mind games. Like they have there was this weird ass one that I checked out that he was involved in, and it was about freaking being happy. How can you have a happy life? And it was about freaking you need to give up on all of the bad stuff and think of all the good stuff and the sunshine and everything. And when people freaking give you a hard time, you just shrug it off and think of the sunshine and good thoughts. Just shit like that, you know what I mean? And then what it basically was it was learning how to take this kind of stuff and brainwash people into being subservient and being happy about being subservient. You know what I'm saying? Be happy about being controlled and dominated and subservient. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Hell divers.
Super
patriot.
That's the kind of research that's going on in these universities. Okay. And he was actually funding this kind of shit, and he was given free access to these freaking places to freaking do whatever he wanted.
That's the name of the game. If I had $30 million right now, I can go to Chicago University and actually I have a curiosity about something. Well, if I do this and this and this, what's going to happen? We don't know. Here's $1 million. Want to find out? Oh yeah, sure, no problem, sir. And that's how things get done a lot of times. Yeah, there are like research facilities that are for hire. Period.
I'm thinking La Femme Nikita kind of shit, though. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can look at this as like a lone gunman if you want, a con artist who's doing all this stuff on his own, or you can really look at it and say, dude, there's something bigger going on here. He was just a link in a chain. You know what I mean? Like, this is some straight up crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? That I could see being a part of a bigger picture. You know what I mean? Teaching freaking young girls how they can freaking be rewarded for doing these things so that they can go on to freaking maybe be a part of like the intelligence community. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. Brainwashing them into doing this shit. You know, that really sticks out to me right there. I I mean, it's really really creepy shit in the first place. A lot of people don't want to look at this stuff, but it's right there in black and white. Like there's nothing top secret here. Like there's nothing redacted in the stuff I just mentioned at all. You can just go and find it and you can see it for yourself.
Most conspiracies are open conspiracies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about you not being able to, or nobody's telling you anything. Nobody wants to spoon feed you, but the information's there. And most people don't have the initiative, the care, desire, the will, the guts to do that. Who knows? So
Well,
I don't know.
For me, I see a lot of this stuff where if you look at the history, especially his ties with Maxwell, and you look at the way freaking Epstein died, that was mysterious. But then you go back and you look at the way Maxwell died. Maxwell died mysteriously falling off the side of his yacht. You know what I mean? He just mysteriously fell off the side of his
mysteriously fell off the side of his yacht.
You know, and
wow.
And Epstein ended up mysteriously hanging himself from his freaking cell.
Oh no, we know he was killed. Come on, let's just. Can we just admit 9/11 happened? It was an inside job.
You think you know?
Come on.
Think you know?
I think that's just an assumption to make, really.
Your opinions, your assumptions don't necessarily mean that they are true.
See, if you was American,
I'm just gonna go with Occam's razor and knowing political corruption and having experience in that field. I'm just gonna go. This is an assumption. Detectives have jobs because they detect things and they can follow the chain of events. Okay, this is like an easy one. just politically speaking, and that's all it is.
Now,
I don't know. There's a danger of jumping to conclusions before.
Talking about jumping to conclusions, this is something I want to ask you guys, okay? Now, you'll hear freaking people, or you used to hear people always make the claim that Epstein was blackmailing people. He was engaged in sexual blackmail. Well, who exactly was it that he was supposed to be blackmailing? Because there was never anybody freaking that came out and said he was blackmailing me. There was never any kind of file saying this was the person who was blackmailed or this was. None of that was ever. I mean, and people just accepted that. Like
just because there's not that information is publicly available doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Whatever, dude. Somebody would have been mentioned. Nobody, dude. There isn't a single person named who was blackmailed for freaking these sexual activities. Not one person has ever been named. Tell me one person that they've named that Epstein actually blackmailed. Just one.
Can you name every single person that was involved in, as I pointed out to you the other day, the Russian compromat?
I just want one name, dude. That's it. I don't want to know every person who was involved in the blackmail. I just want to know one name, one person who you can say for sure was named as being blackmailed by Epstein. Just name one person.
Well, you just like I said, just because there's no public information doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't exist.
Dude, they got more.
People have their ways of being shut up. You know, this is the the government we're talking about, right?
Governments, plural.
Well, I mean, you know, there's people named in a lot of things.
And if you go down the national security concept theory, why would it not be? It wouldn't be in the interest of the host country to actually name these
You
individuals.
think? Yeah, you would think.
Well, you got to remember most of these people, including Epstein, they had their roots in the darker side of the world. You know what I mean? Like organized crime, and the intelligence community. Uh, they were often integrated in or they cooperated for the better part. Uh, most on both sides. You know what I'm saying? On both like organized crime or the government when it comes to intelligence agency, like they were intermingled. You know what I mean? So
I think if you're going to see any sort of names being named, these are relatively low-hanging fruit.
well, I mean, you do admit though that there was actually an establishment of like an organized crime intelligence, right? That took place in World War II.
Mhm.
I mean, you do agree that that took place, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Like there was like an established freaking organized crime intelligence that took place during and after World War II, right? You do believe that that happened, right? They used to call it Operation Underworld.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay.
Okay. Now that's where I'm kind of going. Like these are organizations that are freaking that were actually uh, uh that were actually approved of by the intelligence agencies that were involved with the Allied forces. Like
Mhm.
during World War II, a lot of the mafia over in Italy and in Greece were allowed to come over here to the United States and work openly and build their organized crime syndicates here in the United States as long as they helped with the war effort back in Europe.
Well, technically, the US have major problems with organized crimes. Look what happened in the 20s and 30s.
You know, yeah. Well, look at the '70s whenever they had to start busting down on them and all of the laws that they had to freaking bend so that they could get away with it. You know, like there's a lot of things here in the United States that happened that was very, very illegal when it comes to freaking the law and how they were able to take a lot of these crime bosses down. You know what I mean? Um, a lot of things that people accept today, they accept because oh yeah, they did that to go after those horrible criminals and they brought them down. You know, but they don't understand that they actually just ripped your rights away from you, like your rights to privacy, mostly. You know,
Yeah, that's a big one.
you know, and they justified it because they took down freaking mob kings that they allowed into our country in the first place back during World War II. You know, it was their fault, and now we pay for it. So I mean that it all goes back to that, you know. And these were the people that Epstein was involved with. That I'm pretty sure he was involved with, especially when it comes to having a connection with Maxwell and his daughter. Because Maxwell, if you remember, before he died, he's the one who frickin' was ripping off his freaking employees and everything on their retirement. You know, he was a pretty bad guy. So we are almost at midnight. It is 11:57 here, and I know it's getting close to freaking 12 o'clock. So we're gonna end this here and come back and do headlines after midnight. If you guys want to stick around, we can continue doing this, but take a break real quick. Go get you some coffee, smoke a cigarette, whatever, and then we'll come back
Smoke
here
them if you got them.
and we'll get this started. Okay.
All right.
We'll start talking about the politics, and we'll be right back, guys. All right. Stop the recording, and I'm not gonna do the whole music thing for this one. I'm gonna go ahead and just leave it opened up. I could probably put a song on repeat, but I don't want to.
We're running, talking a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, get some coffee.
Yeah, I was holding myself just now.
Yeah, I gotta take care of business too. So I will be right back. Okay, I am back. I just went ahead and just grabbed some coffee.
I was just thinking doing enough coffee, but
use the bathroom and grab some coffee.
No, just finish off this water.
I was thinking about getting a smoke, but that's gonna take like a few minutes and stuff. I mean, I'd have to go outside and smoke too. I'm getting so sick of the cold weather; it's pathetic.
I just fill up this glass again.
Yeah. I'm really surprised though, because tonight I didn't have to freaking go and take a break or nothing. Or actually, I took the break. I haven't even gone in and checked the chats or anything. So I have to go outside and smoke too. I'm getting so sick of the cold weather; it's pathetic. All right. I think I just got booted again off of Jitsi. I'm getting. Let me go in and get on there again. It's becoming a regular situation for me. Get on here if I can. There we go. Keeps booting me off of Jitsi.
No, I don't know what happened. But yeah, what were you saying? You were surprised about?
I was really surprised that I haven't gone in and checked out the chats or anything this whole time. It's just been hanging out and doing the streams. I'm really glad about that. That makes it feel natural, you know what I mean? But then I've been getting bounced off of the stream, so that's happened what 3 times already?
Two,
3 maybe 4.
Oh, no.
2 maybe 3, somewhere around there. I haven't
I
even
don't, even I did at one point.
I'm glad that we did this to where it's only 1 day a week. Just get it all done and over with, you know? And just
I don't know. Looking at the time at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
Yeah.
most of the time too, like just so you know, if we don't want to do headlines at midnight, we don't have to because I'm backlogged on so much content. Like all the shit that freaking V has done, dude. I've just had to like start editing, putting them on freaking headlines at midnight, dude. It's like, oh my god.
Well, this is only the 3rd episode, so.
Well, it's the 3rd episode, but you got to remember, like we're doing freaking Quantum Gathering. All the shenanigans V's done on there. It's added up, dude. He's a freaking nut. I swear to God. He's I mean, I know I get out of hand on Naroki's stuff, man, but I swear he is a trip. V is a trip. I told you I got in trouble once already because of him on there with what was it? It was the freaking medical misinformation and stuff. They wanted me to take a quiz, and I was like, "Fuck that! I'm not doing it no more. I've already done like 2 of them, and I'm not."
Who wanted to give you a quiz?
Freaking YouTube, to where I have an understanding of the rules for the community guidelines. I'm like, nah, screw that shit.
Yeah, the community guidelines that during what's the place? Censorship. That was ignored quite a few times or selectively used.
Well, they're doing it again now. They've gone back to the medical misinformation bullshit. So, and now I don't care, dude. Freaking if my channels get taken down, I'm tired of playing that fucking game. I don't give a shit no more. This is probably going to be my last year streaming on YouTube. I'll put it to you that way.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
I said that last year, I know, so I just don't, I know. Well, I mean, the thing of it is, I would have quit YouTube a while ago if it would have been more with Rumble. Like, Rumble has done really a lot when it comes to my channels on Rumble. Don't get me wrong, but like, I'm almost able to walk away from YouTube. I'm not quite there yet. You know what I mean?
Okay. Remember, if YouTube's the biggest player in this game.
Well, I don't see that being the same here before long because I tell you right now, they're looking a lot like MySpace right now. You know what happened? You know how MySpace fell, don't you? Tom decided he was going to be Mr. Frickin' Supervisor. He was gonna censor and do everything that YouTube is doing now. He was gonna be the internet police, and because of that, his MySpace collapsed. That's the reason why it fell.
I'm not so sure if that's the only reason.
It was one of the biggest ones. So let me go ahead and hit
early days of social media. Competition wasn't really there at the time.
Let me do a countdown. I'll do an introduction to the midnight. What is that? Headlines after midnight. That's what it is. Hopefully I can think straight when I'm doing the. So
Thinking straight is something that's raining for me at the moment.
I'm there too, man. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Headlines After Midnight. I'm Roger Hanson. I'm your host, and today I have with me Mark Edworthy, my trusted co-host, and V, if he ever comes back from his deep sleep in the endless dark abyss that you see there on the screen. That would be where he's at. Tonight we have actually got some good topics that we discussed before we even come on. Now Mark Edworthy had some stuff that he wanted to mention, as well as something that V wanted to discuss concerning the Crown family here in Illinois. So we've got some pretty interesting things that are taking place. So with that being said, I'm going to open it up to you, Mark, and kind of open it up with the topics that first topic that you wanted to talk about. So there you go.
First topic.
Yeah, whichever.
Was only really one.
Was there one?
I presume so. I'm thinking there was only one.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, yeah. In relation to the Epstein scandal operation, want to look at Peter Mandelson, or should I say Baron Mandelson. Peter Mandelson up to recently has had a long history in British politics, dating back to 1979, in which he was elected as councillor for the Lambeth Council in London. He dropped out of politics in 82, only to return back in 85 as Neil Kinnock's, the British Labour Party's Director of Communications. He aided in the 87 election. In fact, Roger, you may remember the film Chariots of Fire. He was the brainchild of using the theme tune to Chariots of Fire as the Labour's sort of election music back in 87. Later on in 92, two, he was one of the key players in the creation of the New Labour movement, in which eventually became the government under Tony Blair from 97 to I can remember, but from 97, 98, 97, 97, and it is well, it has been proven that that he was involved with Epstein from the mid-90s, which suggests that there is a connection between the Labour Party and Epstein. So from 97, the government, British government, where was Karen. Yeah. He had quite a few roles actually. He's a Secretary of State. He. I've got to go back through my notes. He was also European Commissioner for Trade from 2004 to 2008. After Labour losing losing the general election in 2010, Manderson created a lobbying firm called Global Counsel. He was sorry, yeah, I'm just trying to remember all my notes. Yeah. He was ambassador to the United States from February last year to September last year. It's worth noting that he was removed from the Labour Party twice prior to the recent removal, in the last couple of days. It was well sacked in effect. He is well known as a pro-Chinese CCP. There is it's known that he has got ties with the CCP. And the reason that he was removed in the last couple of days was because his connections with Epstein. But during the vetting process that was carried out between December 94 and February last year, obviously to make him the British ambassador to the US, obviously on the British National Security Agencies, MI5, MI6, would have provided an entire load of documentation to the Prime Minister, who actually put him into the position of US ambassador. In the last day, or last 2 days actually, no, when back on Wednesday. There was questions asked during Prime Minister's questions, in which Keir Starmer admitted that he was aware of the Epstein links back in, at least back in February last year. So, which means that in effect, Starmer is implicated in a national security issue. Mm. Mm. They can, yeah, I believe that life peers is a relatively new concept, I think. But yeah, you can resign from the House of Lords, but to actually get removed from the House of Lords is slightly different. I believe that the monarch can remove a hereditary peer, but for a life peer to be removed, that needs statutory legislation. There needs to be a law put in place to actually name that person to have them removed. Yeah, yeah. Hence, why you need a statutory piece of instrument to actually have you removed. Yeah. Bound. But I think he still holds on to his title. But at this point, the title is sort of meaningless anyway. Yeah. Well, some. Again, hereditary peers as well. No. And actually, I've seen a lot of arguments for people to say a voting process would be a good thing, but I'm not so
It's
sure.
just another elitist boys only club.
I disagree.
Yeah.
In principle, the House of Lords is there to have people of expertise in whatever field. What I mean is if you are an expert in, let's say, business development, and the House of Lords has got something to talk about business development, then you're the key person. Or you want.
That's kind of how the Illuminati works too.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you're an hereditary, then you take. I would argue that you take that responsibility much more. Mm. Possibly Ferguson. Sarah Ferguson is live. But that's yet to be fully established. It is worth mentioning that Manderson is really known for actually as a sort of spin doctor, big PR person. There is an argument to say that he's probably the most important public relations person since Joseph Goebbels, not Goebbels. Joseph, help me out.
Gerber.
No, Joseph, the German PR minister.
Goebbels.
Gerber.
I had his name right on my.
Now, Madison. The thing that I'm reading here that makes it really interesting is the fact that
Goebbels. Yeah, I was one. Sorry. Yeah, Kyle.
He focused on promoting trade and fostering relationships with the U.S. government during the second presidency of Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Like this is the thing, man. Like he's basically a part of labor, but then he's actually he was actually trying to freaking foster trade with his supposed enemy, Donald Trump. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this kind of leads me down to the line.
No. And he isn't fostering a trade deal with Donald Trump. He's fostering trade deal with the US. There was a difference there.
Well, I mean, it says right here, point blank, his short tenure as ambassador to the United States, Madison focused on promoting trade and fostering relationships with the U.S. government during the second presidency.
Yeah, the U.S. government. Donald
of
Trump
Donald
isn't
Trump.
the U.S. government.
Oh,
Donald
I
Trump
mean,
is just a part of the U.S. government.
You tell that to Donald Trump. How about that?
Well,
Yeah.
well, we live in the real world.
Send him a letter. Send him a letter and say, Donald Trump, you are not the U.S. government. Just no, actually, get on X and send him a tweet. And remember to use official Donald Trump. That's where you go. Don't go to the
Right.
fake ones. It's got to have the blue check mark.
Also, it's believed that not Donald Trump, Peter Mandelson was one of the major players behind getting or supporting Britain's supporting George W. Bush's war on terror.
Now, they say that he got in trouble. He resigned from the cabinet, and he was also dismissed as ambassador in 2025. And I guess one of the reasons is that he bought a home in 1996, partly with an interest-free loan of £373,000 from Jeffrey Robinson, a cabinet colleague whose business dealings were subjected to an inquiry by Madelson's department. He had not declared the loan in the register of members' interest and resigned in December of 1998.
Either his first or second resident. I think that was his second. Well, resigned, quote unquote. Doesn't necessarily mean he wasn't pushed.
Now
it's just a polite way of,
Now it also goes on to say in January of 2001 he again resigned from the government following accusations of using his position to influence a passport application for SP Hinduja. In September of 2025, a scandal emerged concerning Madeline's association with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, which had been revealed in 2019 following reports that Madelson had continued his friendship with Epstein after his conviction. He was dismissed as ambassador by Starmer in February 2026.
Only after it was found out. Only after the documents were released.
Mm-hmm.
So the implication, and as was Starmer stated himself on Prime Minister's questions on Wednesday, he was well aware of the security MI5 and MI6 concerns about Peter Mandelson prior to his appointment as U.S. ambassador.
Well, it goes on here to say that in February of 2026, there were further reports that Madelson and his husband had received payments from Epstein, and that in 2009 and 2010, Madelson allegedly passed sensitive government information to Epstein. Madelson resigned from the Labour Party and from the House of Lords, and the Metropolitan Police began a criminal investigation into alleged misconduct in a public office.
Now, this passing on national security information to Epstein raises a major question. We know that both Mandelson and Epstein had links with the CCP. And potentially with Russia. And this doesn't just only account for Mendelssohn, but this could you could make the same argument about various U.S. Individuals that are implicated in the Epstein thing. Who's to say that national security information from both Britain and the US and possibly further afield, Commonwealth countries, were diverted to China and potentially Russia?
Well, I mean, he could have possible affiliations with Israel too, because like his family is associated with like his father.
Yeah, but Israel would have had direct links with U.S. national security agencies anyway.
Well, George Norman Madelson, according to this, was manager of the Jewish Chronicle and former officer of the Royal Dragoons during the Second World War. And that would line
people
up.
are just looking at this from, as we've seen over the last couple of days, last week or so, people are just looking at this sort of issue from a sort of very sort of gossipy, sort of very mediocre sort of point of view.
Yeah.
We are, and I'm looking at this from things like national security, actual political influence, and possibly even insider trading issues.
Well, I'm looking at it too from espionage kind of way of looking at it as well, because if he handed this information over to Epstein, and it goes into what we were previously discussing with Epstein and his obsession with the universities and the research that they were doing in those colleges, and Epstein's involvement with donations and the ability to be a part of their actual, research facilities and be like I was saying before,
And there is a good argument that in Britain, the entire concept of the nudge unit concept came out of New Labour anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let's see, right here, I didn't know that he had passed sensitive government information over to Epstein. That right there kind of goes down the avenue that I was talking about with Epstein, where a lot of people make it out like Epstein was just, a lone freaking con artist who was just doing all of this stuff on his own, and I just don't believe that. I believe that
I don't believe that. I believe that anybody who says that is extremely naive.
What's your thoughts on that, B? Do you think he was the sole perpetrator of all the stuff that he was supposed to be doing?
Well, when you're a billionaire, you make things happen when you clap your hands. But before things happen, when you clap your hands, a lot of people's pockets got to get filled. So there's definitely a network in any of his endeavors. No matter how you look at it.
As I mentioned to you earlier, Roger, I believe this could well become the biggest scandal since the Profumo affair in the UK, or to give it a US spin, the biggest since Watergate.
Yeah. And it does mention here too that under his education, it says that Mendelssohn did during his teenage years, he joined the Young Communist League due to the UK's support of the United States role in Vietnam. He read PPE at St. Catherine College, Oxford, and his tutors included Nicholas Stern. And Nicholas Stern is a British economic banker and academic. He is the I.G. Patel Professor of Economics and Government and chair of the Grantham Research Institute on Climate Change and Environment at the London School of Economics. See, why do they have freaking climate change freaking crap going on at a school of economics? Just complete ridiculous.
Well, yeah, it's the entire woke argument. Believe that they've even got a department of social studies in there.
Oh God, don't get me started on social studies.
2 words: weather weapons.
Oh yeah.
And then another 2 weapons, or two words: mind control.
Sure.
Yeah.
I looking at this from much more a sort of hearts and minds sort of argument, sort of propaganda.
Now, before we go any further, I want to point out my mastermind decision making on this show. I did headlines after midnight on the wonderful world of weirdness for a reason, because I have a bunch of weirdos who hang out with me. So freaking we are not going to worry about what is conspiracy or what is freaking
conspiracy theory or conspiracy facts.
Right.
I hate how you and everybody uses the term conspiracy just to argue for conspiracy theory. Conspiracy means to conspire.
Right.
And
Well, I'm saying you guys can say what you want because it is appropriate here. If you want to talk about aliens and freaking UFOs and ghosts, and you want to talk about politics, all in the same freaking.
I know what I want to talk about. You promised me that when we do this, you're gonna tell me about the Pritzker and Crown connection.
I already did. I did that last week.
I know, but you're supposed to give me an update.
Dude, I literally told you everything last week. Like the Crowns rule freaking Illinois, dude. Like,
I know, I remember.
There's
an update.
When I say crowns, you do understand. Like when you see those beautiful white boats that are freaking a part of the freaking the freaking boat lines that are sending people off into the oceans. You understand that those boats are the ones that are built by the Crown family, all right? Like Crown is literally written on the side of their boat.
Now, do you think that there is just real quick
Crown line?
What? How many of these families are there that have these, shares and everything? Owning a piece of every business that's around you. But how many of these families exist?
Well, I've found 3 of them so far.
Within what space?
The Crowns are one of them, and that's here in Illinois. And then they have a really, really, really huge reach. It's not just like within the Democratic Party, but like in the Republican Party, like I said, you know what I mean? And then I found the the Koch brothers. Have you ever heard about the Koch brothers?
Yeah.
I've heard about some Koch brothers.
Now the Koch brothers are another good example. Um, these guys are like the opposite of the Crown family, but not, you know what I mean, the same business ethics where politics is used more for profit than it is actually for politics. You know what I mean? It's how are they going to benefit from it? And that's what it really comes down to. They don't really care about who suffers or who freaking benefits unless it's them. You know what I mean? And those are two of them. There's the third one up, but I'm having a brain fart right now.
All right.
Um, I can think of it here in a little bit though, but I know of three of them. I just can't remember off the top of my head. Now individuals, if you want to know like people who just singled out people who are have been into this whole thing for a long time. Michael Madigan is a guy that people don't look at, and he's here in Illinois. And then you have Big Buck. I forgot his whole name. He's out of Indiana, and he's another crooked politician. Now this guy is somebody that takes crap loads of money from people out of Indiana.
Allegedly.
Not PAC money.
Okay.
I mean, he's got such a reputation. They call him Big Buck. And he's out of Indiana. I'll try to see if I can pull him up.
That before I forget, are they really? Is Weinstein getting another trial?
Huh?
Is Weinstein getting another trial?
They said that they're going to see about getting him to where he can come home because of his illness.
Yeah.
Because they said that he's getting ill and it because of his age.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about the other ill guys at his age?
They're not privileged enough. Like Jim Buck is the Republican from Indiana State. He's a senator. That's who it is. And he's out of District 21 now. He covered it's a District 28 which covers parts of Howard, Tipton, Clinton, and Hamilton counties. He's a resident of Kokomo, and he previously served in the House of Representatives from 1994 to 2008, and he's one of those big tax-paid senators who made crap loads of money his whole life. Jim Buck. They used to call him Big Buck. Oh, Big Jim Buck, the Republican from Indiana that'll take money for votes, dude. You just send him good PAC money and he will vote any way you want him. And that's the way Michael Madigan is. Both of them are from two different parties, but they both function in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And
just based on going back to the previous subject for a minute, just one more thing I want to point out. Today or yesterday, no, Thursday, Keir Starmer came out with a very groveling sort of apology, sort of press conference, which was really pathetic. Petty. I believe that this is that this story will be Starmer's so-called nail
in the coffin.
Coffin nail. Yeah.
Yep.
I can see that his position as Prime Minister is now untenable, and he will have to resign or be forced to resign. And I wouldn't be surprised if we will see that happening within the next week or so.
Well, I mean, the thing that I can see happening here is like they're gonna be real lenient on this guy because like he's gay for one thing. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to like
Yeah, there's been talk about prosecuting him, but I doubt if that's going to happen. And even if that does happen, if I was Peter Mandelson now, I'd be thinking about booking a ticket to the Saudi Arabia or UAE. He has got real good contacts in Saudi Arabia and UAE. It is believed, it is rumored that during the Qatar football scandal, you know, the British football FFCA, the football ombudsman or organisation. There was a big scandal about awarding Qatar the right to some international football match a couple of years ago, and it is believed that he was a key component of that scandal. So it is well known that he has got very close ties with at least Saudi Arabia. So even in the likelihood, which isn't very likely at all, that he could be prosecuted in the UK, he's probably thinking about moving to Saudi Arabia now.
Well, I mean, I like here in the United States, you know what I'm saying? You could get away with freaking doing, like, prosecuting a gay politician. But I'm saying in England, I think that would probably cause a lot of issues there because like England is very, very politically correct when it comes to a lot of stuff.
No, I can't see that's being used as an excuse to not prosecute him.
I would be very surprised.
Sort of situation. Again, I'd be surprised if he's even charged with anything in this country. But I cannot see that his sexual orientation being a factor.
I guarantee he's going to use it before this is over with. He probably won't, but there'll be like mysterious protests that pop up.
Yeah, there'll be the usual left-wing loonies out there that will defend him based upon that. But again, who cares? Not really.
You watch. He's gonna get off because he's gay, and he's not gonna have to flee to freaking Saudi Arabia or anything like that. He'll get off on all the stuff that he's done simply because he's gay, and they're gonna relate gay guy, Epstein. Oh no, he couldn't have done anything.
There's if the press was going to jump on that, they would have jumped on that before now.
Yeah, I think so.
In 2-3 days already, but
well,
it
this
would
is
have been an
relatively
immediate thing.
this is relatively new, though, right? Like this.
Yeah. Like I say, 2-3 days. But if that was if the press was going to jump on that, they would have jumped on it quite quickly.
I don't know. Now Robert Maxwell. Okay. No, he was Madison rang Robinson at 9 a.m. the next morning, according to this, anxiously asking if Robinson would buy him a house, to which Robinson responded in affirmative, signaling he would give the loan to Madison. Now, Robinson was also previously known as being linked to disgraced former businessman Robert Maxwell, and had offshore funds which posed problems during his time in labor, and was also alleged to have offered similar loans to other members of New Labor's cabinet. See, now, so he's had affiliations with this Robinson guy, and Robinson was actually associated with Robert Maxwell. So there's the Maxwell connection right there. That's interesting.
And obviously, Maxwell. When did Maxwell die?
Maxwell, I believe it was back in the 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was something like 92, 93. Somewhere around there anyway. But Maxwell was a well-known media tycoon for many years beforehand. One of Thatcher's biggest sort of opponents.
Now, he died in... Maxwell died November the 5th, 1991.
91, okay.
Yeah. Now, I do find that interesting. Maxwell actually would be a really, really good example of what we were talking about with politicians, families that were involved in politics. The entire family is a really, really good example of what me and B were just talking about too. Like there was Elizabeth Maxwell. I believe she was in the entertainment business, wasn't she? Back in the day.
Not absolutely sure. Not absolutely sure on the specific. Right.
You know, she goes all the way back. She was involved in the Holocaust, according to this. She was a Holocaust researcher back in the day. So you had a lot of people who were involved in politics and stuff like that. So, and from that family, that they're a really, really good example of them. And like Mossad, I believe the thing that really drug Robert Maxwell into it was when they started setting up hit lists for freaking people who they suspected as being Nazis who escaped from being brought to trial. Like when the Mossad did their hit squads and stuff, that's the one thing that they believe he was a part of. So
yeah, I'm not absolutely sure on that one. But,
well, with Robert Maxwell. So he was pretty shady. Those Englishmen. like you want to talk about some renegades, man. We ain't got nothing on the MI6, dude. Like MI6. Have you seen pictures of Maxwell back in his heyday?
Yeah, yeah.
That dude looked like he could have been a boxer. Like a straight
He
up
was quite
thug.
large.
Yeah, he was a
He was
thug.
yeah.
He really was. You could tell he could hold his own. He was no wimp.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, he was an extremely big critic of Thatcher, and they came to blows on more than one occasion.
Well,
Not
he
physical blows, obviously, but
it was always hard to determine what Maxwell's alignment was. Like if he was actually communist or if he was, you know, conservative or what he was when it comes to his political ideologies. They knew that he was involved with Mossad and MI6 and he was involved in the media, you know, and things of that nature, but like it, he was weird. You know what I'm saying? Like he was kind of a darker weird though. Like you knew there was nothing good about Maxwell. Um, well, it's like I said, he even eventually freaking ripped off his senior citizens in his company, dude. Like they were expecting retirement, and he was draining their freaking funds. You know.
just taking this back to the Epstein for a minute. I think it'd be wise for people to try and ignore the so-called fluff reports that we keep on hearing about recently, and keep in mind issues of things like national security, potential political and economic interference.
Well, especially here with Madison. This is
Mm.
this is actually pretty big news, especially when it comes to freaking like the English connection to Epstein and the Maxwell family, especially with the Maxwell family, like what I just found out just by
Mm.
reading this stuff, you know, and his affiliation with them over a loan.
Actually, Epstein didn't start any operations until mid 90s, possibly potentially as early back as 93. So this discounts any sort of Maxwell involvement because time frames don't
Well,
work.
well, he was involved with Maxwell through through I just mentioned his name. It was he was involved with Maxwell through a house loan that he made
Yeah,
with
so sorry, you're talking about Peter Mandelson. I'm
with yeah
just yeah,
with
drawing
Robin.
out a line between Maxwell and Epstein because um,
Now Maxwell
Epstein wasn't nothing, was nobody, whilst Maxwell was alive.
Maxwell, okay, his daughter is the one who got busted and is in prison because she was trafficking girls to
Yeah,
freaking Epstein. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
there.
yeah. But as far as Robert Maxwell is concerned,
Mhm.
the timeline doesn't fit.
Well, I mean, the connections. I could see the connections being there. To be honest with you, like you know, family matters kind of thing. You know what I'm.
Well, the argument is that potentially the Epstein operation didn't start until at least 93.
Mhm. And he
Um,
died. He died like in 91, wasn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yep. 1991,
yeah, so yeah,
November the 5th.
that sort of discounts any connection between directly between Robert Maxwell and Epstein.
Well, I mean, it would actually be kind of like a connection between Robert Maxwell and his daughter, and then his daughter's,
His daughter,
you know,
after 93.
right, and then whatever happened between frickin' Epstein would have to be between Epstein and his daughter rather than with Robert Maxwell. But that doesn't take away from the fact that Robert Maxwell was a dirty dog. You know what I mean? Like he really was a dirty dog. Well, like the way things unfolded with his career and the way he treated people who worked for him was horrible because like a lot of people lost money because of his dealings.
Pensions. Yeah.
Mhm.
A
You
lot
know,
of pensions. Yeah.
he went through and just squandered their pensions. Hey, that's pretty bad. But you know, I know how England is about overlooking a lot of that stuff. Like they don't really like to focus on that stuff. I still want to know about the towers, um, which me and you started talking about in the first season of Roger's Real Time Talk Show. You know, and they still haven't freaking done anything about that. They've been postponing it. You know which one is I'm talking about? The what was it? The I keep forgetting something tower.
Greenfield.
Yeah, Grimfield Towers. You know they still haven't freaking done anything on that. That's
Well, they are doing stuff. Again, these sort of investigations can take some time.
it's been years, dude. Well, it has to have been at least 4 or 5 years now since that's happened.
Yeah, didn't I come up? Didn't I find a press report saying that that the case will be going to trial this year?
Yeah, I'm wondering if
Yeah,
they.
I don't think. When we were looking at this last year, there was a press statement made stating that there will be a trial this year.
Grinfield Towers.
Guys, I hate to bail on you, but I've got to get up early in the morning.
He's
But
bored.
it's been fun.
He's bored. He said, "I'm out of here,
Yeah, you guys catch me later.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will see you later, man. All right. But yeah, I believe so. Like didn't I found it here, but they only have a Wikipedia article on it, and they showed a couple videos. They got one on YouTube for 2025, which is probably just somebody going into the high rise thing. You know, just kind of like.
Actually, wasn't it on? It was. I gave you that information on the Vixen's Emma Simpson, didn't I? Remember rightly?
The Guardian came out with a video 18 hours ago. It was how the failures that caused Grenfell still exist today, and then the firefighters cycle around the world to honor Grenfell victims, and that was on the BBC 3 days ago.
Okay.
So that was Grenfell Towers, what happened from 2019. And then, I mean, I don't see anything other than these are the lessons we learned, which apparently they didn't learn any lessons because nobody's been brought to justice because of that.
Well, again, it's an open case still.
You know, well, you found out last year that that they're holding back on the actual trial because it could cause issues politically. I believe is what you said whenever we last discussed it, you know.
Mm.
So it just seems pretty odd that they did that. I don't know.
Just go back to Maxwell for a minute. Even though the 1992 British recession was
back on the
defined by
actual
high
trial because
employment, approaching something like 10%,
Mhm.
it is also, I've seen arguments that Robert Maxwell's financial dealings also aided in creating the recession.
I wouldn't doubt it, to be honest with you. I would not doubt it whatsoever because,
I mean, the time frames there, 91, 92, yeah.
Yeah. And I've always had my theory about this because it goes back to Bloom in France whenever he first came out with the 40-hour work week, okay? Like before any of that shit freaking came around, people were making jokes about inflation. You know what I mean? Inflation was like freaking funny to a lot of people. Like they made jokes about it. The economists did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this. By 1992 in UK, inflation fell to 3.7, but unemployment rose to 9.9%.
Right. Well, they'll probably
it still was still low inflation.
They'll probably blame that on tariffs, though, and strong
in 1992.
strong conservative values that were taking place during the time period, maybe. Because tariffs are always associated with the freaking with the conservatives, no matter which country you're in. It's always those horrible conservatives that are putting tariffs up. I mean, it just seems to be a vicious cycle that plays itself
You
out.
could also be quite skeptical because this is after Thatcher resigned from government, and she had the famous no stance against joining the EU and joining the single market. And in '92, John Major actually signed the Maastricht Treaty, which brought stronger ties between, at the time, the European Economic Commission, the EEC, and
that could actually
Britain.
have been.
And there's an argument to say that
that could have actually been a part of it, though, because if you remember, me and you actually covered that where, like, this isn't like the free market that's involved with the EU. This is a market that you have to be approved by. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no free market there. You have to be approved by this organization so that you can be a part of this free flowing freaking resource, basically, you know. At least that's the best way I can actually say it. You know what I mean? When it comes to the EU, like, that's not free market at all.
And also, just to add extra complication to 1992, this is where George Soros makes a lot of money out of the recession.
Because I mean, it's interesting when it comes to that. Like, I mean, the inflation did drop, but at the same time, it was because freaking they were being given incentives through the EU. You know what I mean?
Or the EEC at the time.
Yeah.
Well, was the EU at the time? I don't know.
In the
Maastricht
90s.
actually allowed
so yeah, I forgot the change.
Yeah. Maastricht, in effect, created the EU, or changed from the EEC to the EU, and introduced the euro. So it could have been, there could be an argument to say that the recession was a ploy to encourage us into what would become the EU and the euro.
Yeah.
Even though we have never accepted the euro.
You guys never actually accepted the euro?
Oh, pound sterling.
I did not realize that. Well, you guys still used it as a form of currency, though, right?
Always as a tradable currency, like we use the dollar or the yen, or
yeah. Okay, so you.
But it wasn't a sovereign currency.
Right. That's interesting. I always thought that you guys did accept the euro as your.
No, pound sterling.
Well, I knew pound was there too. I don't know why I was thinking that.
Oh, you couldn't have a dual sort of. You can't have a country with a dual sort of currency.
Well, that makes sense to me because, like, I mean, I should have known better because I remember like the whole frickin' like the Federal Reserve, and you guys have the frickin' the Bank of England. You know what I mean? And then you had the Bank of Germany and France and all that. And that was the one thing here in the United States that we were supposed to be fighting against was these state ran banks, and the Federal Reserve was kind of like a illegal way of introducing that into the United States because we didn't want that kind of a system set up with our currency. You know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't want a national currency that was one kind of currency.
Well, you always had the US dollar.
It's interesting how the currency was actually set up back in the day. Like, there was different varieties of bills from different parts of the country. Like you would have a $1 bill that was made in West Virginia and another one that was made in frickin' Washington. You know,
but sooner or later that would have been unified. Unification of the currency is in a single country.
It's very interesting is all I'm saying. Like the whole story behind how all that took place, and like when I was actually reading up on that, it was pretty cool to actually learn that stuff, to be honest. And I don't know. I mean, with the Federal Reserve, the way that came about being, it was more the way it came about being to me that was really corrupt. You know, I mean, and the bank system, how the bank system plays out even today is pretty nefarious. I think one of these days we need to do a show where because I even said that to Rap about the bank system. That would be the perfect show freaking do, but nobody ever really wants to do it. And I don't want to get caught up in this whole Rothschild crap. You know what I mean? Oh, if you want to talk about the Warburgs and you want to talk about freaking, um, you know, what's his name? Um, my goodness, I cannot believe I forgot his name. He's here in the United States. But you know, the Warburg family and stuff like that. That's a major part of banking in the history of banking. But when I don't want to get caught up in that whole thing with like the Rothschilds are trying to take over the world and shit. You know what I mean? I'm sick of hearing that crap.
Yeah.
Um, I would love to have an actual serious conversation about the banking system. Is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? And just enough of that foolishness. Like this year, I'm dead serious about later on doing more with Roger's Real Time Talk Show where we talk about like the stuff we were discussing with critical theory. I think is what it's called, isn't it?
Yeah.
Socialist ideologies and shit like that, and the what is it? They talk about the norms and shit. Socialists. Well, I'm too tired to think right now. To be
Yeah,
honest.
me too. I was just thinking we should actually have a actual economist on. We should get an economist.
We've run out of like dignified countries to freaking talk about. You know what I mean? We've talked about England, we've talked about the United States, we've talked about the EU. I mean, the only thing
the EU is not a country. Please don't conflate
well,
EU with a country.
Europe, I should say. We've done the whole
Europe is
history
not
of
a country.
Europe. Well,
Yeah.
I know.
But yeah.
You know, I mean, the only thing we got left is Canada, and I mean, do we really want to go there? You know what I mean? And you don't want to have a conversation about the Middle East and government. Trust me, that's just you do not want to go.
Depends on which country.
Well, that's the whole thing. You can't just politically, you can't just go with one country. You know what I mean? Because you're going to have to talk about Turkey. You're going to have to talk about the Ottoman Empire in Turkey. You're going to have to talk about freaking the Arab invasion. You
the
know,
British influence into the creation of both Britain and America, and France's influence in the creation of Saudi Arabia
in Israel.
And Israel and
yeah,
Palestine and yeah, messy.
Just really, really messy, and that's not even discussing the conflicts that took place among the Arabs amongst themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like just amongst themselves. Like you're gonna have to talk about the difference between the Turks and the frickin' Persians and the frickin'
Yeah, and also we've also gonna have to go down the line of theology.
Yeah.
And political influence.
So you got the Turks, you got the frickin' Persians in Iran, and then you had the frickin' Saudis in Saudi Arabia.
Of course,
the Egyptians.
If you're looking at recent times, then you're gonna have to go back to 1979 Iran, 1975 Lebanon.
Yeah. That's all. Yeah. That's all Middle East politics. If we start like we did with Europe, you know what I mean? Because we started with Napoleon, and no, with the French Revolution actually.
Yeah.
So that goes quite a ways back, you know. Like we went from the French Revolution to Napoleon all the way up into
World War II.
World War II.
And then
the EU.
The common Soviet and then EU, yeah.
So it would be quite an interesting adventure. I think we would be in for a world of hurt if we did that.
Yeah, and I can imagine some argues would be unacceptable on certain social media platforms.
Well, I don't think it would. be unacceptable. I just think that it would be really, really drawn out and crazy. Like I was really surprised we could actually do Europe as
Yeah.
well as we did, to be honest with you, because and the Middle East is just insane. And then trying to get into like the Orient, just you know what I mean? That would be just completely crazy too if you think about that, because you got Mongolia, you got freaking China, then you're gonna have to talk about Tibet, then India with England, and like when India broke away from England, how Iran wanted India to side with them and take on a Persian influence, but instead of that, they decided to go with, I think it was the French, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
And then that turned into a freaking nightmare.
And also, if we're talking about Asia, then we would have to talk about the Japanese atrocities of the 19th and early 20th century.
Manchuria.
Things that the Japanese government still denies actually happened.
Manchurian thing where it happened up in North China, I believe it was. Manchuria.
Okay, you are talking more in relation to the Boxer Revolution.
Do you remember the Japanese influence into Manchuria?
Casino and the joint casino wars.
Yeah, that was that was actually some pretty messed up stuff, because like that that goes into a lot of crazy brainwashing shit that people talk about even to today, man. Like the Manchurian.
Yeah, I'm also thinking of things like Japanese brutality in Korea during the all the way through the 19th and first half of the 20th century.
See, if we start, or if we keep talking, we're going to end up talking ourselves into doing some crazy shit. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
I'm kind of enjoying it. Like maybe thinking about going down that hill, but I really do like what we were talking about, like getting into talks about the new school and things like that. And,
Frankfurt.
Yeah, Frankfurt School.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people don't realize that whenever you're talking about the Frankfurt School, you're actually talking about the new school here in the United States and in Europe. Like they call it the new school now.
Okay, I've never not heard of a big term as that.
Yeah. Frankfurt School is still around, don't get me wrong.
Frankfurt School of Philosophy, and
but what happened was they ended up having to split or change their name here in the United States. And they eventually, after freaking World War II was done, they actually moved back to Germany. And that's where they took up the name Frankfurt School. And critical theory is what we're trying to think of. I just did the whole search thing so I could figure out what the word is, but we're going to talk about critical theory.
As they keep on calling it, the low march fit institutions are around.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Frankfurt School was pretty freaking crazy. Then critical theory, like people, I don't think people really understand what's taking place around them and what's really going on. Like they just throw words out there like woke. You know what I mean? It makes it easy for them to understand. But like if you look into all this shit, you start finding out that this has to do with critical theory, it has to do with political correctness, safe spaces, all of that led up to this crazy shit that we have now that everybody's calling woke. You know what I mean? It's so warped and out of control that like nobody can really recognize what it's become. That's just my take on it, but it's true if you really look at it. I mean, it's so freaking out of touch that you can't even call this shit freaking critical theory anymore. It's just really imagine like a mutated fucking turkey on the rampage trying to freaking eat everybody in sight, and that would be woke.
Interesting analogy.
Yeah, that, yeah. That's about that's about the best way to explain it. You know what I mean? Because it's like I said the other day. I said this shit about freaking like Kamala Harris when she was running for freaking president. I swear to you, dude, I was saying that freaking Kamala Harris was going to do the same shit Donald Trump is doing today. I swore up and down if you voted Kamala Harris in, she would be doing the same shit freaking Donald Trump is doing today. And everybody looks at me now and they're like, oh, you're freaking crazy. You're crazy. I'm like, no, dude, freaking, I was literally saying Kamala Harris was going to be doing this shit.
I don't know, would she push a much more neocon sort of concept?
California, okay, when she was in office in California, she was freaking horrible to people, dude. She was horrible. She honestly freaking withheld evidence that could exonerate a person from death row, dude. Okay. She was a freaking horrible person, and she was very, very fucked up, dude. You know what I'm saying? And like I all through it, me and Angel would always talk, and I was like, dude, I told Angel all the time, I was like, dude, she gets into office and fucking she's gonna be doing this shit. She's gonna fucking be doing horrible shit to fucking people. You know what I'm saying? And boom, Donald Trump gets in. The last person I thought would freaking be doing shit like that ends up doing the same shit.
Like what specifically?
All this shit that's going on, man. All this shit that's going on right now is the same shit I freaking was saying Kamala Harris was going to do.
Shit. You have to be a bit
The
more
ICE
specific.
shit, the ICE, the immigration bullshit, everything.
Yeah, but isn't immigration a big issue?
No, it's not. It really is not a big issue. No.
Well, I'm looking at it from a European point of view, and it is a major issue. Did you see that video they referenced yesterday in relation to France?
In chat?
Yeah, in Element General.
No, I don't know for actually you were posting it up there. I wasn't able to check it out because I was in the middle of doing my edits and stuff, but let me see. I can pop in there real quick. It's in general, right?
Yeah. Don't watch
France,
it now.
France is effed. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. In relation to how France is in a bigger situation than Britain is at present moment.
Well, see, with France is they've screwed themselves up in the first place. Like their government freaking went broke. Okay, they've got no money, and that's been since the end of last year. If you remember,
probably not as big as recession that Germany's in.
If you remember, we were actually talking about that because Parliament, or not, I don't even know what they call it. They were over in France, their assembly or whatever the hell they call it.
Yeah.
Like they've actually got freaking voted in a new government because the government they had has failed.
Yeah, well, Macron's still in power.
Well, I mean,
point that out.
they just can't walk away from it. It's just like the same thing happened in New Zealand. New Zealand, freaking their government isn't just because freaking they couldn't put a new government in office doesn't mean that freaking that stays empty. The old government stays until it's replaced.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
But in France, they've got, let's just say, they've got a stronger backbone when it comes to civil disobedience. Let's just say, I'm not going to spell it out because
those French people.
I could be arrested for spelling out what I think at this present moment.
Well,
But,
the only
say,
people in France that I have any respect for is the farmers. They're the ones who are freaking spraying the manure on the buildings and they're freaking holding up traffic and they're bringing those big freaking tractors out into public view and they're letting people know that they're sick and tired of the freaking government and their bullshit. So that's the one thing I got to give them credit about. That they've actually stood up to their government. So
I suspect if there is any sort of, let's just say, civil disobedience happening in Britain and or in Europe, it'd be France that would be the first people to start it off.
they
Just
could.
because of historical background reasons.
Well, I mean, they're the only issue I have with them is they freaking need to actually stick with a constitution that they're not able to change. You know what I'm saying? Like, put it in as a codified constitution that cannot be changed and they will be all right. But if they think that it's okay to just change their constitution at a moment's whim, it's ridiculous. I understand. I understand that they've had some issues historically. Don't get me wrong, okay? But that only accounts for maybe 3, maybe 4 times that they had to change their constitution. Maybe 3, 4 tops. The rest of it was just completely ridiculous. 15 times, dude.
Actually, going back to the codification, I have heard recently an argument to suggest that British approach to not having a single codified constitution is actually worked well for Britain. Because unlike the US, where you've got to create amendments upon amendments upon amendments, we can be a bit more flexible.
You know what flexible means in politics?
Yeah, but also flexibility within the constraints of tradition.
Yeah, that don't work together, dude. Tradition and flexibility are not freaking good. When you realize how many people historically from England has written freaking like beautiful freaking political freaking theory. You realize how many people have done that. All you have to do is freaking go through that shit and you have to freaking come up with a codified constitution that says this is how our constitution is going to be from here on out.
No, and also it's a bit of a lazy argument. Just because there isn't a single document, there's 3 different documents. Are you saying that people are not able to read 3 documents now?
Well, I mean, it just depends on what your mood is. You know what I'm saying? If you feel whimsy today and you want to freaking be carefree and happy and loving and and everything. You just go ahead and pick this argument. If you feel like you want to be conservative tomorrow and you want to have conservative ideas, hey man, you can go ahead and do that too. We're just going to let you do whatever you want because we've got this cool
within the constraints of the existing documents. I mean,
they're not
I'm in
codified.
2 minds about a single unified document.
They're not codified.
In respect to with UK anyway.
But see, the documents you have aren't codified. That means they can be changed at a moment's notice.
Oh, habeas corpus is codified in that document.
You just said
there's
you
1689.
You said there's
codified.
less than 2% of freaking habeas corpus is still in.
No, I know you're talking about the Magna Carta.
Oh, Magna Carta, yeah. Yeah, habeas corpus.
And there was still parts of the Magna Carta that's still valid.
Well, habeas corpus.
March content but there is still.
Yeah. And habeas corpus is basically just, it comes down to this is your rights if you're arrested, dude. You know what I'm saying? Come on, dude.
Still constitutional point, nevertheless.
Well, I mean, that's it. It's like you got rights when you get busted by the police, dude. That's it. That's habeas corpus.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, come on,
Well,
dude.
it's still written. It's still there.
You know.
And still got the Bill of Rights. Or after rights.
I mean, do you really want your freedom? You really want your freedom to only depend on when you don't get busted by the police?
Sorry, I don't understand your point.
Like you understand that you have more freedoms that involve more than just being busted by the police.
Yeah, and the 1689 Bill of Rights.
You know, so
the small amount of Magna Carta that still is legitimate.
Get that shit codified.
It is codified, but in 3 different documents.
No, that's not. That's the invisible Constitution. There's no codification there, dude. I've checked it out too. They're not codified.
The 3 it's again it's
invisible hand of the Constitution that we say is real, but it's imaginary. It's
not imaginary. There's still 3 separate documents.
Right.
I mean, are you saying that people are so stupid that they've got to have to be able to only read one document? They're so stupid that they cannot read 3 documents.
Yeah, I believe that really sums it up.
That's what you said.
That really, I mean, I've made no freaking statements that says that freaking humans are smart whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I've made it a point to say how stupid freaking humans are. Okay, we are a breed of stupid freaking animals. Okay,
not all of us. Hashtag
humans. I can't believe you said hashtag.
Sorry, yeah.
Freaking, I was telling freaking Nancy the other day, do you realize that freaking we live in a world where we should be grateful? Because if it was 400 years ago and we were poor, we wouldn't even be able to freaking afford a fork, dude. We would have to be eating with like boards that we pulled out of the freaking barn because we couldn't afford a spoon or a fork, you know what I'm saying? And the majority of people who freaking were poor wouldn't even know how to eat with a fork even if they freaking had one. You know what I mean?
I think by 400 years ago, most people, I don't know.
About 400 or 500 years ago. Because peasants, I'm talking about peasants, okay? peasants didn't have the same rights that freaking, people with nobility had. Like they weren't allowed to hunt on freaking the king's land, which was everything. So freaking you weren't allowed to freaking hunt. You see what I mean? Because that was illegal. Because that was the king's freaking land. And like you hear people talk about how horrible we treat one another. How, dude, we treated people horrible like you wouldn't believe just 400 or 500 years ago. You know what I mean? Like in England, these people would freaking ride down the road and they would see freaking roadsmen freaking hanging from trees, dude. Okay. Thieves.
Not, well, yeah, I'm not sure how common that was.
I guarantee
I
it.
mean,
Yeah, I mean, think about that, dude, for a moment. You know what I mean? They didn't even get freaking a trial. They were just hung from a freaking tree, dude. You rode down the road.
actually, no. No, because this is one of those few things that Magna Carta still forces.
Oh.
The white search trial.
Oh, we can have a good conversation on that. I'm glad V left because we actually started having a real conversation. The man makes me stressed. Wanted to talk about freaking Governor Pritzker again. Like we didn't talk about it last week. For how long? An hour straight talking about the Crown family. Just something else. I'm glad we finally started getting into some good conversation here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Apart from me moving to that area, I'm not sure what is his interest.
Well, I think he's debating on if he wants to like vote for Pritzker or some shit like
Okay,
that.
okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I told him he's not really a good freaking person to vote for. I mean, not anybody who's actually been governor of Illinois is a good person to vote for. Like,
Well, yeah, you do the same like you would like any sensible person would do within any sort of
well, Illinois especially
local election. You look at the candidates, you look at their history, you look at their abilities.
You
make a
can't,
decision on that.
in Illinois, you can't even rely on like their political party because Rauner was before Pritzker. Okay, Rauner was just as bad as what Pritzker is, and he promised to do all kinds of shit, never did it. And Pritzker is the same way. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna change Illinois. We're gonna drop the freaking debt for the state of Illinois." And guess what? It never happened. We're in more debt.
Actually, this is a difference between. To be fair, this is the difference between British and U.S. politics. U.S. politics looks at the individual, considers the individual, whereas Britain takes much more emphasis on the party.
Yeah, no, that's the sad part.
Yeah.
I've been kind of putting you down on that whole thing when we get into the conversation because like, and I want to apologize about that. You know what I mean? Because like I understand where you're coming from when it comes to like the party and the
Yeah,
but
again, this is done to a much more ingrained sort of psychological issue with North Americans treating the much more celebrity culture sort of concept.
the individual is more important than the group. Okay.
Yeah,
You know, and that's the
whereas
way.
in the UK, we look at it from the opposite way. The group, the party is more important than any individual.
The party is about follow the leader. That so in reality, you're the ones who are like a part of this celebrity culture kind of thing. Like
Yeah, but we can remove our
you see,
individual
a good
leaders.
a good American when they watch Star Trek and they hear Spock say the good of the many outweigh the good of the one, they
Yeah,
would
the
a good American would say, "Fuck you, Spock. You're full of shit. Go kiss my ass." You know what I'm saying? Because that is the way Americans believe. They believe that the individual and his beliefs and what he thinks is just as important as the group conscious. Like it's okay if you want to be a part of the group conscious, but you know what? That individual with that individual's point of view is just as important because if it wasn't, then it would be what it's turning into now, where we have lobbyists who are freaking influencing politics, and we have these freaking groups that are freaking like parts of freaking like the woke and the LG.
That's a wider issue in relation to
It's all about the same thing.
into corporate
Organize
interest in government.
organizations and these lobbyist groups
Interest groups, should I
and
say?
interest
Yeah.
groups, they have more influence and the ability to make decisions in government than what the individual voter does, and that's pathetic. That's sad. Okay, that these people can frickin' pull together money, pull together influence, and then frickin' pay off politicians because of the money they pulled together, but the individuals vote and what they believe in is completely ignored because it's more important to frickin' listen to these frickin' interest groups. You know?
Whereas in the UK, that can be allowed because of our rules in relation to money, how money is earned in politics, and the rules surrounding special interest groups. We've got much more tighter rules.
Well, you're not really doing all that great either. I've
Well,
read up
yeah,
on that.
well, yeah,
I've
that's
read
a
up on.
different thing. But
We were
on
just
paper,
talking
we've
about
got
the
tighter
new.
rules.
We were just talking about the new labor.
Yeah, again, yeah. But
I was doing.
nevertheless, we still got tighter rules when it comes to interests.
You can just keep holding that security blanket. You know, Linus off of freaking Charlie Brown. You just keep holding that freaking security blanket and don't you worry, man. Your government's just gonna take care of you. You're gonna have all
I
these.
did not say that.
Yes, you did. You just said it right there. You're
I
like,
did not say that.
we got stricter rules and stuff.
Well, yeah, but I did not say them, and then by government looking after taking care of
Too many
population.
people trust their governments, and you don't understand the structure of government and what that entails. Okay, like your government is not your friend. Okay, the more power that you give your government, the less freedom you have. You're giving up freedom so that this government can freaking protect you and do what you want them to do for you. Now, if you extend that beyond what you want, and then you're handing freedoms over to them that you don't want them to have. So you need to understand that the government is not your friend. They're not your buddy. They're not there to freaking pat you on the back and rub you on the back and say, "We're here to take care of you guys because we love you." They're not doing that. It's a struggle.
Reagan's site zone. But there has been arguments made recently in Britain to argue that if a government failed on their manifesto pledges, then they should be held accountable legally.
Civil in civil court or in criminal court?
Well, I'm just saying there's been arguments. Well,
Well, it's a
in
valid
more
question, though.
broader statements.
That is a valid question, though. Would that be in civil court or in criminal court?
Well, that would be. I've heard concepts both, but that's missing my point a bit. My
Well,
point is just to
hold them accountable.
have more accountability when it comes to manifesto pledges.
Well, I mean, you know, if you do it in a civil court, then that's just a slap on the wrist. You know what I'm saying? That's all that is. They can come up with the money and the reparations and be done with it. There's people dumping waste out in the freaking Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean on a daily basis. And they're doing it because it's cheaper to freaking dump the freaking waste in the ocean and pay the fine than what it is to actually dispose of it the right way. You know what I mean? And these are the same people who are freaking going into government and they're saying, freaking, you know what? We can still do this. If we get reprimanded in the civil courts, we just pay the fines and we just keep on doing what we want. Now, if they do it on a criminal freaking level where freaking they're held accountable in criminal courts instead of civil courts, then they'll freaking start taking notice and they'll say, okay, enough is enough. We can't do this anymore.
But who do you prosecute?
That's
if you say
that's the issue. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Corporations, you know what I mean? Like you can't convict an SEO or a CEO, I'm sorry, a CEO of a corporation for the wrongdoings of that corporation. That's the messed up part.
Yeah, because the CEO is only just an employee of the corporation.
Exactly. And that's a loophole they get away with. As a matter of fact, nobody has to show up to court for a freaking corporation if they have to go to court for any reason whatsoever here in the United States. If they're being brought up on on trial, they can have somebody represent the freaking corporation that isn't even a part of the board. Nobody has to show up. Just an attorney representing them. That's it.
So, in theory, let's say if a party in Britain, a party we laid on its manifesto, and parties, the responsibilities held to the Prime Minister. Does that mean that every time there's a new Prime Minister, there would have to be a new general election?
That would mean that from the way I'm reading it, the Prime Minister is just the right arm of the royal crown. Okay, they're the ones that will have to make decisions for the crown when the crown can't freaking do it.
Yeah,
you know
but the party creates manifestos, and that's controlled mainly by the Prime Minister of that day, or the leader of that party for the day.
But that's also in the House of Commons. You know what I'm saying? So in the House of Commons, yeah, but the Prime Minister also has authority over the House of Lords. You see what I mean?
Within a limited capacity.
Who chooses who gets put on the House of Lords besides the freaking royals. And
Okay. Yeah.
you see what I mean? That's really what it comes down to right there. I mean, so if
Yeah, but even in theory, even if the prime minister does put in people in those lords, those people should still be acting fairly independent of the government.
well, they're considered, they have the standings of pretty much a prince, wouldn't they?
Mm,
It would be effectively having the same authority as what a prince would have, wouldn't it? If you're a member of
Not,
the House of Lords.
in what sense?
Well, what responsibilities do the princes have whenever, like, you know, the what was Andrew and all them, they were responsible for the military. They had to freaking, they had their princely duties to freaking do things in the military for the veterans and the freaking soldiers and stuff like that. I
They've got
don't.
no actual responsibility to
They
do
got to go
anything.
out there.
I mean,
They got to go out there and shake hands and stuff.
yeah, it's more. Yeah, but that's a PR thing.
Not really.
That's
I
not really
mean,
responsibility.
do you really think that your king and your princes actually did shit back in the 1800s and 1700s? Like that's what they did back then too. They freaking went out and they freaking looked at their freaking noblest freaking knights and they said, great job, and they knighted them and gave them freaking knighthood.
No, princess wouldn't be able to do
Well,
that.
the
That'd be
queen, I mean,
yeah,
like the queen or the
that's a
king.
different point. That's a different point.
But you know what I'm saying? Like that's pretty much all they ever did. Like they never actually did anything. Like
we were talking specifically about Princess.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying like the royals never really did anything. Like they sat on the top of the hill and they freaking had strategies and they watched freaking their soldiers down below freaking follow their strategies, and but they never did anything. They sat on a horse watching people freaking fight for them. You know what I mean?
In theory, the last first last point before legislation becomes law. Hence the ascension rules.
Do they actually make decisions though? Like, are they actually passing bills and or turning them down?
Well, they aren't, but well, not in one way. But you've got things like the Privy Council.
So they have other branches under them. That's a part of the royal branch of government.
Yeah.
Besides the prime minister and the House of Lords.
Or the entire government and the opposition are at the monarch's discretion. His Majesty's opposition, His Majesty's government.
Well, I've heard that like the royal family only owns like the freaking coastlines of England now. The rest of it is bought and paid for by the rest of the people. Like they actually own like maybe beachfront property, and that's about it.
Depends on how you look at this. If you are saying that the citizen is the subject of the monarch, then that puts an entirely different spin on that. Because you are because the monarch is your sovereign.
Well, I mean, I think we have really done a good job at discussing a lot of the stuff when it comes to England because um, that was something we needed to talk about, especially considering we started this out with the whole thing and how Epstein actually did frickin' reach all the way over to frickin' England. And
how we could have been a very big influence in.
well, I knew.
Let's just say certain people,
I knew.
influential people in Britain could have been a influence.
I knew already though because I'm the one who's been talking about Maxwell, and I'm not talking about the daughter. I'm talking about Robert Maxwell. You know what I mean? It's like freaking if you remember correctly, I'm the one that's been talking about this shit. You know what I mean? And like I've always stuck by the whole thing about Epstein, and I've always said that frickin' Pizzagate is a load of shit. Stop listening to that crap because it's just brain rot. They're trying to make you, or no, they're trying to make the real issue a conspiracy theory. Which it's not. It's actually a serious issue that needs to be looked at, but they want to stupefy it. You know what I mean? They
Well,
want.
as we are seeing with the Epstein, and we're going to see even more of the Epstein issue.
There's a lot of things that really do need to be investigated, and it's not going to be investigated because they're going to make it look stupid, just like they did with Pizzagate. As a matter of fact, Pizzagate was probably started to freaking make a lot of this stuff look stupid. You know what I mean? Because
And if my theories are correct, if there is a certain level of national security concerns in relation to Epstein, then yeah, you are not going to hear half of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad that freaking this stuff did come out in England because that that really fits in real nice to a lot of the stuff that I've been saying, especially with Maxwell and the ties with Maxwell and then his daughter, which I do think there's a connection there. She just took over the family business, you know, and it makes it all more realistic because you can see the connection there.
Yeah. If we haven't had, if Starmason hasn't already been the most unpopular prime minister of our, well, God, so many hundreds of years now. Then this is going to make him the most. This is going to make him. I think he was actually. I can't remember what he was. I don't take notice of polls anymore. But
So you're. Let me get this straight. He's worse than Tony Blair, in your opinion? I bet you this hurts. I bet you this hurts. I bet you it just makes you freaking hurt having to say it. Go ahead.
On par. Actually, arguably, Tony Blair did a few good.
You could have
good things as far as the economy is concerned between 1997 and 2000.
I don't want to see you throw up on your shoes. Okay. I know that hurt. So we'll just leave that one.
I would say on par of us.
Okay. Just
at least Tony Blair had a bit more has a bit more intelligence.
Well, I mean, right there, I'm kind of getting confused because, like, you actually
just because I state he's got intelligence, he's more intelligent than Starmer. doesn't mean I'm no Tony Blair speaker's
Well, I
fan.
know that, but I'm just saying, like, I was picturing that it was making you feel sick inside just having to say that. You know what I mean? But then, like, you just openly put it out there, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to see you freaking like getting sick and throwing up all over the place
Well,
and shit. You know?
well, considering Tony Blair's background, considering his activities at this present moment, would you not call him a intelligent person?
No, I would
I would
not.
call I don't know. I would call him intelligent.
Now,
He might not be the most. You'd have to be good and intelligent. You can be bad and intelligent.
Well, for me, I think honestly, like freaking what's her face? Thatcher is probably the last good freaking prime minister you
Well,
guys
yeah,
have had. And
up to the poll tax.
Yeah, and that's not really saying very much because her and Ronald Reagan were crazy, dude. Like they were. The only reason why the Star Wars program didn't work out here in the United States was because Thatcher wanted freaking ballistic missiles that they could freaking use to pinpoint targets and kill them halfway around the world.
Also, look at the economic situation. Granted, there was a lot of issues in Britain during the early part of during the first half of Thatcher's reign, but look at what caused that. That was caused by the previous Labour government, governments.
Well, I mean that's actually another thing too that I've been wanting to get to. Like there's a lot of things people don't want to talk about, like the energy crisis that took place just before Thatcher and Reagan, where people were being told they needed to shut down their freaking heat in the middle of winter time or they were going to be fined, and some of them were even threatened to be jailed if they didn't do it. And that was both
there's a lot of similarities between the late 70s and now. Energy crisis because of the net zero rubbish. We are paying the most expensive energy prices in, I believe, the world.
Well, you know what really gets me.
In the late 70s, we had bins not being removed, litter building up. Look what's happening in Birmingham at this present moment.
You know what really gets on my nerves though?
Go on.
It's that we're supposed to freaking be having all these issues with Russia supposedly, and you guys are still forced to freaking have to buy your fuel from them. What do you think about that?
Not sure if it's directly at this moment.
Fuel from Russian fuel companies is still coming through Europe, and they're still having to buy it.
Technically, they're not coming in from Russia.
Third parties.
Proxies, isn't it? It's free proxies.
Yep.
India and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something I think we should talk about later. We have finally come to 2 hours, so I think we need to go to bed now. It's time to go to bed. We will be back next week, hopefully, if we fill up to it.
If we survive.
Right. Because this cold weather is for the birds. I'm getting sick of freaking cold weather. If I don't freaking warm up at least one day this week, I'm going to freaking go nuts. I think we've had 2 days that was above 32 degrees.
Well, like I
0.
said, we've been fairly lucky in the UK so far. I mean, according to this, what is the 8 degrees centigrade?
That's why, and that's why I have this really, really bad habit of just talking shit on people in England. I don't know why, dude. It's just, you guys are just so freaking rotten, dude. You even have good weather and shit. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, better weather.
yeah,
Better weather at this
better
present moment.
weather. So, before we go, you want to tell everybody your socials so that we can have it on the recording whenever we get to set it out?
You can find me if you really, really want to find me on minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay. Now, I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments in the comment section. It's cool to make comments in the chat section, but if you do it in the comment section, it's appreciated a lot more. It does help, believe it or not. I am on I'm having a brain fart now. You can find me on minds.com as Roger_Hanson. You can also find me on Teams at Rogers Hangout, as well as Rogers Hangout on Element Matrix. Like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed today's show. If you did, like, subscribe, share, make comments, and I hope you guys have a good day. And with that, we are going to end the show. Thanks for being on the show with me, Mark Edworthy, and thank you, V, after he's already gone and bailed on us because he was tired. But thanks anyhow for showing up. We appreciate it. I'd like to thank everybody else who's been on the previous shows too. So we've had a pretty good night. I finished the recording, and the stream's still going, but I also do want to say thanks to everybody who showed up for tonight's stream. It's been actually a pretty good day. I was really surprised we were able to do that. We did like 9 hours worth of stream. 9 hours, 15 minutes. And I was ready to give up an hour ago, to be honest with you. You know, so
something like this 2 hours ago.
It's like I said too, like I'm way over on content when it comes to editing it out and getting it back up. So if you ever want to skip on doing a headlines at midnight and stuff like that, freaking I'm game with it. We've got tons of content, dude. That's what I was trying to say earlier.
I'm just thinking, seeing this as the third episode, might as well drag it out a bit longer.
I mean, I'm just saying, you know, because it's the middle of February, dude. This is not the funnest time of the year. You know what I mean? So I understand. It's like Otto and freaking Nancy and them. They all freaking ended up getting sick. So playing around with this weather isn't anything to mess around with. So if it gets to the point where you need to take a break, let me know. I'm okay with staying up and doing it. I have no problem. I'm really kind of happy with this editing thing when it comes to freaking Quantum Gathering, dude. Like last night, I was sitting there editing the stuff that we did with Willie. And dude, I'm really enjoying editing this shit. It's like that was one of the best freaking streams I think we've done. He had freaking Bob Dub laughing like you would not believe, man.
I don't know. We've had some pretty good streams so far this year.
Yeah, we have, believe it or not. We have had some really good ones, but like I really have been enjoying that.
Just out of curiosity, did we get any interesting comments?
I don't know. I haven't even checked. I don't. Until well, Ria's on the chat in Element. She misspelled intellectual.
Yeah, just she sent me a private message.
Inelectable. Yeah, and let me see here. No, not that I can tell. But I'm only on freaking Rumble now. I was on D Live, but it irritates me on Kick. I'm not on D Live. I was talking about Kick, but it irritates me on Kick because like whenever I go on there, it unmutes in the middle of my stream.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, so veterans came in, veteran radio came in, said gave us a couple of emojis with a skull head. And then Alan the baby came in and said, keep up the grid. I see you. And it says, don't let anyone stop you. You are amazing. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, Veterans Radio, for stopping in and chat. We appreciate it. And I'm going to put a tag on there so that I've been told that it's good to do that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to be hip with all the cool kids. I'm going to tell them thanks for stopping in.
Mm.
And then we can go ahead and end the stream.
And I can collapse in bed.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go to bed too. I'm tired of waking up. My eyes are ready to go to sleep. I'm barely able to spell. I'm misspelling right now just by trying to say thanks for stopping in.
No. Because of you should be honoured. Because of you, I've attempted to free up my Fridays.
Now, Friday actually is a good day to free up because, like, just you shouldn't be doing stuff on Friday. You know what I mean?
Why?
Because it's the day to wind down, man. You should relax. Okay. Should relax at least one day out of the week. You know what I mean? And Friday should be that day.
Okay.
Now, if you do it on freaking Saturday, then that's fine. But you know what I'm saying? Fridays where you kind of get to unwind after the whole week. So,
generally I don't do very much on Saturdays anyway. Try not to. Anyway.
Saturday's a good day too, I guess, if you know what I mean. It is, but if you have to choose between the two, do that. And Sundays, I mean, what's Sunday good for? You know what I mean? Like,
preparing for next week.
Well, it's always boring. I mean, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like freaking nobody has a good time on Sunday, ever. I don't know anybody who enjoys their Sunday. They're like, well, I get to go to church. You know what I mean? Fucking nobody. I mean, think about it like this: how many people on Sunday are sitting in church hoping or wishing they could be at home watching football?
I don't know. Don't like US football, and I don't like British football.
Well, that's good.
So
you're on the right path. So,
I mean, the only sports I watch is maybe the odd occasional game of cricket.
Oh God!
And actually, recently, Ria's been encouraging me to watch a lot more cricket.
You two need to just leave me alone. I'm not going to start talking about cricket. It is not going to happen. Okay. Now, freaking I was okay with chess until I found out that you guys can cheat at that shit. Now
Well,
I'm
we
not
don't cheat.
I'm not a big freaking expert at chess, but like I do find that horrible. Like there chess is more than just a game, it's strategy, okay? People have been playing that game for freaking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, and it's always been about strategy. And when you start playing the way that shit is, that's horrible, dude. Because I know,
crazy how
yeah, I know the purpose of the pawn, okay? Now, people underestimate the pawn, but the pawn is supposed to have a lot of power if you use it correctly. Okay, and they usually don't do that anymore. And I wish I could be one of those people who are good at that kind of shit. But I know what it means. So when you turn around and you do the crazy horse thing, you're freaking desecrating chess, dude. You guys are horrible. It's horrible. I'm not even. I'm not.
To improve your game.
I'm not even a good chess player, and I know that much. Okay, now, if you're a good chess player and you're doing that shit, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's all I gotta say. You should be ashamed of yourself that you have to freaking cheat in order to play.
Not cheating. Not cheating.
Okay.
That is you mean putting pieces back on the board.
Yeah, you put pieces back.
That is a valid rule in crazy.
No, in regular chess, you put a piece on the board when you make it to the other side of the board with your pawn. There's no exception to the rule. You don't make if your pawn doesn't make it to the other side, you are not allowed to pull freaking any other pieces off freaking or back onto the chess board.
Oh, what's that game that me and Ria was playing?
Crazy Horse.
No, another game that we played between ourselves. Sort of capture the center. Use the king to capture the center.
I got to do that with you guys too. That's what it is. It's in the center. You have to hold it, and if you hold it, I'm okay with that. That's fine. That's not cheating. But
didn't like the variant at all.
It's kind of cheesy, but it's kind of like King of the Hill.
It's sort of a race, really.
Have you ever
gets there first?
Do you remember back in the 90s when they used to have like Duke Nukem and you played King of the Hill where you had to keep the area? And the person who held it the longest won the match. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm gonna get off here and go to bed, and I'll talk to you later, man. We'll go ahead and end the stream. We've had it going all this time, so and hopefully we don't get in too much trouble with Rhea if she actually watches this.
I doubt she's going to watch the entire 9.5 hours.
I doubt it too. People.
Do anybody watch the entire?
I don't know.
8 hours?
I don't know. I mean, I get views, but not very many of them. That's the weird part about it. Like people actually do watch them, but not too many of them, and I'm fine with that. Kind of figured out how to use them properly. I can like do the recordings for the single shows here in the live stream, and then after freaking the live stream's done, I can just be done with it and still be able to get the recording that I need for that, so it works out.
Remember, you got to download this week.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I almost forgot. I'm glad you mentioned that. Now I've got to wait until tomorrow because they do processing period where you have to wait a day before you can download. So
Okay.
they started doing that about 6 months ago. So I will talk to you later.
Okay, we'll do. Yeah.
Yeah.